Numerous ancient societies like Mesopotamia had a profound fascination with the Nephilim. Over the ages, these people have been the subject of various interpretations, with some believing they were giants and others suggesting they were a race of otherworldly creatures. Mesopotamia means land between the rivers. It used to be made up of the Tigris and Euphrates river valleys. It was home to some of the earliest human civilizations, like the Sumerians, who developed a sophisticated system of writing and literature that influenced other cultures in the area. They were believed to be the offspring of the god Anu and his spouse Ki. According to some traditions, the Anunnaki were dispatched to Earth to aid in the development of human civilization, while others claim they were charged with collecting rare metals and stones. The Anunnaki are characterized as powerful and extraterrestrial beings, with some texts indicating they possessed vast intellect and knowledge. They were thought to be able to manipulate the laws of nature and govern the elements. In some myths, they were depicted as good deities who protected humanity. In others, they were described as capricious and deadly beings capable of destroying the planet. In Assyrian mythology, the Nephilim are known as the Apkallu, which translates to sages or wise ones. The Apkallu shared the same belief as the Anunnaki, that the gods sent them to Earth to teach people various skills and crafts. They were described as half-human, half-fish beings with exceptional intelligence. According to legend, the Apkallu dwelt in the ocean and imparted knowledge to humans in agriculture, construction, and medicine. They were also thought to banish evil spirits and heal the sick. Assyrians regarded the Apkallu as the protectors of sacred knowledge, and their wisdom was highly esteemed. The significance of the connections between the Nephilim and Mesopotamian texts demonstrates the importance of these ancient figures. Their function as intermediaries between the gods and humans reflects a belief in a cosmology in which various entities play distinct roles in the overall order of things. As depicted in Mesopotamian mythology, the Nephilim were a powerful and prominent tribe that significantly shaped human civilization. Their connections to Sumerian and Assyrian mythology illustrate their enduring impact and the significance of their roles in ancient culture. While their true nature and purpose may never be fully understood, the Nephilim remain a fascinating topic for scholarly and theological interpretation and discussion. Others say they were a race of magical beings, while some believe they were giants or demigods. In some accounts, they were credited with constructing towns and temples. In others, they were credited with creating the first people. It was believed that the Anunnaki, the Sumerian equivalent of the Nephilim, could influence the elements and exert control over natural phenomena. For example, some accounts imply they were responsible for the moon's formation, while others assert they possessed knowledge of advanced technologies such as flying machines and interstellar travel. According to legend, they instructed humanity in numerous skills and sciences, including divination, magic, and medicine. They were also believed to be capable of performing miracles, such as curing the ill and exorcising demons. The Nephilim gradually lost their prominence, despite their significance in Mesopotamian mythology. In some instances, they were replaced by other gods or supernatural entities. In others, they were integrated into new civilizations and religions. Nephilim remains a topic of intrigue and conjecture among scholars, religious groups, and enthusiasts. Some consider them emblems of ancient knowledge and wisdom, while others believe they were historical figures. Whatever their true nature, the Nephilim's enduring impact in Mesopotamian mythology demonstrates the persistent power of human imagination and storytelling. In addition, throughout history there have been numerous references to a group of beings known as the Shining Ones in various ancient texts from around the world. These beings are often described as having divine or supernatural qualities and are associated with great power, knowledge, and wisdom. One of the earliest references to the Shining Ones comes from Mesopotamian mythology, where they are referred to as Anunnaki. According to Mesopotamian mythology, the Anunnaki were a group of gods who descended from the heavens to the earth. They were said to have been responsible for the creation of humans and were considered guardians of the universe's secrets. There are many other groups we could easily identify as having the Nephilim element. For example, the Devas is often called the Shining Ones in ancient Hindu texts. The Devas were believed to have been divine beings with great wisdom and knowledge. They were considered the guardians of the universe and believed to have control over the forces of nature. The concept of the Shining Ones is more comprehensive than Mesopotamian and Hindu texts. However, similar references can be found in ancient Egyptian mythology, where they are referred to as the Neteru. In Greek mythology, the Titans were also described as powerful beings who possessed excellent knowledge and were associated with the stars. These references to the Shining Ones can be found in various cultures and civilizations, separated by vast distances and periods. This has led many researchers to believe there may have been some global or universal understanding of these beings and their importance. One theory is that the Shining Ones may have been extraterrestrial beings who visited Earth in ancient times. This theory suggests that these beings may have possessed advanced technology and knowledge far beyond the people's comprehension of that time. According to this theory, the Shining Ones may have played a major role in the evolution of human civilization. Another theory is that the Shining Ones may have been spiritual or metaphysical beings rather than physical entities. According to this theory, the Shining Ones may have represented the highest level of spiritual attainment and were associated with the divine or universal consciousness. While the concept of the Shining Ones remains shrouded in mystery, they played a critical role in the mythology and belief systems of various ancient civilizations. The Shining Ones were associated with great power, knowledge, and wisdom, whether extraterrestrial or spiritual entities. Their influence can still be felt in the modern world as people continue to seek answers to the mysteries of the universe and the secrets of the ancient past. The concept of the Shining Ones has also been explored in modern popular culture, particularly in science fiction and fantasy genres. For example, many science fiction authors have used the idea of extraterrestrial beings visiting Earth and sharing knowledge and technology with humans as a basis for their stories. Similarly, many fantasy authors have created stories about powerful beings who possess great wisdom and knowledge, often associated with magic or supernatural abilities. The fascination with the Shining Ones is also related to the human desire for transcendence and enlightenment. Many people have sought higher knowledge and understanding, often through spiritual or metaphysical practices. The Shining Ones, with their association with great wisdom and knowledge, may represent the ultimate attainment of this goal. Overall, the concept of the Shining Ones remains mysterious and fascinating, with many theories and interpretations. Whether they were extraterrestrial beings, spiritual entities, or simply mythological constructs, their influence can still be felt in the modern world. Their legacy continues to inspire people to seek answers to the mysteries of the universe and to strive for higher levels of knowledge and understanding. 1. The work of Berosus. The fact that Babylonia 2 comes between two of Berosus's other books shows how his writing has changed. It ties in with books 1 and 3 through recapitulations, like Oannes and the Sages, and hints, like talking about kings covered in book 3. The legends about the past in the first book are told as if they came from the demi-divine sage Oannes. The political history of Book 3 confirms that Oannes found a world where the difference between gods and humans is much more significant than he thought. Book 2 of Berosus's Babylonia is a strictly chronological account of Babylon's rule. It includes a brief history of monarchs up to Nabonassar, the 10 kings who reigned before the flood, and the performance of the flood. The most complete example of the Sumerian king list is the Weld Blundell prism in the cuneiform collection at the Ashmolean Museum. It starts with the first dynasties and goes up to Suen-Magir, the 14th king of the Isin dynasty, around 1763 to 1753 BC. Each of the 4 sides of the prism contain 2 columns. We must insert a wooden spindle through the prism's center before rotating it and reading from all 4 sides. The book is built around a list of kings, called the Sumerian king list, with passages from before and after the flood. Simultaneously, the reigns of post-Diluvian monarchs are retold in the era following the flood, creating a narrative diptych centered on the flood. Eusebius describes the outcome. In his first book, Berosus detailed this, and in his second book, he declared the rulers were to be followed one by one. He collects the names of the rulers while providing little specific information on their acts. He thought they needed more significance to bring up. The list and the tale of the flood were formally combined until they also included evidence from the Neo-Assyrian and late Babylonian eras. Berosus ties the Oannes concept from the first book to the origins of humankind. He refers to the old sages mentioned in cuneiform texts from the Hellenistic era. The subject appeared twice inside the Babyloniaca. At the poem's beginning, Berosus depicts Oannes as a paragon of Mesopotamian intellectual mysticism and wisdom. In the first year, a terrifying creature known as Oannes emerges from the Red Sea and teaches humans civilized behavior. According to the second book, he is the first of many such beings. This ghost, known as Apkallu or Abkallu, protected the entrance to the Ninurta temple at Nimrud. Apkallu wears a fish's head on its head while its skin drapes over its back. Enki/Ea, the god of knowledge, came up with and was inspired by these 7 mysterious sages to show how he felt. The most significant figure is Oannes, who is more than a cultural symbol. He sculpts amorphous matter and imbues mindless creatures with awareness and personality, similar to a created deity. Oannes discussed the historical manifestations of human civilization's progress. Berosus mixes Sumero-Akkadian tales of heavenly creation actions with the teachings humankind has historically imparted to the Apkallu. Berosus may have given Oannes the characteristics of the Platonic demiurgos, who acts like a versatile artist or artisan, develops his creation from materials according to a predetermined plan to make him more plausible to a Greek audience. The goal is to show how Babylonian culture is. It started around the same time as all other human cultures. So, when Berosus finally starts talking about human history in Babylonia too, he goes back to the story of Oannes. The terms Apkallu, Akkadian, and Abgal, Sumerian, found in cuneiform inscriptions may be read as wise or sage. The Apkallu are 7 demigods who are half human and half fish, and are associated with human knowledge. These beings are commonly called the 7 sages in academic literature. After the flood, the sages were humans and were differentiated by being referred to as Umanu rather than Apkallu in various scriptures. Following the flood, several philosophers and kings are mentioned, see the Epic of Gilgamesh, and the sages are sometimes identified with a certain ancient ruler. 𝐿 and 𝐿 are often used as epithets for kings and deities to signify knowledge or wisdom. The word 𝐿 is also used in sculptures employed in apotropaic rites, including fish-man hybrids representing the 7 sages and other figures with bird heads. The 𝐿 reappeared in a later account of Babylonia by Berosus. We, too, portrayed them as God-sent fishermen destined to enlighten humankind. Oannes, a variant spelling of Uana, is credited with transmitting the Enuma Elish creation narrative to the Berosus people. Names, meanings, and derivation, the word 𝐿 is used in various contexts, although it often denotes knowledge. The phrase has been translated as the wise, sage, and expert. It may be used as an adjective, prefix, or epithet to refer to the wise. We've used it as an epithet for Ea and Marduk, interpreting it as wise god or something like that. We have also used this technique on Enlil, Ninurta, and Adad. The term also refers to apotropaic statues, often sculptures of the 7 sages, including the sage Adapa. The names and titles of these 7 sages include Uana, in addition to Uaneduga, who completed the plans for heaven and earth, Enmeduga, who was destined to have a good fate, Enmegalama, born in a house, Enmebuluga, grown up on pasture land, and Enlilda, the conjurer of Eridu, also exorcists and diviners. It is believed that the Sumerian term 𝐿 influenced the Akkadian phrase 𝐿. However, Mesopotamian sages used the word Umianu or Umanu. The name of the earliest of these renowned fishman sages is Oan/Oannes, Sumerian, or Uana/Uan, Akkadian. On a few cuneiform inscriptions, the suffix Adapa follows the name of the first teacher. Borgia says, however, that I cannot believe that the half-human, half-fish Adapa is the same as the fisherman in the Adapa legend, the son of the deity Ea. Lambert provided evidence that Adapa was also employed as an adjective, suggesting that intelligent is a potential option. 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥, 2011, analyzes the possibility that Adapa is one of the 𝐿 or their name. Although some manuscripts use the terms Adapa and Uan in puns and imply that Adapa may be an epithet, Adapa is most likely simply a legitimate name in the Adapa story, according to the authors. They believe that the combination of the terms Adapa, meaning knowledge, and Umanu, meaning craftsman, forms the valid name of the first 𝐿. According to tradition, the 𝐿 and Adapa exist between the human and divine worlds. They unearth additional connections between Adapa, said to have visited heaven, and 𝐿 Utuabzu, who is said to have gone to heaven. Still, we speak of Adapa, who was perfected with profound intelligence to reveal the designs of the earth, similar to what Oannes does in the Greek version when he imparts all of humanity's knowledge. Even though the first and last 𝐿 seem similar to the Adapa stories, 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥 points out that the first 𝐿 in the lists of Berosus and the Uruk king was given the name Uan from the Adapa stories. The Uruk list of kings and sages, 185 BC, was unearthed in 1959 or 1960 in the Seleucid-era Anu temple in Bet Res. The text began with listing 7 kings and the sages with whom they were associated, then commented on the deluge, see the Gilgamesh flood epic, and then listed 8 more king-sage pairs. According to a rough translation, King Adapa was a sage during the reign of Ayalu. During the reign of Alalgar, King Uanduga was knowledgeable. Enmeduga, the reigning monarch of Ameluana, was an intelligent guy. Enmegalama, the king during the reign of Amegalana, was competent. Enmebuluga, king of 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥, was an intellectual guy. Enlilda, the shepherd-turned-king who ruled during the reign of Dumuzi, had intelligence. Utuabzu, the king of Enmeduranki, was an intelligent man. Nungal-Pirigal ruled after the flood during Enmerkar's reign. Ishtar had sent him to Eanna from above. He fabricated the bronze lyre using Ninagal's technique. They positioned the lyre in front of Anu, his god's dwelling. Sin-Leki Unini, the monarch of Gilgamesh's period, was an intelligent man. Kabdi-Ili Marduk, king of Ibisin, was a learned man. Knowledgeable was Eras Sidhu, also known as Enlil-Ibni, the monarch of Ispit. During Abi-Esu, the king Gimil-Gula and Takis-Gula were the academics. The monarch Isagil-Kin-Apli was well educated. The king of Ardad-Apla reigned. Idini's Esagil-Kin-Uba was knowledgeable. Esagil-Kin-Huba, the king during the time of Nebuchadnezzar, was an intelligent man. Abba Enlil-Dari, the monarch of Esarhaddon's domain, was a wise man known to the Arameans as Ahikar. Lenzi adds that the list should be read chronologically. It attempts to establish a direct link between absolute, historical monarchy and divine, mythical kingship. In addition, it links the actual king's sages, Umanu, to the 7 demigods, Apkallu. Even though the list is chronological, the scriptures do not characterize the philosophers or their kings as genetically related. A Borgia was given. Chant is the translation of the following cuneiform. Uana, who executes the plans of heaven and earth. Anduga, who possesses comprehensive understanding. Enmeduga, for whom we have decreed a good destiny. Enmegalama, who was conceived in a house. Enmebuluga, who grew up on pasture land. Enlilda, the sorcerer of Eridu, and Utuabzu, who descended to heaven. However, more information is required to make an informed judgment. Like the Uruk list, the Bit Messeri tablet series has an apotropaic incantation that lists 7 gods before listing 4 human sages. Sage sculptures are placed or hung on the walls of a home as part of the ceremony, the Nungal Pirigaldim. In Roth, Nudimud summoned the 7 Eridu sages, instructing them to bring the document of my Anuship so that it may be read before me, so that I may pronounce the destiny for Mu'ait, the son who makes me happy, and grant him his request. Pirigalabzu, born in Adab/Utab, draped his seal on a goatfish, enraging the Pirigal Nungal, a resident of Kish, and angering the heaven-dwelling divinity Ishkur/Adad, who stopped rain and growth in the region for 3 years. I told them that they wouldn't be able to go up if Unmanus did not go down to the Apsu. So they brought the tablet carrying the fate of the great gods and read it. Tablet 1, line 147 of the Poetry of Era. He determined his fate and handed him over. In a manuscript that tells the narrative of 7 sages, Enlildam is referred to as the 21 poultices. Much of the Bit Messier text is replicated, and Reiner examined this text in 1961. Later, a manuscript from Uruk that reproduced and enlarged Reiner's work was discovered. The sage Enlilda created the 21 poultices, which I delivered to Nudibud for him to gain virtue in the higher realm. The 7 Eridu sages decipher the tablets of fate in the 21 poultices text. The Epic of Era also mentions the 7 sages, also known as the Song of Era or Era and Ishum. Again, they are referred to as paradise fish. According to this narrative, Marduk again exiled them to Abzu after the flood. Marduk asks, "Where are the 7 Apkallu of the Apsu, the holy carp who are pure in lofty knowledge, like Ea, their lord, and who may cleanse my body?" As the Apkallu were exiled. In Tablet 2, line 162 of his poem, Era convinces Marduk to leave his temple and return the Apkallu from exile by promising to maintain order while Marduk is abroad. Even if parts of the sentences are missing, worldly Umanus clears the altar for Marduk. According to 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥's version of this tale, the Apkallu supported the deity, Marduk, in preserving the stability of creation by maintaining his idol. According to Scott B. Nurgle, this epic also contains subtle phonetic and textual etymological wordplays on the name Apkallu. The Apkallu has a different function in this text than what is described in the lists of sages and rulers. 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥 suggests that the pre-flood king and sage list was retrospectively included in a Sumerian king list to tie the historical record with flood mythology. The Sumerian rulers had a pre-flood origin story, lines 1 to 4. The poem states, "The 7 great Anunnaki were forcing the 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥 to carry the burden," lines 5 to 6. What comes next must be finished, but it shows that the 𝐄𝐦𝐚 gods refused to do their jobs, so the Anunnaki had to devise a solution. This eventually led to the creation of humans, who had to complete the gods' jobs in the future. More research is required to explain the events of the first millennium BCE. However, several gods seem to belong to the Anunnaki and the 𝐄𝐦𝐚. The number of gods may have been as few as 7, 8, or 10. However, this is also being investigated. Other gods that may be included in this category are Ita, Asaluhi, Naramit, Ninurta, Nuska, and Ama. Von Soden's numbers show that only a tiny number of theophoric personal names, TT, mention the 𝐄𝐦𝐚, which shows that they are worshipped. This sentence is from a piece of writing that is said to have been written by Princess Enheduanna, daughter of King Sargon and founder of the old Akkadian dynasty. However, the only proof for this work comes from Old Babylonian texts, and it is unknown if an earlier date can be supported. Archaeologists found out about the Anunnaki in the 20th century. The Anunnaki were a group of winged monsters worshipped by the Sumerians. The Anunnaki told stories about the Sumerian and Mesopotamian creation stories and other significant events, such as religious wars and well-known legends. They were the most amazing creatures created by Ahura Mazda, the Zoroastrian god of creation, and the first of their kind in the history of religion. Hence they were known as the Amishaspentas, or archangels. Aryaman, the Yazata of kindness and healing, was one of the revered spiritual beings who lived in the Yazatas. They often had supernatural or other extraordinary powers. Although intriguing, Zoroastrian angelology was limited. Angelology emerged in Judaism as early as vertebrates did in the natural world. Judaism, a theological branch of Zoroastrianism, arose concurrently with Zoroastrianism, maybe as a new denomination or retelling of Zoroastrian mythology. Yahweh, the creator of the cosmos, earth, and humanity, was the supreme deity of Yahweh or Adonai, who in Judaism had a role comparable to that of Ahura Mazda. A unique hierarchy of celestial planes subordinate to Yahweh developed among Jewish mystics. These mystics, who studied and practiced Kabbalah, the mystic interpretation of the Old Testament, laid the foundation for the angels of the Bible as we know them today. There are 3 classes or orders of angels in the biblical angelic hierarchy, arranged from first to third. In the stories of the Bible, the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones were the most potent angels closest to Yahweh. They were at the top of the first or highest order. As guardians of Yahweh's throne in heaven, the seraphim stand guard around God's throne, which can move. 2 of their 6 wings fold inward to cover their torsos, giving them a distinctive look. The cherubim are next in line. They look like a mix of different animals, especially birds and mammals. During the fall of the Byzantine Empire and the spread of Christianity in Eurasia, the cherubim who guard the entrances to Eden and heaven, depending on the biblical chapter and interpretation, were shown as fat winged babies. Sometimes cherubs are shown with terrifying claws and large wings, like warriors or guardsmen. On a darker note, the thrones, or the Ophanim, are the source of all angel-related memes that are historically true. These Ophanim are among the most peculiar angels, since their wings emanate from a central light source and resemble concentric rings lined with eyeballs or golden plates. The Ophanim are the closest members of the highest order to Yahweh and serve as the throne's wheels. Last are the humanoid dominions, virtues, and powers of the second order. As the dominions communicate religious instructions to the virtues, who operate as conduits for earthly miracles, these angels are comparable to the middle-class inhabitants of the Judeo-Christian cosmos. Like Mesopotamian deities such as Habu and Marduk, the gods of Mercury and Jupiter governs the motions of celestial bodies such as planets and stars. Agile and Zadkiel are the biblical names for Habu and Marduk, respectively. The lowest order is at the bottom, comprising principalities, archangels, and regular angels. These humanoid angels are more in tune with earthly existence than any other order. As with the dominions, the principalities control human governments and often provide directions to the archangels who watch over and safeguard the nations of the Christian world. Typical angels serve as human guardians and messengers, conveying messages from higher angels to prophets like Moses and Ezekiel, who ultimately guided the Israelites in their connection with Yahweh. They are often referred to as Yahweh's 7 spirits or his human manifestation. Throughout Christian history, the angelic hierarchy has stayed the same, but Ophanim and cherubim started to look like humans at the end of the European Dark Ages, around 400 to 1400 CE. At the dawn of the 20th century, Judeo-Christian angels sent by the Creator God were either human-like or had no shape. Islam had a similar hierarchy. All angels are messengers for Allah and the people. Most of the time, they tell people about good news or bad news, like a plague. Most likely, Muslim angelology grew from a branch of Judeo-Christian angels of the lowest order. This gave people a more profound sense of their connection to God hundreds of years before the Second Great Movement in the United States. Angels are essential to religion and popular culture today. From the holy relics of Abrahamic religions to their widespread use as media symbols. In the 1996 anime Neon Genesis Evangelion, Shinji Ikari uses a robot called a cyborg to fight against hostile aliens called angels. His coming-of-age story is full of religious allusions and images of angels. Since this is one of my favorite anime, I'm interested in Abrahamic mythology. Angels have a long and deep history in our folktales and fables, much like religion. When you see a "Be Not Afraid" internet meme, remember the origin of the spinning wheels of light. Topics of intrigue: will you be writing about the Nephilim? When I accepted a contract to write the characters of creation, a book about the first few chapters of the Bible, many people questioned my decision. Yet, I couldn't resist writing about them since they appear in Genesis 6, one of the most peculiar chapters in the Bible. I was afraid because I felt the Bible was authoritative and infallible. To grasp this work, I read hundreds of comments, sermons, and research papers. Notwithstanding, the core message of Genesis 6, the existence of wickedness, God's wrath, and the possibility of repentance and redemption, inspired me to go further. Every day, Injustice is a fresh reminder that Genesis's cruel, terrible, and unfair world is not that far from our own. The Nephilim manifest themselves. They may be the most peculiar animals mentioned in the Bible, but we do not know. They have appeared in literature and attained cultural importance for countless centuries. You may find them in books like House of Night, Fallen, and Atlas Shrugged, as well as in video games like El Shaddai, Tomb Raider, and Payday 2. Noah, The X-Files, and Shadowhunters have all included the Nephilim. From Babylonian Gilgamesh to the Greek demigods, a half-human, half-god character has appeared in human legends and myths from the beginning of time. But who are these weird creatures who appear in the Bible amid an era of escalating human depravity when, as Moses phrased it, Genesis 6:5, CSB throughout, every thought of man's heart was only evil continually? The retort may be more straightforward. God's children, the Nephilim, are described in Genesis 6. When humans populated the planet and girls were born to them, the sons of God noted how lovely the daughters of humans were and picked mates from among them. Because they are not impoverished, the Lord said, my spirit will not always dwell among men. They will continue to live for 120 years. The Nephilim existed on earth when God's sons married human women and bore offspring. They were the sons of powerful ancestors. Free newsletters, you are likely wondering what is occurring. It is not just you. Since the Church's inception, Christians have questioned this story, and sincere theologians and Bible professors find themselves on opposing sides with varying degrees of confidence. Several church leaders, including Ambrose, Tertullian, Cyprian, Clement of Alexandria, and countless Jewish thinkers occupy the top spot. In this sense, sons of God refer to fallen angels who commit adultery with human women. One of the most extensive grounds for this idea is that the phrase is used elsewhere in the Bible to refer to angels. Job 1:6, 38:7, Psalms 29:1, Daniel 3:25. Moreover, the New Testament authors seem to share this perspective. Consider the second letter of Peter. Because if God had not spared Noah, a preacher of righteousness, and 7 other people when he unleashed the flood on the world of the wicked, he would not have spared the angels who sinned, but would have flung them into a pit, shackled them in total darkness, and held them for judgment. He has imprisoned the angels at night until the dreadful day of judgment. He has spared the angels who have abandoned their homes and dwellings. The idea of fallen angels and the punishment of Noah's flood come from Genesis 6 and the relationship between God's sons and humanity's daughters. These assertions remain susceptible to interpretation. According to this perspective, humans and angels were so wicked that God felt compelled to cleanse the earth with the flood and imprison these fallen angels until judgment. This is consistent with one of the major themes of Genesis, which contrasts God's compassionate giving with humanity's tendency to misuse it by desiring authority and godlike characteristics. In Genesis 11, a similar dilemma develops when society seeks to approach God by constructing the Tower of Babel. It is possible to see this in Genesis 3 with the serpent's mistaken belief that one may become like God. It is difficult to conceive of fallen angels living among humans and spawning cruel, corrupt, and scary beasts. Many times in the Bible, angels assume human and physical traits. Christians have followed Augustine, John Calvin, and Martin Luther's diverse interpretations of Genesis 6. According to this interpretation, the sons of God are authentic humans, not fallen angels. Jesus' unambiguous statement that angels never marry nor are given in marriage is used as proof that they cannot procreate. Furthermore, sons of God may allude to biblical figures. Psalms 73:15, Hosea 1:10. However, in a secular setting, it's possible to teach our brains to discount the supernatural and undervalue the threat that demonic forces pose to God's people. When Seth and Cain are seen as the sons of God, their two sets of ancestors are the serpent's seed and Eve's descendants. In Genesis 6, we find that the wickedness of the wicked surpasses even the line of righteousness. In this case, the sons of God may see a connection between Seth's righteous line and the Canaanites' pagan daughters getting married. Some see Genesis 6 as an allusion to Lamech's promiscuity, given that he was an ancestor of Cain with several wives. People who think of the sons of God as descendants of Seth understand an essential part of the Old Testament's history. Even the most righteous people become bad and need to be saved. This fits within a more prominent pattern throughout the history of Israel. When this temptation arises, God's chosen people succumb, destroying their testimony and abandoning God in favor of other gods. In Genesis 4, Seth and his offspring invoked the Lord's name, verse 26. Their increasing evil is a striking reminder to God's people throughout history that we are all susceptible to straying from the path of righteousness. Both magical and malevolent, who are the Nephilim? Are these mystery beings linked to women's offspring and God's sons? Are they the half-angel, half-human offspring of humans and screaming rock monsters who mated secretly? Multiple hypotheses are at play here. The Nephilim are the offspring of those who interpret the sons of God of Genesis 6 as angels. Nephilim has a mysterious meaning. Although it is rendered as giants in the ancient Greek Septuagint, it might also mean fallen ones. Even more confusing, it does not seem that the Genesis flood killed them. Genesis 6:4 states that the Nephilim were on the world both in those days and after that. They also appear elsewhere in Israel's history, such as when the spies sent to inspect Canaan returned with a grim report for Moses. Even the Nephilim were there. Anak's ancestry is descended from them. Because we saw ourselves, we must have seemed to them like grasshoppers. Numbers 13:33. Moses verified these giant animals in Deuteronomy 1:28 and 2:10. According to a 2019 article in the online publication Knowing Scripture, some have linked the Nephilim to the giants Joshua expelled from the land, or even to Goliath. Combing through everything might be challenging. It is difficult to see fallen angels having relationships with human women and producing half-human, half-angel supervillains. Angels can procreate. Although it is not mentioned, the Bible implies God does not let such things exist in His creation. Can creatures made in the image of God give birth to anything other than other beings made in the image of God? And the pattern of sons of God representing the Seth line and daughters of humanity representing the Cain line is consistent with Genesis's central claims. However, I must disregard the fact that a fundamental interpretation of Genesis 6 refers to a dreadful and supernatural catastrophe that is now occurring. In Jude and 2 Peter, it is said that God would judge humanity and the fallen angel host for their increasing wickedness. Additionally, in a society where current scientific ideas predominate, it is challenging to understand this unusual blending of the natural and supernatural worlds. However, these tales have survived since the beginning of recorded history. In his Genesis commentary, researcher Gordon Wenham writes, "Stories of superhuman demigods like Gilgamesh were common, and the supernatural was widely sought in Canaanite fertility cults and Mesopotamian sacred marriage ceremonies. And these stories have echoed throughout history, from the demigods of Greek mythology to our popular culture and literary imagination of the divine and supernatural. To fully appreciate the passage of Genesis 6, we need additional confidence. Whether the Nephilim are enormous hairy warriors or superhuman demons, or if the sons of God are angels or Seth's offspring, we can all agree that God aims to convey two essential truths via this book. First, we need a savior, a good seed to save us from ourselves. Sources that can be manipulated, lessons can be gleaned from the two most common interpretations of the Nephilim and God's sons. According to Genesis, two types of people have always existed: those who worship God and those who oppose him. Those who adhere to Seth's way and those who adhere to Cain's path may be both good and unfair. In Genesis 3:15, God foretells enmity between Eve and the serpent. Regardless of how Genesis 6 is interpreted, even the good seed, the righteous remnant, is becoming more corrupt. Only Noah's family believed in the judgment of God during the flood. According to the Old Testament, even the most extraordinary seed is susceptible to contamination. Unlike Seth, who among its caste has the moral fortitude to save humanity? Not Enoch. During the flood, no one, not even Noah, sinned. Not even Abraham, who lied about the identity of his wife and fathered a child with an enslaved person. Even David, who exploited Bathsheba and killed her husband, is excluded. Even Hezekiah was an exception, whose life was similarly cut short by humiliation. Samson rescued Israel from the Philistines, but he could not save himself. In the Old Testament, failure is the tale of God's people and our experience. The enigma surrounding the Nephilim and the sons of God should serve as a sobering reminder that we are not alone in our battle with faith. Everyone must catch up with what is suitable. According to Isaiah 53:6, we have all gone astray like sheep, and according to Romans 3:10, no one is righteous, not even one. We need a descendant of David and Eve from the branch of the righteous. According to the New Testament, Jesus of Nazareth was the one who endured temptation, went to the cross, and rescued humankind and the universe through his life and death. Before we are exposed to God's wrath, an essential reaction to Genesis 6 is to analyze the condition of our souls, acknowledge our helplessness, and turn to Christ for redemption. Satan refused to accept God's curse in Eden. Satan and his army of demons will continue to attack Israel throughout its history and the life of Christ. Even though Satan has been defeated, we may be confident that he will continue to work against God's purposes. Satan is still prowling around like a lion looking for a victim to devour. However, his punishment was given by Jesus' words, "It is finished," on the cross. 1 Peter 5:8. Paul states we battle the rulers, the authorities, the cosmic powers of this darkness and the evil spiritual forces in the sky. Ephesians 6:12. As Christians who have put their trust in God to save them from their sins, we stand in the triumph that God has already won. We may pray against hell's forces. The teachings of the Bible may help us prepare. The Nephilim should not be feared as demonic superhumans. There is no need for fear of the spiritual realm. We are more than conquerors because of the spirit of the one who conquered the serpent. Romans 8:37. The Nephilim of the Bible, giants or fallen angels. What did the Bible's Nephilim look like? Sons of men and God's daughters. As the human population on earth grew, God's sons married any human girl they desired and had daughters. The Lord stated, "My spirit will not fight against humanity forever, nor they will not survive beyond 120 years. The Nephilim existed before and after God's sons married human women and had offspring via them. They were legendary historical figures, heroes, Genesis 6, 1-4. Some of the Nephilim were possibly both giants and fallen angels. According to Genesis 6, the Nephilim were the descendants of the union between the sons of God and the daughters of humankind. The Nephilim were seen as distinguished men of ancient times, the men of fame, because they were half divine. According to Christian theology, the sons of God were fallen angels, demons, who either fathered children with human females or gained control of humans who fathered offspring. Why would fallen angels choose to procreate with humans? According to one interpretation, fallen angels or devils attempted to destroy the human bloodline to postpone the coming of the Messiah. God foretold the Messiah would one day destroy the head of Satan, Genesis 3:15. In Genesis 6, the fallen sons of God meant to prevent the birth of an innocent seed of the woman. According to Christian doctrine, the Nephilim, as in the Book of Enoch, the Hebrew faith believed that the Nephilim were a race of evil-doing giants and superhumans. They most likely gained their enormous size and strength via a mix of human eugenics and fallen heavenly DNA. There are just two direct allusions to the Nephilim in the Bible. First, Genesis 6:4 states, "When the sons of God married human women and had children through them, the Nephilim existed then and afterwards. They were notable historical figures and heroes." Second, Numbers 13:33 states, "We saw the Nephilim there. The lineage of Anak comes from the Nephilim. We perceived ourselves as grasshoppers, and they did as well." According to Christian theologians, the Nephilim were a significant cause of the Great Flood during the time of Noah. In Genesis 6:5-7, after the description of the Nephilim, it is stated, "The Lord noticed how far man's wickedness had spread throughout the earth, and how his every desire was always evil. The creation of man on earth distressed the Lord, causing him to weep. As a result, the Lord said, 'I will eradicate every animal, terrestrial and avian species from the face of the earth.' God flooded the entire planet, wiping out all life besides Noah, his family, and the animals aboard the ark. Everything else perished, even the Nephilim. The Nephilim did not live in Canaan. Although the Nephilim of that time were wiped out by the great flood described in Genesis, it is believed that demons continued to mate with humans after the deluge. While surveying Canaan, the Hebrews reported to Moses that they had met the Nephilim. The descendants of Anak come from the Nephilim. Both of them seemed to be grasshoppers in our own eyes. According to the Bible, the Nephilim could return. Although the text does not mention the Nephilim, the scouts felt they had seen them. They may have spotted giant humans in Canaan and confused them for Nephilim out of terror. Invading Canaan, the Israelites vanquished these giants. Joshua 11:21-22. God has prohibited fallen angels from mating with humans by condemning those who have done so to eternal damnation. Jude 1:6 states, "He has hurled into darkness, chained with eternal chains, for judgment on a great day, the angels who abandoned their positions of authority and their homes." Since fallen angels who interbred with human females are said to be bound with eternal chains, the likelihood of the Nephilim's return is remote. James Emery White provides more commentary and responses to your questions. What does Scripture say about the Nephilim? After mentioning sons of God and daughters of man, the Bible briefly mentions the Nephilim, an additional pre-flood phenomenon. The sons of God were not exiled angels, since their marriages to human women would have broken the established order, and because a demon, which is what the exiled angel would have been, would not be referred to as a son of God. They would not have become noble angels if they had not committed such an offense against God. The issue was already resolved when Jesus proclaimed that angels do not marry or agree to the marriage. Most people would interpret sons of God as referring to good men and daughters of men as referring to wicked women who are undoubtedly sprung from Cain. Therefore, the union between Seth's men and Cain's women ruined the purity of God's people. However, sons of God may also refer to ancient monarchs who saw themselves as gods. Here, the violation of God's marriage prohibitions by males is crucial. Who were the Nephilim then? According to the Bible, they were ancient heroes and famous men. Besides the comparison in Genesis 6 to the account of Noah, they were also shown in Numbers 13 as the large gathering of people that Caleb, Joshua, and the other spies encountered while exploring the Promised Land. However, the spies inflated their magnitude to undermine Caleb and Joshua's testimony. In the eyes of others, they were heroes and kings, but in God's sight they were evildoers. The Hebrew term for the fallen shows this point. Therefore, they were mighty men with wealth, physical strength, and courage. 1 Enoch is the title of a non-canonical pseudo-biographical work. 6 Josephus, a Jewish historian, subsequently adopted and propagated this notion. Antiquities 1:3:1. The genesis of the idea that the Nephilim were fallen angels or a mix of fallen angels and humans is still being determined. Also, in a Greek version of the Old Testament from the 3rd century, sons of God was wrongly translated as angels of God. Even though sons of God and angels of God may be used interchangeably in other situations, they cannot be used here. On the Origin of Watchers, a comparative study of the ancient wisdom in Mesopotamian and Jewish traditions, says that the stories of ancient sages, 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥, are where the Watchers came from. Many Mesopotamian traditions and beliefs about 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥 were turned upside down, which led to the story of the Watchers and their children, the giants. Due to the many layers of Mesopotamian mythology and rituals, we already considered the sages dangerous, even evil figures that Jewish poets could make fun of. Most people thought of the 𝐄𝐻𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥 as evil spirits who could do witchcraft. They were also crucial in Mesopotamian beliefs about demons. This shows that when Jewish thinkers talked about how bad past teachers of humanity were in Jewish scriptures, they didn't completely change Mesopotamian traditions. Instead, they used patterns from Mesopotamian demonology to help them develop their ideas. According to a familiar Babylonian scribal tale, the 7th prehistoric figure, a king or sage, went to heaven and grasped divine knowledge. According to some stories, Enmeduranki, king of Sipar, was the 7th antediluvian ruler. He distinguished himself by acquiring divine wisdom from the gods Adad and Shamash. Biblical scholars concur that the 7th Mesopotamian antediluvian ruler Enmeduranki represents the religious historical context of the figure of Enoch, the 7th antediluvian patriarch of Genesis 5:23-24, and the apocalyptic authority in Enochic literature. John J. Collins's observation encapsulates the widespread viewpoint. The inspiration for the figure of Enoch is Enmeduranki, the founder of the Guild of Berurus, or Babylonian diviners. Enoch is Adam's 7th descendant according to Genesis. Enmeduranki, also known as Enmedurana, is the 6th king of Sumer. The complexities of the historical link between Enmeduranki and Enoch have been thoroughly analyzed. Enoch is tied to the solar calendar since the astronomical book, found in 1 Enoch, proposes a calendar with 364 days, and his age is given as 365 years in Genesis. Additionally, 𝐿𝐵𝐷𝐸𝐴nki developed a psychic circle and was provided with insights. The seventh man in the Bible correlates to the seventh monarch of Mesopotamia. During this monarch's reign, Shamash's religion, that of the sun god, was prevalent in the capital city of Sippar. Scholars have often identified Enoch's Mesopotamian ancestry in subsequent Enochic texts, such as the second Old Slavic Book of Enoch and the third Hebrew Book of Enoch. This link's validity is not an issue. According to an Assyriologist, Bible scholars should explore and evaluate Mesopotamian and Jewish evidence more methodically than in the past. Throw a wider net over Mesopotamian materials to understand prehistoric activities and enhance the comparison. Religious historical ties unite Enoch with 𝐿𝐵𝐷𝐸𝐴nki and Ziusudra with Noah, which raises the possibility that there is nothing else in the two antediluvian histories that can be favorably compared. Some historians acknowledge that the biblical and Chaldean antediluvian narratives are based on well-established sources. Cosmas Indicopleustes, a wandering Nestorian monk of the 6th century CE, shows that the Mesopotamian rulers of the same period corresponded to the 12 patriarchs in the Hebrew Bible based on their positions in the respective historiographies. In comparing the origin of the Watchers, more cuneiform evidence is used than well-known king lists, the Gilgamesh epic, and the 𝐿𝐵𝐷𝐸𝐴nki literatures in Nineveh. Cosmas draws parallels between Mesopotamian kings and biblical patriarchs in Topographia Christiana, 12:3. Older and more distant Chaldean historians have mentioned both the deluge and the tower in their writings, because they witnessed the tower's construction firsthand and were likely well aware that the men of the time constructed it for themselves as a haven and refuge out of fear of another good. When people read the Book of Moses, they understand that Noah, who lived during the flood, was the 10th descendant of Adam, and that he and his descendants also had 10 kings who ruled for 2,242 years. Alurus, which is related to Adam, Alapros, which corresponded to Seth, Almodon, which corresponded to Enosh, Armeon, which corresponded to Canaan. They claim that the extraordinary good mentioned by Moses happened during his lifetime. Cosmas' list of Mesopotamian prehistoric kings are based on the tradition recounted in Berosus's analogous cuneiform king lists. Cosmas could have obtained an unidentified Berosus piece, but his source is reliable and old. According to Cosmas, ancient historians knew the connection between Mesopotamian origins and the Jewish people. They claimed the Chaldeans had learned from Moses to establish these ties. Mesopotamia served as a current template that biblical authors creatively altered and transformed. Biblical scholars working on the comparative study have looked at 𝐿𝐵𝐷𝐸𝐴nki, the Mesopotamian story of the flood survivor Ziusudra, Atrahasis or Utnapishtim, and his post-flood guest Gilgamesh. Nevertheless, there is work to be done. By integrating data from philology and textual sources, iconography and archaeology, it is possible to show that depictions of the prehistoric period in Jewish sources rely even more heavily on preceding Mesopotamian mythology and ritual activities. An overview of contemporary Assyriology research permits a deeper comparison of the two interconnected historical narratives. Besides well-known and established literature on both sides, it is necessary to analyze the diversity of the traditions and how the principles were used in rituals, prayers, and chants. Many antediluvian legends in ancient Jewish and Mesopotamian writings result from prehistoric arguments. Besides direct borrowings, there were indirect and creative reinterpretations, particularly on the Jewish side. Some of these creative reinterpretations must have been the product of intentional inversions of the Mesopotamian source material. Jewish writers often misuse Mesopotamian intellectual traditions to prove the supremacy of their cultural underpinnings. The Jewish interpretation of ancient Mesopotamian sages recast them as illegitimate and malicious human teachers. This research will investigate how Jewish authors critiqued Mesopotamian primordial sages, 𝐿 in Akkadian, while yet adopting them into their national mythology. To visit the underworld, Enoch adopts the characteristics of legendary Mesopotamian heroes to show how the Jewish national heroes surpassed the Mesopotamian heroes. Mesopotamian traditions had some influence on these efforts at demonization. Many accounts of the history of the two closely related species cover the same area. Below, I summarize the research context and my arguments in this study. Genesis provides two interpretations of Mesopotamian mythology about events before the Ice Age. One is positive and affirmative. The 10 pre-flood monarchs of Mesopotamian mythology, led by Enmeduranki, handled the succession of 10 patriarchs. The second adaptation is detrimental. The Mesopotamian 𝐿, who taught humanity before the formation of the cosmos, were vilified as sons of God, and their descendants were referred to as Nephilim, Genesis 6, 3-5, who eventually figure in Enochic literature as Watchers and Giants. 2. The Watchers. The Book of Watchers reconciles these two interpretations by placing Enoch above the Watchers. Enoch and the Watchers were recognized as an ancient teaching authority, as were other Mesopotamian scientific and technological practices. Jewish writers aimed to exalt their national hero above the champions of foreign science. 3 AD, 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥 1987 attributed the biblical Nephilim's influence to Mesopotamian 𝐿, observing that the texts attribute hubris and audacity to the Mesopotamian antediluvian sage Adapa. Some post-diluvian sages were accused of committing atrocities which infuriated the gods. The Nephilim is used in Genesis 6 to represent the old, evil human race. 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥 was unaware that the Mesopotamian practice of 𝐿 was reversed by design in Genesis and reached its zenith in 1 Enoch. J.T. Millick pointed to Mesopotamian mythology when he said in 1 Enoch 6, the writer imagines two leaders of the fallen angels, a king, Emihaza, and a sage, each ruling over around 10 watchers, thus relying on the Babylonian paradigm of antediluvian kings and sages. In this work, comparative arguments serve as the foundation. The Mesopotamian civilization perceived 𝐿 negatively as an evil being. The 𝐿 were related to Mesopotamian demonology and were sometimes seen as demonic evil spirits capable of witchcraft. This similarity shows that when Jewish philosophers depicted the depravity of former instructors of humanity, they did not wholly invert Mesopotamian traditions. Instead, they borrowed certain concepts from Mesopotamian demonology. 𝐿 was not 𝐿, also known as she-garbed animals of Ea, that lived in the Ups, the ocean of wisdom. The flood afflicted the Nephilim and Watchers. In the Era epic retelling of the Mesopotamian flood, Marduk commands the sages not to return after sending them into the Apsu because of the flood. I-147. In certain recensions of the Book of Giants, Gilgamesh, Humbaba, and Uta Utnapishtim appear as the names of the Watcher's enormous offspring. J. Reeves writes, "This is a tremendous polemical effort against the cherished nations of a competing culture." The detailed story of the BG, Book of Giants, shows that knowledge of the Epic of Gilgamesh was not limited to using names from it. The fact that a Second Temple Jewish book demonizes several intellectuals from Mesopotamia confirms the current research's conclusion that Israelite intellectuals deliberately turned Mesopotamian traditions upside down. The Watchers of Enochic literature, the Sons of God of Genesis, and the pre-Diluvian Apkalus of Mesopotamian mythology are divine. Because of their human origin, the 4 post-flood Apkalus could mate with humans like the Watchers. 2/3 of these Apkalus, including the last one, Lunana, were stunned. Given that Gilgamesh was 2/3 divine and 1/3 human, his position in the post-Diluvian world is logical, I-48. Gilgamesh, who came back from the past with a message, was like an Apkalus from the ancient world. By Jewish standards, he resembled a book of giants described Nephilim behemoth. New cuneiform evidence confirms that Gilgamesh measured 11 cubits in height, showing he was regarded as quite tall. As foundation deposits in Mesopotamian buildings, Apkalus figurines were buried in boxes to prevent evil from entering the residence. According to ceremonial literature, these groups of figures are referred to as watchers in Akkadian incantations. The same name occurs in Aramaic. For both good angels and watchers, Erin signifies the awakened ones. Is it legal or criminal to disclose previous knowledge? A well-documented ancient Mesopotamian intellectual tradition says that all priestly jobs in the time before the flood had a divine origin. In Mesopotamian mythology, the time before the deluge was a big deal because it set the stage for everything that came after. The ancient sages were cultural ancestors who introduced civilizational talents to the continent. No additional discoveries are made. The initial finding is shared and revealed. According to Berosus, Oannes and other wise people taught the primitive human race the foundations of civilization. In ancient literature, its survival through the flood and its importance to prehistoric knowledge was hotly discussed. In the first year, a beast called Oannes emerged near Babylonia from the Erythraean Sea. The whole of its body was that of a fish, but under the fish's head was a human head, and its tail sprouted human feet. Also included was a human voice. There remains a snapshot. According to him, the beast consumed nothing despite spending the day with the youngsters. It provided the men with knowledge in the arts, sciences, and other crafts. They discovered how to locate settlements, build temples, make laws, and measure land. It also taught them how to choose fruit and use seeds, giving them everything they needed to live civilized lives. Since the time of the beast, no discoveries have been made. However, since Oannes was amphibious, it returned to the water as the sun fell and spent the night there. Afterwards, more creatures emerged. He believes that these things together sum up what Oannes said. Consider what might occur if the flood allowed just one family to survive. In this scenario, as in other Mesopotamian and Jewish tales, the flood survivor and his successors transmit knowledge of pre- and post-Diluvian eras. Some scriptures identify the flood survivor as an ancestor of the holy Apkalus without establishing the relationship. According to chapter 11, verse 197 of Gilgamesh's epic, Utnapishti could only mix with the gods after hearing their mysterious secrets. He also used the name Atrahasis. Trustees, which translates as extremely wise and is a nickname for the sage Adapa in the Akkadian epic, were given to one of the flood survivors in Mesopotamian literature. The opening line of the Gilgamesh epic, "He who glimpsed the deep," sets up the main character as the person who brings ancient knowledge to the modern world. It was possible to keep the information without making the great survivor the divine source and his guest the person who passed it on. Another method of keeping knowledge was to write pre-written information on several tablets or stones, then bury or place the knowledge carriers in a safe location to avoid a fire. Another idea said that �𝐴𝐴𝐿us were amphibious, she-like creatures that could dwell in the ocean depths and emerge after the flood. The Tablet of Destinies in Mesopotamian mythology corresponds to celestial tablets, and the Par-God in 3 Enoch, which contains divine secrets, was a sacred knowledge source. In the Sumerian flood tale, the good survivor Ziusudra has the priestly title Gudu, which validates this. In the Adapa story, this Sumerian phrase is equivalent to the Akkadian word Pau, which means the Anointed One, and is the priestly title of the sage. According to Jewish accounts of Noah, they descended from the excellent survivors of the Watchers. Berosus fragment F4b, which claims that all texts were buried in Sippar, the city of the sun god before the good, supported this account. See Job 8:3-4 and Ant 1:68-71 for the Jewish versions. At least one Mesopotamian story portrays the 7 𝐴𝐴𝐿us holding the Tablet of Destiny, LKA 146. Cuneiform lists may still include the names of ancient sages and emperors. According to these lists, the names and orders of ancient philosophers are inconsistent, similar to those of ancient rulers. In Berosus's story, whose full name is Uanadapa in cuneiform lists, is comparable to Oannes, the first pre-diluvian sage, whose image they show in cuneiform lists. The abbreviations for this name are Uan and Adapa, whereas Oannes is derived from the initial form in Berosus's tale. Adapa's name may have originated as the wise epithet of a sage, which later developed into its current form. On the 3rd tablet of the bilingual incantation series, Bitmeseri Incantations, 3 names, Adapa, Utuabzu, and Utuaba, are documented for the sage listed in position 7, who is claimed to have risen to heaven. Uana, who carries out heaven and earth's plans, Uaneduga, endowed with comprehensive understanding, Enmeduga, destined for good, Enmegalama, born in a house, Enmebuluga, raised in a pasture, Enlilda, the sorcerer of Eridu, Utuabzu, who descended to heaven. The first sage, Adapa, and the 7th king, Enmeduranki, held the 7th spot on the list and were said to have had direct contact with the gods, so they must have met at some point. Both Adapa and Enmeduranki resemble Enoch's form. According to legend, Adapa cursed the south wind after it capsized his boat while fishing in the Persian Gulf, shattering the wind's wing. He was called to heaven to explain what he had done, and he refused to accept the immortality pills that Anu had given him as his heavenly lord Ea had ordered. He ascended to heaven while still a human, and because of Ea's cunning, he returned to earth safely, attired in heavenly clothes and bathed in holy oil. They brought him food for life, which he refused to consume. They gave him the water of life, but he declined. They provided him with the attire. He placed it on. They provided oil for him. Finally, he offered himself a prayer. According to 2 Enoch 9:17-19, Enoch undergoes a similar metamorphosis in heaven, with the robes and oil serving as essential elements in his attainment of divinity. As Enoch approached the celestial throne, the Lord commanded Michael to strip Enoch of his worldly clothing, anoint him with excellent oil, and dress him in royal apparel. Michael then stripped me to my underpants and called me with the proper oil. And the oil was more magnificent than a blinding light, with the richness of sweet dew and the fragrance of myrrh-like rays of sunlight. I could not tell the difference when I glanced in the mirror. I resembled one great person. On rare occasions, we have used the story of Adapa to understand Genesis 1-2. Ancient Near Eastern mythology provides the philosophical foundation for the similarities. In contrast to the Genesis account, 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥, a person with knowledge of heavenly origin, does not partake in the Adapa myth's prohibited human meals. He is a model for humanity, particularly for Mesopotamia researchers. Following Adapa, all mythical and genuine sages got their wisdom directly from the gods. The gods' secrets they received served as their source of knowledge, since Mesopotamian diviners lacked intelligence. The mythical catalogue of texts and authors discovered in the Neo-Assyrian Library of Nineveh credits much priestly knowledge to the god Ea, K2248. This includes the Exorcist corpus, the liturgical series, the Heavenly Omen series Enuma Anu Enlil, physiognomic omens, omens from monstrous births, and the guidebook. The information in these documents was transmitted through his mouth. Although it is not explicitly stated that Ea composed or compiled these books, we acknowledge him as the source of these works. The Akkadian proverb, ā-pi-umn, from the oral tradition of the masters, alludes to their function as mediators between gods and humans in the oral history of academics. In the catalogue cited above, numerous sages follow Ea, including the first prehistoric sage, Uan-Adapa, awarded 2 instructional series that no longer exist. Except for a few notable exceptions, the names of the most ancient Apkallu should be emphasized. In formal documents describing the formation of each sage figure, the characters all begin with the cuneiform letter UD. In Akkadian, the symbol may represent day, storm, or when, mu-enma. The names of the Mu-Apkallu humanoid sculptures begin with UD or U4. Even the words of ancient sages were associated with the series headers. In the writings of these sages, the years before the good, as shown in Assyrian art of the first millennium, are described as days of unsurpassed splendor and prosperity. The second meaning of the symbol, anemia, is the literary beginning most often used for the title of a cuneiform series. Some names of antediluvian Apkallus depart from the order of presumed antiquity, in which the catalogue arranges the works of the cuneiform tradition. This marks the start of 3 distinct periods of literary production. The first writings are from Ea's lips. Intellectual men write the second before the flood, most notably Adapa, and different highly regarded scribes and academics compose the third and most important writings during the post-Diluvian era. In the ritual text that will be looked at later in this investigation, the sculptures of the Sefen Mu-Apkallus are called Day of Life, Day of Plenty, Day of Splendor, Beautiful Day, Fair-Faced Day, Righteous Day, and Day that Brings Life to the Dead. They represent death and destruction days like the day someone dies, also called Evil Day, Mu-Lemnu, DU4, and is the underworld god Era's representative. The UD symbol is also used in the names of some monsters and demons, such as Roaring Day and Big Day. Someone may alternatively interpret the UD symbol as a storm. According to the Utuku Lemnutu incantations, 4, these wicked spirits are like a terrible storm, Mu-Lemnu, a tempest led from heaven to earth. Sumerian incipits, parent titles, and other cuneiform sequences of scholarly encyclopedias in Mesopotamian antiquity scientific compendia were primarily concerned with omen books, the study of which was limited to court professionals. Nevertheless, a clear link was established between contemporary and ancient knowledge by displaying the names of ancient sages that reflected the titles of scientific treatises. For example, in a fragmented Neo-Assyrian document from Sultan Tepe, a fake letter from Adapa the sage to the first antediluvian ruler Alulu is revealed. The letter cites omens because Neo-Assyrian emperors demanded that their court professionals report any visual signals in the heavens and on the ground. In 1 Enoch 6:7, on the other hand, the names of the 20 critical watchers are often taken from astronomy, meteorology, and geography. Their titles also come from their fields of study. In every instance, the tags of the ancient experts show they were hypostases of knowledge and may be disguised corpora. As the colophons on the tablet showed, academic writing from Mesopotamia in the first millennium should have contained secret information that only experts could understand. The secrets of academics, Nisirti and secrets of antediluvian sages, Nisirti Apkal, included everything from exorcism, Iptu, to astrology, Tupatu. All ancient Mesopotamian scientific endeavors, both practical and theoretical, were concealed. One colophon portrays the story of scribal succession. Enlil Mubalit, an Apkallu of Nippur, left Urupak in the second year of Enlil Bani, king of Isin, with a collection of tried and true bandages and salves from before the good. A person who knows must not reveal information to someone who does not know, but someone who knows may share information with another. So it was shown that religious knowledge and skill came from Apkallu's wisdom. In Mesopotamia, skill was strongly linked to the practical knowledge, so wisdom refers to the technical and artisan crafts. Inscriptions from the first millennium BCE show royal artisans, Umnu, or people who know the secret, the carpenter Ninildu, the lapidary Ninzadim, the metalworker Ninagal, the stonecutter Ninkura, and the goldsmith Kusigbanda were the patron deities of smiths, avatars of the god Ea linked with ancient Apkallus. I attributed old sages to renovating royal structures for which all trades were engaged. Neo-Babylonian ritual text from Babylon cites the prayer when Anu built heaven, Anemia Anu ibnu Ame, which says directly that Ea created these artists at the beginning of time. They saw disclosing these prohibited secrets as a sin since it promoted violence and immorality. Asael teaches humankind how to build things. Asael teaches humanity to make iron swords, weapons, shields, breastplates, and other war equipment. According to Nebuchadnezzar II's inscription, he taught them how to deal with earthly metals, how to form gold properly, and the techniques of Ninildu and Kusigbanda. The holy barge of Nabu, Ma'ida Hedu, was examined and repaired. He decked the Musukanu canopy, the eternal wood that surpasses lordly grandeur, with 12.5 talents of red gold and the skills of Ninildu and Kusigbanda. I made it as beautiful and luminous as the sun. The prayer also appears in other biblical manuscripts. When Anu created heaven and Nudimud, Ea, created Apsu, his dwelling, Ea stole clay from Apsu and created the brick god for the renovation of the temples. He made the reed thicket and forest for the making of your shape. He created mountains and seas for whatever, and he created Gukinbanda. Silver is used to make bracelets and other female jewelry. In addition, he showed how to use antimony, eye makeup, and a range of pricey stones and colors. Legend states that Asael's sermons caused the entire planet to become barren. Throughout the Book of Watchers, the Watchers impart heavenly wisdom to humanity. In the Book of Watchers, They discovered an exhaustive list of disclosed secrets, and 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥 taught them how to cast spells and remove roots. Hermione taught sorcery to preserve magic, seizures, and skills. Burrell sent lightning indicators to Garshes. 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥 covered astrological signs in class. Artikov led the movements of the earth. Shamsiel exhibited the sun's signals. Sariel offered instructions on lunar signs, and they all started sharing secrets with their spouses and children. Finally, the whale ascended to heaven as humankind perished. From the viewpoint of Mesopotamian priests and scholars, almost everything on this list of prohibited transactions seems familiar. Babylonian medicine, Asutu, is required to cast spells and cut roots. Hermione instructs in exorcism-related Iptu craftsmanship. The subject of Barakel's knowledge is the signs of Adad, which are the meteorological omens found on tablets 37 to 49 of the Enuma Anu Enlil series. His moniker, God's Light, refers to these teachings. Shamsiel and Sariel, two angels with unique names, instruct humanity on the signs of sin and signs of Shamash. In the Book of Watchers, the first two substantial volumes of this celestial omen series, 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥's teaching on signs of the stars must be based on the planetary omens discussed in tablets 50 to 70 of Enuma Anu Enlil. The terrestrial omen series Umalu is more likely to be associated with the signs of the earth, as the angel Artikov instructed, than geomancy. This is the meaning of the name Artikov. Teaching such holy abilities to children and women would be disrespectful. In the Aramaic translation of the Book of Watchers, the Watchers teach sorcery and charms, with the second word being pti. In Daniel's work, the Akkadian translation of the technical term input is often pti. The 7 sages of Eridu are thought to have practiced sorcery in the Mesopotamian anti-witchcraft collection. In ancient Mesopotamia, they also practiced heinous debasement. According to the scant evidence available, a cuneiform scholar may have opted to endure a horrific royal retribution. The necessity of the colophons of tablets not to reveal their contents to the uninitiated shows the Mesopotamian scholars' genuine concern for security. Those observers who would reveal heavenly secrets to earthly women for sexual favors must be viewed as a humorous irony and a symptom of the aggressive attitude that Jewish philosophers developed towards their Mesopotamian counterparts. The accompanying catalogue, viewed as a pars pro toto of all significant Mesopotamian sciences, adequately represents many crucial antediluvian Babylonian topics. If the list had a separate genesis, it would be instructive to observe that it includes 7 names under the 7 prehistoric sages. The entire catalogue of angels' names in 1 Enoch 6:7 shows that the chiefs are high angels responsible for the orderly functioning of heavenly and earthly phenomena. In heaven, not Uriel, but the angels responsible for the sun, moon, stars, shooting stars, thunder, and lightning, and on earth, the angels in charge of the sea and mountains. This is comparable to the Mesopotamian 𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐿𝑢s, who ensures the proper operation of Jewish tradition, but has differing views regarding watchers. In other accounts, we describe their objectives and treat them more favorably. According to the Book of Jubilees, God initially dispatched the Watchers to earth to instruct humanity in moral behavior and proper ritual. According to certain religions, God sent the Watchers to guide and protect society. See positively. The Neo-Babylonian tablet YOS 19-110, for example, describes a case in which Abel Etir, most likely a scholar, revealed the contents of canonical books to members of a social class who are not permitted to know such information. If a temple-enslaved person entered Bel Etiers again and forced him to recite the tablet's passages, the king, according to the tablet, would punish him. In the Neo-Assyrian letter SAA 1665, an unidentified authority expresses concern that a royal jeweler has illegally disclosed academic information to an unsuitable man. Given the shattered tablet, we must know the measures against the goldsmith. In Sibylline Oracles 1:87-103, the Watchers, the second-generation culture-bearers, are described as humans. It depicted them as educated and aristocratic, and others praised their innovations. To meet their needs, they gained diverse skills and fashioned objects. For example, one learned to use plows to cultivate the land, another studied carpentry, and another was interested in sailing, astronomy, bird divination, medicine, and magic. Different individuals constructed the thing that captured their attention. In Mesopotamian legend, Apkallu was a teacher from ancient times. Some Jewish stories on the Watchers include Babylonian myth remnants and fragments of folklore that trace the story's genesis. One of the rarest versions of the Jewish medieval Midrash of Shemhazai and Azael is regarded as belonging to the now-lost Midrash Abkir. In this account of the fall of the angels, a human girl called Ishtahar maintains her virginity by heeding the angels' prohibitive advice. Like Estera from a Bodleian Library text, Ishtahar is derived from the Mesopotamian goddess Ishtar. The story's description of her climb and fall resembles the fabled ascent and fall of the goddess. What is Azazel? They instructed his pupils to confer with Rabbi Joseph. The Holy One, may he be honored, was troubled when the progeny of the deluge grew up and worshipped idols, he added. Shemhazai and Azael, two angels, sprang to their feet. They begged the creator of the universe to let people coexist with animals, and the creator pledged to watch over them as they sanctified his name. He promised to drop to their level and dwell among them. They immediately became corrupt by surrounding themselves with the lustful daughters of handsome men. Istahar was the name of a solitary girl that Shemhazai spotted instantly. As his eyes met hers, he said, "Give in to my want." She said, "I'll only let you do that if you teach me the Shem HaMeforash, which allows you to ascend to heaven while saying it." She arrived in heaven without blurring when he commanded her to utter that name. Blessed is he, the Holy One, who said, "Mark her with an X amid the 7 stars, so she will be remembered forever." Other Mesopotamian relationships are mentioned in different versions of the celestial ancestor myth. The Aramaic fragment 4Q530 from the Book of Giants of Qumran shows the Watchers arrived on Earth with a good purpose. According to Jubilees, the enticing beauty of mortal women corrupts and leads the Watchers astray after their entrance and presence among humans. There is an out-of-context reference to gardeners, ginyin, caring for and safeguarding the trees, but it likely refers to the Watchers before their defection. This reference to gardeners contradicts a biblical passage in which God sends angels and 4.15 other species to the land to instruct humanity and to behave justly on the ground. The fragment from Qumran, "The gardeners were watering," may relate to the Watchers' prominent teaching role. The poem also mentions great branches spreading from the tree's roots, alluding to the giants' work. The garden's destruction by water and floods heralds the deluge. From a comparative perspective, comparing the Watchers to gardeners and their educational goals makes perfect sense. The Watchers' watering of trees in the Book of Giants has several iconographic predecessors on Assyrian palace reliefs, as sages wield buckets of holy water, bandudu, and shower the tree or king with perverse water in a cone, mulilu. On Neo-Assyrian palace reliefs and seals, the legendary 𝐿 is often represented with the Tree of Life, as eagle-headed winged beasts or as shaggy-clad men. The sacred Assyrian tree symbolized the heavenly order of the universe and the earthly administrator, the king. By pouring holy water into the tree, the sages transmitted their purity, kept cosmic equilibrium, and ensured the proper operation of the systems of heaven and earth. Even more so because Jewish literature often shows a connection between water and Torah, Reeves 1992-96. In Mesopotamian writings, Apsu's water was also associated with knowledge. On the Neo-Assyrian palace reliefs, the picture of a sacred tree could also be seen as court scholars at work. The phrase "to keep the king's watch," Masat in Ari Nature, which frequently appears in letters to the monarch, captures the essence of the role of Neo-Assyrian court scholars. The meaning of the word was to monitor it, the seed from before the flood and the misconduct of the watchers. In these writings, angels have the same responsibility for guarding the heavenly monarch as the Neo-Assyrian philosophers who study the monarch. The king's protective watching is evocative of a prophecy from 1 Esdras 14:23, which states that the holy angels in heaven never leave the great glory or the heavenly king. The watchers refer to these celestial angels by the same Aramaic name. A Jewish source, the Temple Scroll from Qumran, 11 QT 62 1-11, uses the wording to describe the angels working as the king's bodyguard. They will not leave him alone, and they will be with him continuously day and night. They will keep him from sinning. We used the idea that ancient Mesopotamian royal and other power goals were intentionally related to the first epochs. From Sennacherib to Ashurbanipal, the Assyrian emperors compared their families to those of the sage Adapa. These Assyrian rulers were equivalent to Adapa regarding knowledge, intelligence, and deeds. They also identified Adapa as Ashurbanipal's physical ancestor, who boasted of his mastery of complex literature such as antediluvian inscriptions, and his military prowess and hunting skills. The Neo-Assyrians were known for their complex literature, including antediluvian inscriptions, as well as their military prowess and hunting abilities. Neo-Assyrian ideas were uncommon in Mesopotamia. In one of his inscriptions, the earlier Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar I referred to his prehistoric ancestors and named Enmethi, time of the gods, as his ancestor. Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, distant scion of kingship, seed preserved from before the time for Mesopotamia, and hunting skills were necessary for Mesopotamia but uncommon in Mesopotamia. In one of his inscriptions, the earlier Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar referred to his prehistoric ancestors and named Enmeduranki as his ancestor. Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, distant scion of kingship, seed preserved from before the flood, offspring of Enmeduranki, king of Sipar, who set up the pure bowl and held the cedar wood rod. For Mesopotamian emperors and intellectuals, claims of bodily ancestry and equality with primitive individuals were necessary. You may show how Jewish thought has distorted this worldview. Being a seed preserved from before the deluge, according to the worldview of 1 Enoch, would imply descent from the Watchers. According to the Babylonian Talmud, Og and Sihon were the mythical Amorite rulers who opposed the Israelites. Many Canaanites named Rephaim in Deuteronomy 2:11 are referred to as Nephilim, sons of Anak, in Numbers 13:33. According to Numbers 21:14, the battles against Og and Sihon were so terrible that they were recorded in a forgotten Book of Yahweh's Wars. Sihon and Og were the offspring of Aya, a son of Shemhazai, according to Niddah 61. The chief of the Watchers was Shemhazai, and Aya is most likely an abbreviation for Ohu, the name of a book of giants mentioned giant. Og of Bashan was a 9-cubit tall giant from the prehistoric era. Jewish authors backed Mesopotamian views of the monarch as a seed preserved from before the flood by identifying some historical antagonists as descendants of Watchers. Sexual offenses ascribed to Watchers are another example of this mental shift. The royal Talmudic and Midrashic traditions focus on human and divine sexual relationships. The stories of the Og of Bashan and the Ogyges of Boeotia are connected, suggesting a common ancestor. Og survived the flood by perching atop Noah's Ark. Both were notable kingdom rulers who survived. Joshua 12:4 mentions Og of Bashan as the last of the Rephaim. Ogyges are often associated with giants and are called the Titans' rulers. Rephaim was likened to Goliath, 6 cubits and 1 span tall, 1 Samuel 17:4. Titanes and Merupes are derived from the Semitic roots Ditin and Apim and their derivatives. Among the cultural customs of Mesopotamia was the holy marriage ritual. However, in 1 Enoch, the blurring of heavenly and human distinctions is evil and a source of the irreversible deterioration of the realm of humankind. In ancient Mesopotamian literature, prominent figures often engaged in sexual impropriety. The protagonist of an old Babylonian adaptation of the Epic of Gilgamesh oppresses Uruk's young men and women, laying the groundwork for the sexual depravity of the Watchers. Regarding Gilgamesh's sexual harassment, the surviving sentence in the standard version is rather vague. The goddesses hear Uruk's daughters and husbands lamenting Gilgamesh's misdeeds. In the Book of Watchers, the terrestrial world beseeches God for help. Then the earth brought the indictment against the errant ones. Except for Gilgamesh and Enkidu, Mesopotamian literature has limited evidence of early human sexual behavior. In the Jewish Book of Giants, Gilgamesh, the protagonist of the Gilgamesh epic, is depicted as a giant. They unearth the most recent evidence from Ugarit, where the standard Babylonian epic describes Gilgamesh's height as 11 cubits because of his immense size. With this knowledge, Enkidu develops into a formidable behemoth on par with Gilgamesh. It is also important to note that Enkidu's professional career started with substantial sexual interaction with mortal women. Their desire to mate with human women prompts the first meeting between two superhuman figures in the Gilgamesh epic. Most likely, Mesopotamian literature, which dehumanizes the characters, depicts the Watcher's sexual misdeeds. 11 cubits were his height, 4 cubits were the breadth of his breast, a triple cubit was his foot, half a rod was his leg, 6 cubits was the length of his stride, and X cubits were the whiskers on his cheeks, according to the literature documenting Gilgamesh's physical attributes. The mythos of the Watchers is intended to discourage sexual immorality. They do not feel that spectators are guilty of the sexual atrocities of humankind. Their sexuality had no etiological significance and only degraded them. The Watchers' blood drinking in 1 Esdras 7:5 would be considered the height of abomination and a violation of all life on earth by a Jew. There may be further options. The Apkalus are depicted as demons in Mesopotamian mythology. In Mesopotamian literature, Apkalus is often portrayed as evil for offending the gods with their arrogance or engaging in witchcraft. In the Adapa story, for instance, the sage used a spell or curse to break the south wind's wing. There were few documented tales of the sage's horrible behavior. They were entirely oral. These few cases illustrate the importance of the story. According to the translation of the last portion of the text, the post-diluvian sages were accused of committing several horrific crimes. Nungal Pirigaldim, King Enmerkar's wise advisor, Pirigal Nungal, a native of Kish who angered the god Ishkur/Ardard in heaven and stopped it from raining or growing in the kingdom for 3 years, and Pirigal Abzu caused the goddess Inin Ishtar to come down from heaven into the shrine. As a result, rain and growth were denied to the kingdom for 3 years. Many verbs illustrate the giants' uncontrolled avarice as they pursue their interests. Identifying a religious historical connection to this issue is essential. In the Ugaritic tale, The Birth of the Gracious Gods, El had sexual contact with 2 maidens who became his wives, KTU 1:23. El has 2 sons, the gods Dawn and Dusk, who are renowned for their immense size and ravenous appetite. Anshekura was the name of Adapa in the Old Sumerian and Akkadian logographic alphabets for the word horse. Von Thurn recommends, considering the Adapa tale, that Anshekura be translated as the Sumerian word An-e-Kura, which in this context means he who entered heaven. Since Babylonian demons also took on the form of a horse, the statement is intentionally vague. In Mesopotamian symbolism, the evil Anzu took the form of a horse. Examine Ea's evil ones in Utuku Lemnutu 5:156 and 176. Fourth, Lunana, who was 2/3 of a sage and drove a dragon out of King Shulgi's Inin Ishtar temple E Ninkiagnuna. As a result, Enki/Ea, the Lord, gave all of his wisdom to 4 sages descended from humans. Born in Adab/Utab, he angered Enki/Ea by suspending his seal in the salty sea. 2 of the 4 post-diluvian sages gave sacrifices to the gods according to the Bible. Pirigal Nungal offended the storm god, causing 3 years of drought on earth. They sent a catastrophe to degrade humankind, analogous to the second epidemic in Atrahasis' epic. The duration of the famine is lost in the Old Babylonian text. Under late Assyrian custom, the drought lasted 7 years. Pirigal Abzu, another scholar, angered the god of wisdom by affixing his seal to a carp goat or goat fish, the monster associated with Ea/Enki, known in Akkadian as Suhumu. This summary is based on an existing piece of Mesopotamian literature. The topos of the cylinder seal used to murder a historical person is one of the Old Babylonian historical omens. Rimush and Shakalishari, the 2 emperors of the Akkad dynasty, were predicted to be murdered by their servants using cylinder seals. These historical omens are virtually worthless as historical sources. We refute the myth that cylinder seals killed a historical figure. They have a collection of myths and legends about historical figures. The Apkalus appear twice in the anti-witchcraft series, Maklu, as witches who are the subject of chants. Maklu, which translates to burning configuration, is a magical set comprising 8 chanting tablets and 1 ritual tablet. Its typical form developed throughout the first millennium. The Maklu has approximately 100 chants against witches and witchcraft. The series aimed to punish and render ineffective those guilty of evil, as well as combat and eradicate evil magic and its effects. Therefore, it is a vital resource for comprehending the Jewish Watcher's tale. In the story, the re-god Gira frequently burns witches and purifies witchcraft victims, suggesting the purifying and destroying elements indicated by the series title, Burning. The battle against the witch is depicted in the first section of the Maklu as a court proceeding, with the witch being judged, executed, and exiled. The incantations of the Maklu used fire and water to slay the witch. This ritual manifestation may be found in the beginning portion of the book, when representations of the witch and accompanying things are spread out and burned in a brazier after the customary preliminaries. Burning pictures and submerging them in water are effective methods of killing a witch and stopping her life force and sour appetite. Besides burning fumigants and severing links to remove witchcraft, fumigants are burned. After the contents of the brazier have been stirred, water is poured over the smouldering remnants. The estate is being safeguarded while the remains are being disposed of. Consequently, the witch escaped the populous region and transformed into a gust of smoke or wind that swept over the steppe. The witch of Moklu has a demonic mentality. She is the ghost of deceased witches. Therefore, she cannot be eradicated. She must be sent to the steppe, where she will transform into a shapeless wind. The witch must be expelled from the recognized community. Moklu wants to imprison the witch so she cannot harm the victim. Since the witch series and Urp, which means fire, are mentioned next to one another in the exorcist's repertoire, I compared them. In contrast, the Urp chants do not reference witches, and reused refers to the creative process. Shemhazai, according to the Midrash of Shemhazai and Azael, executes the penance of hanging upside down between heaven and earth after learning of the impending judgment of the deluge. According to the Islamic legend, this is God's vengeance on the magicians Horut and Morut. In Arab interpretations, they are known as the Watchers and are always associated with Babylon, as described in Surah 296. They underline the utter helplessness of fallen angels in Jewish and Islamic writings. According to Al-Qazwini, the angels were chained and imprisoned in a pit in Babylon, awaiting their ultimate revenge at the end of the era. While stuck in limbo, they may transmit magic to anyone interested in the skill. Fire and water will humble you, since many of the series titles have deep undertones. Gira, the re-god, who serves as the sun god Shamash's powerful arm and source of lethal heat, is essential to the enchantments. Almost every chant in the series focuses on the burning of witches in various permutations and expansions. The rejected name for the river that eliminates witches is River. Gira, the god of justice, sets fire to the witches, and the river drowns their representations much as it did in real-world trials. In Moklu 3, 61-76, when the Apkallus appear as witches, we describe the sun deity as radiant, Namru. I am sacred radiance, and the river is clean. The Apsu sages serve as my sorcerers. My witches are the celestial daughters of Anu. They continue to bewitch me, Epuni, but cannot overcome my body. They continue to charm me, but they cannot capture me. I hypnotize them and beat them. My mountain, like the river, has gotten purer, and my judgment has become brighter, like the radiance. May river and radiance want to overthrow my witch and warlock. May the proof of their witchcraft land on their faces and heads. Their cheeks should become bituminous black, and his case should be bowed, but I trust my case will turn out nicely. May they fade, disintegrate, and disappear forever. I've become as clean as my mountain's river. In a Babylonian ritual book that shows how a sick man gets better, gypsum and bitumen are put on the front door to represent the god Ninurta and the evil Asaku, whom Ninurta defeated. According to the ritual tablet, this spell was accompanied by a bitumen picture of the witch, 946, which created a magical link between the de-iced river and the essence of the purine. In Babylonian esoteric literature, bitumen is connected with the lost river. It was believed that the wrong color of bitumen helped people in this setting see the sages of Apsu as witches. According to Shwema, the objects of the phrase, "they bewitch me," are neither the sages nor the daughters of Anu, but the witches are represented impersonally in this line. The new research may validate Abush's idea that sages perform the role of witches in this circumstance, but this isn't easy to show. Sulfur, kibrutu, and atiu plant compounds substitute for toxic substances and water. Incantation: I am sulfur in its purest form and holy atiu. My witches are the celestial daughters of Anu, whereas my warlocks are Apsu sages. They could not defeat me while I was enchanted, but I could when I bewitched them. The speaker mentions standard components used in amulets and other protective rituals. Again, there is a linguistic connection between the sulfur substance, kibrutu, and the Denai River, since the latter was often believed to be created pseudo-etymologically from the two phrases kibur did, riverbank. The Bet Messeri book similarly connects the atiu plant with sage purines, instructing ritualists to sprinkle the plant material before the pictures of the sages. Therefore, every feature of these Maklu passages supports the assumption that the Apkallus they include depict demon witches. Other times, the 7 sages of Eridu are dispatched to Maklu to plot evil for the witches and resist their witchcraft. In Maklu 8, 40-43, the sages and Ea defeat a witch by making her sick in ways more likely to work against her. In another text, Maklu 7:46, the sages expel evil spirits from the sufferer's body. According to B.T., many mentions of she-like sages in Mesopotamian writings lead us to infer that they were created and lived in the Alps. For example, in Messeri III's Brilliant Carps, the 7 sages were marine fish formed in a river, Purd. The Lugol-e River was often mentioned in the legend. Similar instructions for the sage portraits can be found in Bet Messeri 3:8, which specifies that 7 images of carp sages painted with gypsum and black paste shall be drawn on the side wall of the bedroom. Used in Mesopotamian rituals to get rid of evil from a person who was a witch or who had a lot of bad luck, prayers said during Namburbi ceremonies to counteract the effects of bad omens mention the cleansing river, whose depths are said to be in Apsu. Frequently mistaken in Mesopotamian literature are the underworld and the realm of Apsu. The evidence suggests that the cause was a plain error or the sporadic belief that Apsu was a netherworld home to evil spirits. Because demons and underworld deities are often mentioned in literary texts, the second alternative seems more likely. 3. The River of the Underworld. In Mesopotamian writings, the river of the underworld, Hubur, and the river of Ea/Enki, Apsu, which are connected to the same river, are sometimes mixed or confused. The Gilgamesh epic has a boatman named Ur-Anabi who often traveled on the waters of death. His name is usually translated as Man of the God Ea, because many bodies of water are also synonymous with death and the underworld. In the classic Shamash song, the sun god gives judgment at the underworld Hubur river after falling into the Apsu. According to specific descriptions of Shamash, the sun god made choices in the afterlife. Apsu and Hubur's confusion shows that the rivers surrounding the planet continuously threaten the universe and decide the limits of human existence. Various Mesopotamian birth incantations depict a birth boat that transports the infant over the waters. Consequently, the streams of life and death were not always distinct, occasionally occupying the same exact location on an idealized world map. The Hubur River is at the entrance to the underworld. In contrast, the primordial sea Tiamat is described as Mother Hubur, she who generates all things, in the creation epic Betikat Kama. The demon army of Tiamat developed because of her riverine form. See, for instance, a reference to the bad ones of Ea who live in Apsu, where the repercussions of witchcraft are seen similarly to ominous portents. The opening line of the Purifying River's prayer in Numburbi rites also refers to the feminine river as the creatress of all things, the Nut Kala. The prayers then describe the cosmic beginnings of the river. According to one account, Ea, king of the Apsu, built his home inside you, and when the great gods excavated your bed, they placed prosperity along its banks. Similar Mesopotamian cosmic conceptions are seen in the creation epic when Ea establishes his chamber of rest after slaughtering Apsu. Born in Apsu's creation epic at I-8046 is Marduk, the sage of the gods, Apkal-il. Because evil beings were also believed to have their origins in the depths of the Holy River, the fact that Apkalus are born and typically live in Apsu does not prove that they are entirely sound. In the Mesopotamian legend of the deity Tishbak slaying the dragon Labu, the monster is called the Children of the River, Rihut Nri. This river also had an epithet and a flood aspect, Abu, which will be discussed later in this inquiry, where witches and carriers of bad omens were thrown for cleaning. Consequently, water sources like the ocean, rivers, and Apsu can produce and harbor large and small progeny. In Bitmisseri spells, the sage Adapa was also called born in the sea or born in the Apsu, which shows that sea and river were the same thing, Utuaba. As described in the Sumerian hymn to Nungal-A, when the time comes, the jail is set up as for a public festival. The gods are there at the site of questioning, at the divine river tribulation, to separate the righteous from the wicked. A righteous man is reborn. Being born in a river may also be a poetic term for being proven innocent through the torture of the river. In the Adapa myth, when the south wind blows and makes his boat capsize, it could be seen as a metaphor for a water test the sage passed. The monster resulted from water according to the same legend. According to legend, this monster and others originated in the sea and the river. In the Sumerian temple hymns, a worthy man's birth, Zid Du Uto, through the river experience is also mentioned. In Jewish and Mesopotamian traditions, demonology. To grasp the malevolent nature of the Watchers requires an understanding of Mesopotamian demonology. In Mesopotamian rituals and magical acts, Apkalus are often considered guardian spirits. The mythical sages are shown as separate composite beings in art and culture. The ceremonial literature includes references to 3 groups of 7 sages. 1 of the hybrid fish humans, 1 of the hybrid bird humans, 1 of the humanoid-like creatures. Several giants in the Jewish Book of Giants are various sorts of birdmen. In the Qumran fragment 4Q530 verse 4, Mahaweh has wings and travels across the sky. Given that the Persian version alludes to a task being performed in their nest, Ohia and Haya may also have been birdmen. It has been proposed that Azazel from the Book of Giants has human and goat characteristics. The null ending I in names such as Gilgimi, Gilgamesh, and Hub, Humbaba, may be a play on the Hebrew letter man to symbolize the somewhat human nature of these characters. In addition, several Manichaean book fragments refer to the giants as demons, using the Middle Persian and Sogdian languages, Diwan and Diwit, respectively. In Mesopotamian mythology, Humbaba is a malevolent creature who rules over other demons. He oversees Lebanon's cedar forest. His home in the Cedar Mountains is another Watcher stronghold. According to 1 Enoch 13:9, the repentant Watchers and their descendants gathered in 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥, a location between Lebanon and Syria. Abilene is probably known as 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥, whereas Hermon is Syria. The identification of Cedar Mountain as Hermon and Lebanon in an Old Babylonian section of the Gilgamesh epic is a peculiar identity coincidence. The iconographic style was developed under the Kassite dynasty, while the earliest sages originated in Mesopotamia in the 3rd millennium BC. The other two categories are known as sages, and Assyrian iconography appropriated them from a foreign source. All three types of sages in magic handle cleansing and exorcism. These verses identify Enoch as an apostle. The link between the Watcher's sons and a cedar forest is also seen in the Damascus document CD 219 from Qumran, where they are as tall as cedar trees, 3,000 or 300 cubits, and have mountainous bodies. In addition, there is ancient Mesopotamian ritual literature about home protection. For example, medicines can be portrayed as an army of demonic invaders for contagious diseases. Literature recounts the prophylactic 𝐴𝐵𝐺alus and wooden or clay monster sculptures placed at the entrances and corners of the dwelling. Among the sculptures that the scriptures instruct us to create are the 𝐴𝐵𝐺alu figures. They function as apotropaic guards against protruding evil and are buried in strategic locations around the home as protective deposits. To increase the magical protection of Neo-Assyrian palaces, the same protecting spirit groups were depicted in relief on the walls and occasionally as freestanding sculptures composed of precious metals and stones. In Wigerman's book, the main Akkadian text translated into English describes the ritual necessary to prevent the adversary from entering someone's home. Pi lemuti ina but amli pasu. On the first day of the ceremony, 7 prophylactic 𝐵𝐺alu statues are carved from Cornell Eru wood. 6 different groups of figures are constructed and adorned on the second day. 7 of Sebetu, 4 of Lugalgira, 7 of the armed ones, Tikak, 1 cubit, An it Amatu Inu, and 4 of 52. This text revised form is Sari a u lab mam. According to Deuteronomy 3:8-9, King Og of Bashan, a giant and one of the Rephaim, possessed Mount Hermon. Daniel is also called Man of Rapi-U and Mount Henmi, Hanamite man. Daniel is also the name of the 7th leader of the fallen angels, who, according to 1 Enoch 6:7, landed on Mount Hermon with others. By associating the Canaanite word Henmi with the Hebrew term Bon, the Hebrew Bible may have transformed Henmi into Hermon. His status as the 7th highest angel places him with Enmeduranki and Enoch. In Job 4:20, Enoch marries Daniel's daughter. The Book of Watchers tries to raise the Phoenician intelligent man to the level of the evil angels. Daniel may be the protagonist in the Phoenician history of the good. In the Book of Daniel, he is shown as a learned scholar in the court of the Babylonian king. This occupation is intimately connected to the 𝐴𝐵𝐺alu tradition. Some of these animals have deep links to the underworld, making them capable of both good and evil, even demonic. Meslamtea, often known as the creatures of heaven, and a statue of Neruda are examples. The anti-witchcraft book Maqlu 6, lines 148 to 149, says that Lugalgira and Meslamtea are guard gods of the underworld who rip out the heart and wring the kidneys. They are also signs of illness. In the Era epic, the well-known Sebetu clan, pictured above as kind people, is portrayed as very evil. On the 3rd day, many clay monster sculptures are built. Initially, the 7 birds, a phallus, and the fish, a phallus, are mentioned. Among the Babylonian demons described are the hairy ones, Lamu, giant weather beasts, Ugalu, angry lions, Uridimu, human-headed bison, Kusariku, scorpion men, Gitablulu, fishmen, Kulu, and carp goats, Suhum. These guardian demons and angels exist to ward against harmful spirits. On the 4th and 5th days of the ceremony, these sculptures are sanctified, cleansed, and afterwards buried in their designated locations inside the home. Remember, while drawing conclusions from the renowned book, these remarkable creatures have the same duties as Apkals. In their iconography, the rectangular clay plaques of the Asur Foundation figures of the she-cloaked human Apkallu type most prominently display 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥 characteristics in the shape of a double-stranded beard. The 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥 traits were meant to bring out the Apkallu's ancient nature, making them powerful magical defenders. Several Ur figures from the 7th century BCE were uncovered during the excavations. The 7 were unmatched warriors. Their divine nature is unique. Their origins are dark and terrifying, and anyone who sees them is paralyzed with terror. Era 1, 23-27. In the Era epic, the Enochic giants are compared to the destructive 7 with the proclamation, "Their breath is death. Humanity is afraid to approach it." The associated text of Ka 298 contains passages from this and other publications. Apkallus is on the roster of friendly spirits with devils. The archaeological setting of these sediments contains various archaized elements. The notion that the boxes were formed of plano-convex bricks precisely picked to lend an air of antiquated sanctity to the magical deposits and gathered from different portions of the mound was rather intriguing. Instead of stacked against the doors, the figurines were lined up against the walls, with each box's open side facing the center of the room. The figurine groupings served as home guards. At Kish, where one of these sculptures was found buried under a plano-convex pavement made of archaistic bricks rather than archaic bricks, the Ur technique has a fascinating later parallel. The 10 sculptures discovered at Ur included 3 Kala figures: the winged, appalled with bird heads and human bodies, the warriors, and the fishermen. As we've already discussed, the 11 scary creatures that the warrior god Ninurta killed are the subject of several social sculptures made during the event. Some of these monstrosities are among the evil creatures of Tiamat that Marduk faces in the Babylonian creation epic. In the ritual texts, the Mesopotamian warrior god's evil enemies are defeated and turned into good spirits. On the level of ritual and magic, there is no difference between original powers, demons, and monsters, since all figurines are linked to all daily tasks. Their evil past allows them to guard homes and castles more successfully. There are many more instances in literature when sages are represented favorably than negatively. After victorious combat, the monsters transform into friendly people, and their statues are placed at the entrances of palaces and temples as guardians. An etiological explanation is provided when Marduk accomplishes the following in creation epic 5, 73-76. And her 11 creatures, whom Tiamat fashioned as the bears, whose weapons he broke, tying them to his feet, and then forming them into images and stationing them in front of Apsu's gate, saying, "Let them not be forgotten. Let this be a sign." During the Assyrian celebrations, the king's accomplishments were praised, and the defeated empire's key city gates' rebellious leadership was shown to the world. The lions, human-headed flying bulls, Lamassu, and other fantastic or real monsters that guarded Mesopotamian gates and gateways were likely seen as the warrior gods' former rivals. We should refrain from classifying Mesopotamian spirits as either excellent or malevolent. The 7 gods alternate between being on the side of good and evil. In other cases, a spirit's current behavior, rather than its inherent characteristics, formed the basis for determining whether it was benevolent or malevolent. Despite his alleged animosity, Pazuzu threatens Lamashtu and is often regarded as part of the Assyrian apotropaic series. However, even the learned and kind Babylonian sages may have had a shady side. Many demons had intimate relationships with various gods who oversaw and repressed their misbehavior. The genesis of the philosophers was comparable to that of the monsters that served the god Ea. Lamu, Hairy One, Kulu, Fishman, and Suhumu, Goat-Fish, were most likely Eas. Perhaps the solar deity Shamash once held the Kusariku and Gitablulu, Scorpion Man and Crazy Lion. Some of these creatures have been shown in groups as early as the Middle Babylonian period, such as Tiamat's army in the Creation Epic and Marduk's suite. According to the Era Epic, the flood story, the Great Flood, is presented differently in the Era Epic than in other ancient Mesopotamian literature. In this book, the mythology that belongs to Enlil and is most thoroughly explored in the account of Atra-As is attributed to Marduk as the source of the flood. In contrast to Atra-As, the Era Epic depicts Marduk as the governing deity, with Era, not Enlil, contesting his authority. According to the Era Epic, the Construction Epic is the introductory text explaining Marduk's establishment of the world order. In actuality, I was angry in the distant past. By leaving my home, I was the one who started the rain. As soon as I left my residence, the laws of heaven and earth dissolved. Because of the shaking, the positions of the celestial planets were altered, and I did not adjust them. Because of the underground vibrations, the yield of the furrow decreased, and it became more challenging to use. Because of the disintegration of heaven and earth, subsurface water dropped, and surface water retreated. When I searched again, it took more work to locate Marduk, who had constructed a new dwelling for himself after the flood while humankind tried to survive. However, the flood destroyed his expensive clothes, Ukutu. Gira donned his crown of kingship and returned to his temple after Marduk ordered him to polish his features and launder his clothing. In I 147-148, Marduk recalls his actions during the flood. I sent artisans to Apsu and forbade them to ascend. I moved the Masu tree and the Elmeu stone without my knowledge. During the flood, Marduk destroyed the sages just as God punished the watchers with the flood. It is speculative to suppose that the philosophers were moved to Apsu because they disobeyed Marduk's vague commands. Another thing that the Era Epic and Jewish mythology have in common is their talk about the flood and what happened after it. In fragment 4Q530 of the Qumran, the Watchers are called gardeners. There is also mention of poisoned water and immediately eliminating any flourishing plants under the watch of the Watchers. In this symbolic dream, the gardeners converse with Watchers and trees as giants. According to 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥 107, I altered the place where the mistress-bearing Elmeu grew and did not show anybody the stones. According to the article, the sages were delivered for good to the Apsu during the flood, and may have been denied access to the mess tree, the flesh of the gods, which provided them with the unique material to create divine and kingly statues, as well as knowledge, skill, and longevity, but was hidden from them and all future mortals forever when Marduk cast it into the deep. The fire consumed all the water. Re, too, perished in the flood according to the Babylonian Gilgamesh epic, 11:104-105. The Watchers' original job was to pass on culture, but they turned evil, which led to the water and fire flood destroying them. He recounts a garden and a 3-branch tree that escaped the catastrophe. He is almost certainly a literary witness to the same or several dreams. 6𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥. The artwork depicts the survival of Noah and his 3 children. The 2 passages of Qumran characterize the event as a warning dream for the giants. The ancient Midrash of Shemhazai and Azael describes a linked dream complex. He and Ahe, Emhazai's sons, both had nightmares in which they saw things one night. First, one individual saw a massive stone with lines of writing. Then one could see an angel emerging from the artwork while carrying a knife and erasing all the lines except one with 4 words. The other son saw a well-designed garden with several trees and lovely stones. Then an angel, whom he saw, appeared from the sky with an axe and chopped down all the trees, leaving just one with 3 branches. The garden in the second dream, with trees and beautiful stones, is comparable to the park in the Gilgamesh epic, 9:173–90, where the trees are covered with jewels and precious stones after the hero's journey. The meanings of these Qumran artifacts and medieval midrash are deeply rooted in the mythology of the ancient Near East. In the Mesopotamian spells of Utukku Lemnutu, some demons are compared to the terrible flood. In 4:17 and 4, monsters born from the seed of the sky god Anu scorch the land like daylight and weaken or uproot the enormous mist trees in the forest. In the Era epic, Marduk says he changed the arrangement of Musu tree and Ilmeu stone during the flood to send the sages to Apsu, I 147–148. In I 150–62, Marduk talks to Era about the time after the flood. He asks rhetorical questions to find the tree and the wise people. According to Talmudic tradition, the primeval flood torrents that the great king Og endured were coupled with ore which was very hot. He, too, would have been consumed without Og's tremendous strength. What is the location of the chaste tree, august hero, and ideal for dominance, whose roots spread 100 leagues across the vast sea to the underworld, and whose crown reaches Anu's sky? Where is Ninildum, the master carpenter and hatchet-wielder of my most significant deity? He is the only one who can play the instrument, make it shine like the sun, and submit it to my will. Where is Kusig-Banda, who created God and man with his holy hands? Ninagal, wielder of the upper and lower millstones, hardens leather to the consistency of copper and forges weapons. Where have you gone? Where are the lovely stones from the great ocean that adorned my tiara? Where are the 7 sages of the deep, the holy fish that cleaned my body, who, like their master Ea, have exceptional insight without flaw? The Era epic claims that a flood punished the Mesopotamian Apkalus similarly to how it punished the Watchers. The flood and retribution were the last punishments for the fallen angels, according to 1 Enoch. On the day of the previous judgment, some angels, including Asael, will be carried away to the burning configuration. The prison where the souls of fallen angels are held is a chasm similar to Apsu, an abyss with many pillars, and it is located beyond the end of the vast world, according to the Greek translation of 1 Enoch 18:10, or beyond the great earth, according to the Ethiopic. In addition, the Watchers and their sons will be led when Apkalus are sent to Apsu. In Mesopotamian mythology, Big Earth makes sense, although it is uncommon in both languages. In Mesopotamian texts, the underworld is called the Vast Earth. This phrase is Kigal in Sumerian, from which the Akkadian term Kigalu is derived. This title was given to Ereshkigal, the Mesopotamian queen of the underworld. The divine entities, the Watchers and 𝐿 altered their forms to escape the flood. Utilization of fire and water as a method of decision-making and action. It was believed that witches and watchers were just transitory. Because of their partially divine natures, witches and demons in Mesopotamian mythology were not totally destroyable. Regardless of the number of times they were commanded to be exterminated, they continued to do damage and spread illness. The origin of the demonic realm is described in passages such as 1 Enoch 15, 8-9. According to 1 Enoch 12-16, God does not destroy the giants, but releases their souls to create a universe of wicked spirits who wander the earth and torment humans until the Last Judgment. Since they originated with humankind and the Holy Watchers, the spirits that grew from their fleshy bodies are false. There will be evil spirits on earth, sometimes known as evil spirits. The flood momentarily weakened the destructive power of the Watchers and their sons. The Watchers had already released their immortal, evil-natured essence or material on the earth, according to the reader of 1 Enoch. As a result, it wasn't easy to extinguish. This nation mirrors the Mesopotamian practice of evaluating and neutralizing witches, witchcraft, and bad omens by burning and submerging their representations in a ritual of divine judgment. The ceremonial section of Bitmeseri cites the names of all pre- and post-Diluvian 𝐿 and commands the Nile to throw their models into the river, presumably symbolizing their experience. Remove them and address them as the ritual directs. Ea has made you, Ea has absolved you. In 1 Enoch 15, 11-12, the spirits of giants are said to lead people astray, cause violence, make the land barren, attack, fight, throw the earth down, and bring diseases. Because of their origin, these spirits will rise against the sons and daughters of men and women. They do not consume food, therefore they attack and get thirsty when they do. Whoever produced the earthquake also invented the antidote, Nambubu. In these formal settings, the river is linked to the flood, a punishment that kills the wrong people. As part of rituals to rid the world of witchcraft and bad omens, this idea of food comes up in several prayers to the purifying river. These prayers relate the river to the food or say that the great gods gave the food to the river. You evaluate each individual situation. Accept the wickedness of my magic, O mighty river, and let your channel absorb all my sins. Your waterways are upright. River, send this to your depths, Apsu. I pray that no evil will approach me or my home, capture or defeat me. Could I remain well so I could express my gratitude? As part of the rite, the celestial court, formed of the divine trinity Ea, Shamash, and Asaluhi, casts witches and bad omen bearers into the river as symbols of judgment. According to the second clause of the Hammurabi Code, anybody convicted of witchcraft without sufficient evidence shall have the divine river experience. The river ordeal used in rituals would defeat him, proving his involvement in witchcraft. On a mythical level, this river catastrophe is comparable to the Great Flood, which occurred in ancient Mesopotamian mythology and the Hebrew Bible to purge humankind of its evil. Enoch thinks the Watcher's unauthorized disclosure of heavenly secrets was the source of sin. The Jewish idea of the Watchers derives from the Mesopotamian view of the beginning of evil. In the Greek and Semitic faiths, it was believed that both good and evil demons descended from the first human generations. Hesiod wrote in Works and Days 110:27 that the daemons originated in the first golden age of humankind. Socrates believes they may be the offspring of gods, nymphs, or other women. They were the descendants of gods, angels, divine heroes, and divine sages. This period in Mesopotamian and biblical history is known as the Antediluvian era. The word's meaning, observers, in Aramaic and Akkadian. The Akkadian word, Masaru, which referred to specialized guards for gates, doors, walls, and other structures, as well as heavenly guardians and their representations in homes and temples, must have been rendered into Aramaic as watchers. In Hebrew and Syriac, the verbal root means to be awake. is an acronym for to be awake and observe. Consequently, the Aramaic phrase implies one who is aware. Irin, which may apply positively or negatively to all angels, was developed to denote celestial creatures. Eru is the Akkadian word meaning awareness. Denning Ball says that the she form Apkallu is connected with the mysteries that lie in the depths, and that its never-closing, ever-observant eyes afford it omniscience. The notion that heavenly guards never sleep originated in the Hebrew Bible and even more ancient literature in the region where Aramaic supplanted Akkadian. Ka 58 contains the hymn to Nusku, the dream ritual, and an invocation to the dream deity Anzagar. From line 12 onward, the tablet's reverse includes a plea to the personified watches of the night, offering them some authority over human life. May the night bring me a dream, and let me sing your praises throughout the evening, midnight, and morning watches. O Anzagar, the messenger of Prince Marduk who conveys dreams to humanity, O nightfall, the majesty of the night, O the three watches of the night, awake, attentive, vigilant, and non-sleeping, you shall judge the sharp and the asleep, carry out your duties, and keep vigil till the morning watch. Almost certainly this prayer was also included in the Bit Messeri series. The construction is stated in Ka 298 of Asur's holy text. Look up Masaru in CAD. S. Beiro relates watchers, Irin, to the Akkadian term baru, employed in divination to interpret omens from the liver of a sacrificed animal. Additionally, the phrase may mean to remain sleepless and to watch over. The Aramaic word might have had several Akkadian predecessors. Assyriology eagerly expects to publish the next volume of Professor R. Borges' Bit Messeri series. Until the edition is published, it cannot be declared with the assurance that the whole of Ka 58 belongs to this series. Unfortunately, the surviving cuneiform tablets do not contain the entire incantation. Many apotropaic Apkallu figures try to copy the first part of the mysterious spell Atunu Salm Apkal Masa. This prayer was addressed to the Apkallu's figurines known as watchers, that had been buried as guards underneath structures. In fact, their burials may have helped people recognize them as fallen angels. In the Hebrew Bible, Nephilim also refers to the fallen state of heroes who are dead and may be buried when the events are recounted. In Mesopotamian mythology, the Apkallu sages were faithful watchers. Their well-documented affiliation with demons and other horrible beings makes them the most credible candidate for the Jewish watchers' ancestors and beginnings. Finally, the study's results were stated in the introduction's evaluation of the recent. First, many Mesopotamian myths and beliefs about Apkallus served as the basis for the legend of the Watchers and their enormous offspring. Second, in some portions or levels of Mesopotamian mythology and ceremonial ceremonies, sages were potentially dangerous and malicious, leading Jewish writers to create parodies based on them. Third, there is a unique structural relationship between the antediluvian Apkallus and the Watchers on the one hand, and the post-diluvian sages and the giants, the Watchers' offspring, on the other, which is not emphasized directly in the current research. Fourth, The second and third groups were just 2/3 or 50% divine, but the first and second groups were utterly religious. It would be absurd to expect unanimity in a situation that would one day become legendary. Finally, although Jewish writers took inspiration from Mesopotamian literature, they did so creatively and polemically, including concepts and facts not present in the source work. One of the study's most significant findings is that the story of the Watchers can only be created via internal Jewish disagreements with outside participation. Because of the Mesopotamian belief that Apkalus were the ancestors of present kings, priests, and academics, the Book of Watchers may have exploited the concept of evil watchers to disparage Jerusalem's religion. The clergy and the institution. If some historians contend that the Book of Watchers was composed to critique the Zadokite priesthood and official worship in Jerusalem, one must ask how Babylonianized the so-called Zadokites may have been during the early Second Temple era. The Book of Watchers, which similarly portrays Daniel as a scholar in the court of the Babylonian king, is a piece of Jewish polemical literature. As a result, the date of creation of the Book of Watchers may lie within the same time frame as the Book of Daniel. However, the oral histories of the Watchers may be far older than this literature. When Jewish culture was under the significant influence of Babylonian culture, the Watchers' oral tradition must have begun. The Babylonian exile is a prime example of such a time. John linked the 7 stars to the 7 angels in Revelation 1:20. In Jewish tradition, angels were also called stars. Judges 5:20, Job 38:7. When John described his vision of the 5th trumpet in Revelation 9:1, the fallen star in Revelation 8:10 was a celestial body, but in Revelation 9:1, the fallen star is now an angel. People have different ideas about whether this star is a demon whose fall means being kicked out of heaven, or an angel whose fall means coming down from heaven. The academic community is split into 2 camps. 1. Satan or another demon fell to earth from the sky. Could mean that the star lost favor with God, just like the devil and his angels were sent to earth in Revelation 12:7-9. In Isaiah 14:12, the king of Babylon, like the morning star fallen from heaven, is vulnerable to God's wrath. The disciples of Jesus saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven. Luke 10:18. Many scholars think that the fallen star in this passage is Satan or a demonic angel, maybe the Apollyon angel of the abyss, later in verse 11. Even though it seems improbable that God or one of God's servants would give an evil angel the key to the abyss, other visions show that the beast from the deep is granted divine permission to rule on earth, later in Revelation 13:7. 2. The angel of God. Another explanation of the falling star is that it represents an angel's ascent to heaven. The falling of stars does not signify God's vengeance against the stars, but against the earth. Recall Revelation 6:13, 8:10. As the angel descended with the key to the bottomless pit, later in Revelation 21, he was from God. Sure, the angel here opens the abyss to unleash demonic plagues, and yes, the angel, later in Revelation 21, shuts the abyss to imprison Satan. Yet God is the driving force behind both events. Because the first angel unlocks the chasm from the outside, while the second angel is king of the locusts inside the abyss, academics who adhere to this second reading say that the angel holding the key here is unlikely to be the demonic angel known as Apollyon, later in verse 11. According to some academics, this angel is associated with the one who is believed to be in charge of Hades' Tartarus. This literature, however, separates the underworld into Hades and the abyss. The angel may be one of many. Concerning the first interpretation, a full investigation into who the star that fell to earth is needed, starting with the Old Testament, going through the time of the Second Temple, and ending with the New Testament. Beginning with the first rebellion in Genesis 3, the fall of humanity seems straightforward. The paragraph presents several interpretative difficulties. When the snake spoke to Eve, why did she not recoil? An ancient reader would not have expected Eve's anxiety. She was chatting with a celestial being since she was in Eden, the home of God and his heavenly council. There are several examples of animal communication in ancient Near Eastern cultures. Such terminology is linked to the gods or direct divine action. No Egyptian, for example, would have believed that the animals they saw daily could talk. When the gods were present, things were different. In tales, animals were often used to represent heavenly presences. Therefore, the purpose of Genesis 3 is not to tell us about ancient biology. In contrast, it shows that 1. An all-powerful God created the world, and 2. You are a part of that universe. 3. His ambassadors are unique people. He called Eden home. 4. An extraterrestrial host joined him. 5. One of these celestial guests was upset with God's choice to create humans and grant them authority. The snake was thus not an animal. In addition, the snake is identified as a supernatural being in the New Testament, 2 Corinthians 11:3, 14, 1 Thessalonians 3:5. All of this suggests how humankind survived a cosmic disaster. Here is the whole context. In Genesis 3, Isaiah 14, and Ezekiel 28, people talk about the celestial council, who is on it, where it is, and a religious uprising. Each of these sentences is like a member of the heavenly board who turned against God and was then kicked out. God opens Ezekiel 28 by rebuking Tyre's commander-in-chief, verse 2. God accuses him of being arrogant because he believes himself to be a god sitting on God's throne in the sea or in the divine council. In this context, the Hebrew term for God is 1, similar to the Hebrew word for him in verse 9. El was the name the inhabitants of Tyre and Ugarit gave to their most magnificent deity. In the writings of the Phoenician religion, El, also known as Elyon or Most High, was the head of a celestial council and regarded as the creator. People acquainted with El would find it absurd if Tyre's commander-in-chief believed he was fit to rule in El's place, or to become a god in the celestial council. This upset biblical authors since, according to Genesis 14:22, only God is Elyon. God responds by praising this commander-in-chief's extraordinary intelligence, but also reminding him he is not the Most High. Verses 2-9. Then God adds, "You must die at the hands of strangers, an appropriate end for the uncircumcised." Verse 10. As Tyre's commander-in-chief was an uncircumcised Gentile, Israel's uncircumcised warrior king enemies find themselves in the underground realm of the dead. Ezekiel 32, 21, 24-30 and 32. Isaiah 14:9. Here are buried the Rephaim, semi-divine giants who perished. Consequently, God commands Ezekiel to cry for Tyre's commander-in-chief, whose hubris caused him to plummet to the ground and even under the earth, from verses 12-13. You were my inspiration, the summit of knowledge and beauty without flaw. You were once in Eden, God's created paradise. You adorned yourself with ruby, topaz, diamond, beryl, onyx, jasper, sapphire, turquoise, and carbuncle, among other precious stones. Your engravings and settings were both crafted from gold. They were prepared on your very first day of life. Remember that the commander-in-chief of Tyre was in Tyre, not Eden. So even though Ezekiel 28 is about Tyre's commander-in-chief, depicting his vanity, downfall, and starting condition, he uses an ancient tale of a fall in Eden. John of Damascus said in the 7th century, "One of the divine forces, the leader of one army, had no trace of evil in him from the hands of his Creator. On the contrary, he was made for good. Finally, however, he decided to turn from good to evil of his own free will, and, with the help of insanity, took up arms against his Lord God." Tertullian writes in the 2nd century, "The Ezekiel prophecy clarifies that this angel was both kind and malicious on purpose, because he refers to Satan as the ruler of Tyre in that passage." According to Jerome, after being reared in a paradise of bliss as one of the 12 precious stones, and then being injured and cast down to hell from the hill of God, he fell to his death, 4th century. Some historians have differing views on this approach, saying that the focus on Tyre and Babylonian rulers in Isaiah 14 and Ezekiel 28 needs to explain the divine uprising in Genesis 3. The decline of these two rulers parallels Adam's transgression. Adam becomes the primary focus of these two prophets' portrayals of hubris and the fall. Therefore, these texts need to help us comprehend the divine rebellion in Eden in this context. Alternatively, Isaiah 14 and Ezekiel 28 picture a human king so eager to conquer God that he thinks himself a god. Adam's departure from Eden and loss of immortality reflect this reality rather than the serpent's banishment to the underworld. Others argue Adam was the king of Eden and was revered as divine, as God's representation on earth. Thus, the king of Tyre, a metaphor for Adam, transgressed by desiring a higher status and being considered a deity who presides over the heavenly council. This notion, however, requires that ancient Israel thought its rulers to be divine, which is a problematic argument owing to internal interpretation issues. This issue stems from the discrepancies in interpretation between the Masoretic text, MT, and the Septuagint, LXX. In Ezekiel 28, 11-19, in the MT, the LXX translator clarified many complex Hebrew grammatical concepts. If we rely on the LXX instead of the MT, Adam is mentioned in Ezekiel 28. As a result, 3 interpretations of Ezekiel 28 exist, with variances highlighted in bold. MT vowels are combined with Masoretic consonants. Replace the Masoretic vowels with MT consonants. Check the LXX to see if the translator used a different Hebrew text than the MT, or could have done an excellent job of translating the text. The LXX interpretation poses more than just grammatical issues. Scholars who favor the LXX interpretation quickly identify the figure as Adam and relate him to the human king of Tyre, since the LXX states God placed another individual with the cherub in the garden. Academics who favor the MT approach ensure these variations do not make up textual defects or scribal oddities. Much attention has been paid to the morphological structures and grammatical problems that prompted the LXX translator to enhance the MT. Therefore, giving up on the MT is voluntary. The following are the 3 primary concerns. A methodological problem. One can question how Isaiah 14 and Ezekiel 28 may make remarks about Adam if they are not considered to contribute to our knowledge of the divine rebel. It is based on the assertion that these verses shed light on Adam rather than the snake. the ontological assumptions of Adam. In contrast to how the passages in Isaiah 14 and Ezekiel 28 are worded, Adam is never depicted as a member of the heavenly council or as aspiring to be El. There is no sign that Adam believed himself to be God. Adam, described as a divine ruler, is incomparable to the human monarchs shown in Isaiah 14 and Ezekiel 28. Eating from the tree would convert Adam and Eve into godlike beings, Genesis 3:5. Consequently, they were not gods. Since they were like gods in one respect after eating, namely knowing good and evil, Genesis 3:22, this comment does not imply divinity. Therefore, although they were not gods, they were like the celestial creatures of Eden's council of gods. Being like a supernatural creature in a novel manner does not always mean being gods on an ontological level. Assumptions about Adam's offense. Isaiah 14:13-14, Ezekiel 28:2-6. In Genesis 3, Adam did not display such arrogance and pride as to assume the role of a celestial monarch and head the council of gods. In addition, there is no evidence that Eden continued to exist as a distinct location on earth after Adam and Eve were expelled from the divine presence, or that God stayed there after the fall. As a result, Adam's sin is never portrayed as rebellion. Instead, he consumes some fruit in response to Eve's delight. There is no sign that he saw himself as divine or sought membership in the heavenly council. The reader must determine whether he has this option in his head. If scholars want Ezekiel 28 to depict Adam rather than the snake, they must consider these factors. The snake is the most famous alternative. It is an astral creature that was kicked out of the Holy Council. Where do we locate a snake in Ezekiel 28? Please note, God owned Eden, or paradise, where the king of Tyre dwelt. Verse 13. He symbolized ideal beauty, since he used expensive stones as clothing. This statement has a fantastic element. Adam and Eve served the archetypal role of high priests for God's heavenly council in Eden because of their birth into this human civilization. Again, people who believe Adam is accurate to say this is a natural tunic covered with jewels like the ones on the high priest's breastplate, Exodus 28:17-20, 39:10-13. Adam is thus the priest king of Eden. However, this is right. Since Adam and Eve were instructed to be prolific, multiply, fill the world and dominate it, Genesis 1:28, and because anthropological data shows that humans first arrived in Northeast Africa around 150,000 years ago, humanity is referred to as pre-Adam. God's location in Genesis 2 is the confluence of the four rivers Pishon, Gihon, Tigris and Euphrates with the Persian Gulf, about 70,000 years ago. This is a good comparison because the New Testament says that Jesus is the second Adam and the priest king. Scholars think the arrogance of the king of Tyre is juxtaposed against the rebellious Adam, not the snake. Everything about him is plausible until we read Ezekiel 28:14-17, which describes him. Adam was anointed by an angel. Did Adam behave with hostility? Adam was cast down in the face of kings. These are essential issues that must be resolved. The last challenge to the Adam perspective is in Ezekiel 28:12, which states, "You were my model, my exemplar of flawless intelligence and exquisite beauty." The issue is that the Hebrew word for model is otum. Although it is a participle, not a noun, it means sealer. You will note the pronoun you is used. In addition, because this sealer is characterized as possessing full knowledge and flawless beauty, an intelligent person was intended. The morning star presented to Thyatira was a religious metaphor. Recall Revelation 2:28. Additionally, the precious stones, Ezekiel 28:13, that characterize the look of the sealer must be noticed. These stones have a similar characteristic. They are reflective. Ezekiel 1:4-7, 27-28, 10:19-20, and Daniel 10:6 all refer to the brilliance of supernatural beings or presences. The cherub in Eden is a striking presence showing God. Second Temple writers identified these passages with God's mystical mountain dwelling and divine counsel, since God pushes man out of Eden from the center of the hot stones. We read from the Enochian text of the Second Temple, "My attention was attracted to an area that shone day and night brightly. There were 7 rocky mountains nearby, 3 to the east and 3 to the south. One was made from multicolored stone, another from pearl, and the last from jasper from the east. There was a building constructed of flaming-colored stone to their south. The throne was topped with lapis lazuli, and its center, like God's throne, touched the heavens. A fire was also burning. Beyond these mountains is an expansive boundary of the earth where the sky ends. I saw a large space between the heavenly fire pillars, and as they fell, I saw an unlimited number of fire pillars that were both tall and deep. And he showed me mountains of interminable flames. I proceeded beyond them and came across 7 gorgeous mountains, each with exquisitely beautiful stones. All the mountains were beautiful, majestic, and awe-inspiring to see. 3 to the east were piled over one another, while 3 to the south were stacked atop one another, divided by deep rocky ravines. The 7th mountain dominated them like a throne in their midst. Additionally, there was aromatic flora all around it. There was a tree among them that I had never smelled before, and it had a distinct aroma. Its leaves, flowers, and tree never wilted, and it smelled more fragrant than any spice. Its fruit is wonderful, like dates from palm trees. I said, "How beautiful and aromatic this tree is, not to mention its magnificent foliage and flowers." "Enoch, why do you ask, and why do you wonder at the fragrance of this tree?" questioned one of the holy angels accompanying Michael and me. "What motivates you to seek the truth?" I fired back. "Regarding all, I want to know, but particularly regarding this tree, I, Enoch, made the following observation." He said, "When the great Holy One, the Lord of Glory, the King of Eternity, comes to visit the earth in compassion, he will sit on this lofty mountain you saw, whose peak resembles God's throne. Until the ultimate judgment, when everyone will be judged and eternity will be sealed, no person may come into contact with this aromatic tree. Its fruit will nourish the selected, and then it will be distributed to the virtuous and the devout. And the eternal King, the home of God, will move it to the holy place. When this happens, people will be delighted and contented and enter the sanctuary. Then I worshipped the God of glory, the King, who had planned, created, and promised to give such blessings to the righteous. Its aromas will permeate their bones, and they will outlive your ancestors on earth." 1 Enoch 18, 6-11, 24-25. Therefore, the fiery stones in Eden's habitation on earth are heavenly beings. In addition, the Hebrew word air in Genesis 3 may be a reference to the underworld, the realm of the dead. See Jonah 2:6. Adam could not have been condemned on earth since there is no record of his being thrown to the ground. Adam had already landed on the planet. Consequently, we anticipate hearing this comment whenever a celestial person is expelled from the divine council. The Hebrew word autumn, translated as model in Ezekiel 28:12, may also be translated as serpent, which adds to the intrigue. The last M is silent. Scholars refer to this as an enclitic mem. The previous vowel is drawn out because this is a silent E. As a result, the enclitic mem is a stressing particle. If the M is omitted, the phrase may be rendered as snake. You, the snake of perfection, are wise and flawless, according to Ezekiel 28:12. Therefore, we are dealing with an astral creature portrayed as a snake in Genesis 3:1 and as a guardian cherub in Ezekiel 28:16. A cherub was a guardian of the celestial throne in the ancient Near East, and such creatures are shown as hybrid animals in iconography. Therefore, assuming this guardian cherub to be Adam is illogical. Because the serpent was a divine person, he performed a function analogous to that of the seraphim, Isaiah 6:2, which is to protect holy places and holy objects, Genesis 3:8. However, because of his disobedience, he was defiled. Isaiah 14 describes the king of Babylon as a persecutor, verse 4, who tormented the nations ruthlessly, verses 5-6. However, this oppressor, verses 7-8, will be brought down in the end. Isaiah says, "When you arrive in the below, there is a clamor that awakens the souls of the dead, Rephaim, to receive you, everyone who had held positions of power in the world." This catastrophe has thrown the former rulers of the country off their thrones. They will respond, "You have become as frail as we have. You have now become one of us. Both the chaos and beauty of your harps have been transferred to Sheol. Worms cover you below, and maggots surround you." Verses 9-11. As in Ezekiel 28, Isaiah 14's figure travels to Sheol, the afterlife, where the Rephaim, dead warrior kings, exist. Consequently, the king of Babylon will join the king of Tyre among the living dead. In Genesis 3, Isaiah 14 shows how the focus changes from the king of Tyre to a supernatural figure in Eden, just like Ezekiel 28 does. According to Isaiah, "How you have fallen from the throne, day star, son of the dawn. Who was it that brought the country to its knees? How low you were brought. You proclaimed in your heart, 'I'll soar to heaven beyond God's stars. I will establish my throne atop the Mount of Assembly in the far north, soar above the clouds, and attain the status of the highest. You are sent into the pit to join the dead." Verses 12-15. The background of the religious council is transparent. As Isaiah portrays, the sun ascends into the heavens and sinks into the underworld. In contrast to a celestial creature fallen from heaven, verse 12 describes the king of Babylon. Consequently, he is referred to as the day star, son of the dawn, or more appropriately, the shining one, son of the dawn in Hebrew. Contrary to the previous research, which suggested that this phrase referred to Venus as the shining one, son of the dawn, it is more closely associated with the sun because of its brightness. This is tied to the chthonic sun, the underworld god, in Ugaritic literature, and Isaiah was aware of these Ugaritic connections between the sun and the underworld. In Isaiah 14:4-11, the image of the sun as a psychopomp or guide of souls for the human ruler shows how the oppressor will fall. So, Isaiah changes the story into a sarcastic polemical lament for this hated human monarch, emphasizing that he is a slave to God since the Ugaritic sun god Apu has no control over either realm. Like what he saw in Ezekiel 28, Isaiah 14 is about a superhuman who is too proud of his smarts. According to Job 38:7, he was so arrogant that he elevated himself above all the stars of God or members of the celestial council. The phrases, "erect my throne" and "sit on the Mount of Assembly" show that this shining one wants to be superior to his fellow members of the heavenly council. That this Mount of Assembly is in the far reaches of the north, Hebrew pon, and the tops of the clouds, suggests that it is a reference to the Heavenly Council. These indicators point to a plot to upset the sacred board and repeat Ezekiel 28. This Shining One wanted to sit in the Holy Council on the Divine Mountain in the most fantastic place. Being like the Supreme was his goal. Considering this, it is unsurprising that the guardian cherub of Ezekiel 28 and the Shining One of Isaiah 14 share the same fate. The penalty is eternal damnation in Sheol, the underworld. Consequently, we can reread Genesis 3. Historically, the Hebrew word en, meaning serpent, has been regarded as a noun. However, it may be interpreted as a verb as well. Therefore, diviner is the exact translation. Alternately, divination is supernatural communication. In the ancient world, a diviner predicted signs or gave divine oracles. This is the situation in which Eve receives advice from this extraterrestrial creature. Again, however, it may be interpreted in this way. In this context, bronze or copper are suitable translations. This image of celestial creatures is seen in Daniel 10:6. In English, the meaning of words may also shift based on context. The term running, for instance, has 3 separate meanings. Running is an appropriate phrase to employ in this situation. The adjective, the engine operates on diesel fuel. The final adverb states, running paint is unpleasant. A proficient author must examine all repercussions and subtleties. How is your reading coming along, for instance? To answer this question, looking at reading in its noun, verb, and adjective forms would be best. For example, what does the most recent assignment mean? Does this show that you are wearing the proper glasses? Is there a connection to the action, verb? 4. The Shining Ones. According to Genesis 3:1, the Shining One was more intelligent than any animal the Lord had created. Consequently, the Hebrew term en portrays a snake as possessing brilliance and divine understanding. We should have compassion for Eve. In this culture, she is often seen as innocent. Given the backdrop of the Heavenly Council and her position as God's image and a member of His family, the Shining One's words to her head weight seem appropriate. God intends us to resemble gods since we belong to the same family. This does not exonerate Eve or Adam. They were punished for disobedience. Adam and Eve are not cursed, but only the Shining One, Genesis 3:14, and the earth, Genesis 3:17 are. What happens to Adam and Eve disturbs their assigned duties. When humans were expelled from the Garden of Eden, a high ruling aim was reduced to menial labor. Genesis 3:22-25. We know God would intervene to rebuild His dominion and that a certain Adamic descendant would play a crucial role in that kingdom. In this light, the human desire for paradise glows with vitality. Even though it's in our nature to want to bring back what's been lost, humans can't bring Eden back to life. So, in the end, a descendant of Eve would fix the damage caused by the rogue angel. Since this person is Eve's descendant, it seems likely that her lineage will solve the problem. After the fall, childbearing was the only means to continue the work of God's human council, the family. By producing offspring, Eve was saved. 1 Timothy 2:15. Since this was the only way God's original plan could be carried out, we were all on board. Without offspring, there can be no human imaging, hence no dominance. Observe, however, that the judgment against Eve emphasizes that the Shining One will also have children. Consequently, there are no additional human-on-snake encounters in the rest of the biblical narrative. Instead, it describes an endless war between God's followers and the Shining One's adherents. The phrases, "consume dust," and crawl on your belly were clearly metaphors, since snakes do not devour dirt for nutrition. The curse shows that the Shining One, who aspired to be most exalted, would soon be driven away from God and the Celestial Council and become the lowest of the low. He is concealed from God's dominion and the underworld's inhabitants. To put it differently, death is his dominion. The fall did not compromise God's design. However, the situation will deteriorate before it improves. Genesis 3 explains why we die, need atonement and redemption, and cannot achieve these things alone. In addition, it suggests that God's purpose has been postponed rather than thwarted, and that the human tale will be a mixture of horrible conflict and a beautiful providential journey. The second uprising is described in Genesis 6, 1-4. Now that there were more people on the earth and more people had daughters, some heavenly creatures saw how beautiful human women were and chose partners from among a variety of beautiful human women. The Nephilim were on earth when those astral beings had sexual relations with those human women who gave birth to their offspring, and after. Because people are genuinely mortal, my spirit will not always be there with them, the Lord said. Nevertheless, they will continue to live for 120 years. These children grew up to become the greatest heroes of antiquity. This paragraph raises some problems. What are divine beings? Who exactly were the Nephilim? Why did they become the heroic and legendary figures of antiquity? Please respond to these inquiries on ancient Mesopotamian roots. Second Temple works such as 1 Enoch show an exceptional understanding of the Mesopotamian context. This knowledge indicates that Jewish thinkers of the Second Temple era accurately understood the tale of heavenly creatures and their monstrous offspring. As a result, the nature of this information is controversial. It attempts to undermine the veracity of the Mesopotamian gods and other components of that culture's worldview via literature and religion. Adopting phrases and themes from the literature of the target culture to stress God's correct theology and contempt for other gods is a popular tactic. Biblical authors frequently employ this strategy. For example, according to various accounts, a large boat saved people and animals during a devastating flood in Mesopotamia. Before the flood, a group of wise people was called the 𝐄𝐤𝐚𝐢𝐥. These 𝐄𝐤𝐚𝐢𝐥 were crucial to Mesopotamian demonology as evil heavenly beings. Following the deluge, the descendants of the 𝐄𝐤𝐚𝐢𝐥 were described as 1/3 human and 2/3 𝐄𝐤𝐚𝐢𝐥. The 𝐄𝐤𝐚𝐢𝐥 mated with human women and had almost superhuman progeny. Intriguingly, 2/3 resembles the Mesopotamian hero Gilgamesh. The Epic of Gilgamesh's cuneiform tablets reveals Gilgamesh was regarded as a wise giant even before the catastrophe. In the Mesopotamian flood story, commonly known as the Error Epic, the Babylonian high god Marduk banishes the wicked 𝐄𝐤𝐚𝐢𝐥 to the waters deep under the ground, also known as the Apsu. It was also considered a portion of the underworld. Marduk ordered that they never again rise. The similarities are clear and undeniable. Because the New Testament emphasizes this, 2 Peter 2, 10-17, Jude 5-7, realizing that these demonic heavenly beings were expelled from under the ground is essential. How did Peter and Jude arrive at these conclusions, given that these details must be specified in the Old Testament? Texts from the Second Temple are to blame. So, according to 1 Enoch, Jewish writers at the time of the Second Temple knew that Genesis 6, 1-4 took place in Mesopotamia. When men's sons multiplied, they had gorgeous girls. Sons of heaven whom were observing them saw them and yearned for them. They purportedly murmured, "Come, let us pick marriages among men's daughters, and let us carry children for ourselves." 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥, the group's leader, claimed, "I worry that none of you would choose to commit this crime, and I will be alone responsible for a heinous offense." In answer, they all exclaimed, "Let us all swear an oath and bind one another with a curse that none of us will abandon this advice until we carry it through and complete this action." Then they all cursed and swore together. And they all descended from Mount Hermon during Jared's lifetime. They called the mountain Hermon because they cursed and bound one another. Their leaders are named. Artikov was second, Rimashel was third, Kokabel was fourth, Amumahel was fifth, Ramel was sixth, Daniel was seventh, Zikel was eighth, Barakel was ninth, Asael was 10th, Hermani was 11th, Material was 12th, Ananel was 13, Sitawel was 14, and Shamshiel was 15. These men and others who accompanied them picked brides from among them, and they entered, profaning themselves, instructing them in spells and witchcraft, and showing them how to cut plants and roots. As a result, they gave birth to gigantic giants. And the giants produced the Nephilim, who produced Elijah. They were expanding in proportion to their brilliance. They devoured all of man's offspring, and humanity could not feed them. The giants then started devouring and killing humans. They started consuming one another and committed crimes against fish, insects, birds, and other animals. Then they consumed the blood. After then, the earth accused the perpetrators. Asael instructed individuals to create iron swords and other weapons, shields, breastplates, and other military equipment. He showed how to deal with earthly metals, including creating bracelets and other feminine jewelry from silver and making gold acceptable. And he showed them how to use antimony, eye makeup, and an assortment of precious stones, and the land overflowed with godless individuals who abandoned their paths. 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥 taught magic and the cutting of roots. Hermani taught sorcery to prevent the loss of magic, spells, and abilities. Barakel showed how to identify lightning strikes. Kokabel taught the zodiac signs. Zikel instructed them on the constellations of shooting stars. Artikov directed the planet's transmissions. Shamsiel broadcast signals from the sun. Sariel offered instructions in lunar signs, and they all started telling their wives and children their secrets. As the men perished, their cries reached heaven. When Michael, Sariel, Raphael, and Gabriel viewed the world from the heavenly sanctuary, they saw much murder. The godlessness and barbarism that had overrun the world were everywhere obvious. The earth, empty of people, raises its screams to the gates of heaven, they said as they entered. Bring in our judgment to the highest and our destruction before the grandeur of the majesty, before the Lord of all lords in majesty. The souls of humanity demand of us, the holy ones of heaven. They approached the Lord of the ages and said, You are the God of gods, the Lord of lords, the King of kings, and the God of the ages. And every generation has had access to your majesty's throne, and your name is holy, magnificent, and marvelous for all eternity, because you control and manufacture everything. In addition, everything is transparent and in front of you, nothing is concealed. Asael educated every sin committed on earth and revealed the timeless truths of heaven that the sons of humankind yearn to know. And what did 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥 do when you granted him control over everyone with him? They have humiliated themselves with women and slept with earthly men's daughters. In addition, they taught them how to create charms that inspired hatred and disclosed their actions. Clearly, their daughters produced the sons of men, giants and hybrids, and men's blood is shed on a globe plagued with wickedness. As you can see, the spirits of the deceased have united, and their moan has reached the gates of heaven and continues to emanate from the sins that have fallen to the earth. You see and let these events occur, but you do not advise us on how to respond. Everything is known before its occurrence." Following a statement from the Supreme, the Great Holy One spoke. And he sent Lamech's son to give Sariel to Noah, requesting that she conceal herself in his name. "Tell him that a global flood will wipe out all life, and that the end is near, and that the entire planet will die. Teach Lamech's magnificent son how to remain alive and flee for all eternity. He will be the origin of a plant that will perpetually grow and bear fruit. Go, Raphael, tie Asael's hands and feet, toss him into the darkness, and build an entrance into Dudael's desert," he instructed. "Place sharp-pointed stones under him once he has been thrown there. Let him remain there for an extended time, and wrap him in darkness. Cover his face so that he cannot realize it. On the day of the last judgment, he will be cast into the scorching fires. So that the pandemic may be addressed and all human sons do not die because of the secret that the Watchers revealed and taught their sons to fix the planet that the Watchers destroyed. Asael's pedagogical endeavors rendered the universe barren, and all his flaws were engraved onto him. Go, Gabriel, to the half-breeds, the offspring of intermarriage. Slay the sons of the Watchers among the sons of humanity, and pit them against each other in a battle of destruction." He then instructed Gabriel. "Their fathers cannot make any demands on their behalf, including the right to assume that each of them will live 500 years. He then commanded Michael to tie Shemaziah and the others to him, since they had impurely mated with human daughters, defiling them. And when their sons die, they will be imprisoned in the valleys of the ground for 70 generations, until the day of their judgment and completeness, until the eternal judgment is accomplished. They will be sent to the fiery abyss after being tortured and imprisoned. And everyone who is condemned and destroyed will be chained to them forever. They will die forever on the day of the judgment I administer. The Watchers' half-breed spirits and offspring must be eradicated, since they have mistreated humankind. Let the seed of justice and truth grow after eradicating all evil from the earth's surface and ending all wrongdoing. This will be a gift, and justice and the truth will be enthusiastically disseminated. All the faithful will now be spared, enabling them to have many children and live in peace. The entire planet will be cultivated in righteousness, blessed and covered with trees that offer pleasure. They want to cultivate grapes there, each vine generating 1,000 gallons of wine. They will also sow seeds. Each ounce will produce 1,000 ounces, and each ounce of olives will provide 10 oil baths. Remove all impurities from the world, including all wickedness, all violations of the law, all sin, and all godlessness. All human sons will attain righteousness, and all nations will worship, bless, and bow down before me. And the entire world will be cleansed of all impurities and filth, and I will never again rage against or punish them eternally. When this happens, I will celebrate humanity's efforts and deeds by releasing heaven-stored blessings onto the earth. Then, truth and peace will be indivisible for all time and all human generations. Before these events, Enoch was abducted, and no one knew his whereabouts, current situation, or state of health. His days were spent among the holy, and his efforts were seen by onlookers. Enoch and I stood and thanked the eternal King and Lord of his majesty. And behold, the great Holy One's guards came to me, Enoch's good scribe, and instructed me to speak to the heavenly watchers who had abandoned the highest heaven, their everlasting sanctuary, and polluted themselves with women. They got women for themselves, as do sons of earth. You will find neither peace nor forgiveness because of their tremendous destruction of the earth. and about their sons, in whom they take great pleasure, they will witness the murder of their loved ones and cry out incessantly for compassion and peace over their killings. Please notify Asael and Enoch that there will be no peace. You have been handed a severe punishment to bind you. Because of the unjust acts you discovered and the godless behaviors, wickedness, and immorality you exposed to everyone, you will be denied any recourse or defense. I then moved around and simultaneously addressed everyone. They were all horrified, trembling, and quivering. In addition, they requested that I compose a plea for their forgiveness and read it before the Lord of the universe. They could not speak or raise their eyes to heaven because they were so ashamed of their deeds, for which they had been reprimanded. Then I disseminated their plea memoranda detailing their desires for forgiveness, their sons and their own lifespans, and their individual actions and activities. I then traveled west and south of Hermon to sit by the Dun River in Dun territory. I fell asleep while reading the account of their plea to God. As you can see, I too had visions and dreams. I have seen images of fury and heard a voice say, "Command the sons of heaven to punish them." After awakening, I went to them. They were all gathered at Abel Ma'in, between Lebanon and Sinir, sobbing and concealing their faces as they sat. After describing all the visions I had seen in their presence, I proclaimed truth, vision, and reproof to the heavenly observers. The Great Holy One instructed me to study the book of the words of truth and the reproof of the ancient watchers in my dream. In my dream, I witnessed what I now interact with using a human tongue and the exhaled air from my lips, gifts to humanity by the Great One to connect and comprehend with my heart. Just as He created and predestined people to study the words of wisdom, He created and predestined me, the sons of heaven, to repair the watches. I recorded your request, but it was clear from the vision that it would not be granted for all eternity. In its place, the judgment has been formalized in the decree against you, according to which you will remain bound on earth for the length of your life rather than ascending to paradise. And before these things occur, you will see the massacre of your sons and your loved ones. But you will not exult. They will be slain before you. As a result, your request for information on them or yourself will be refused. You will ask for aid, but none of my labor will be cited. The vision continued. Look, clouds in the vision were beckoning to me, and mists were calling to me, and shooting stars and lightning flashes were speeding me up and carrying me to heaven. I walked within until I reached a hailstone wall. Fire tongues surrounded them on all sides, and they terrified me. After that, I entered the flames and approached a gigantic hailstone formation. The walls and floor of this construction were made entirely of snow and resembled stone slabs. Their paradise was constructed of water and was encircled by burning cherubim. A blazing fire engulfed their walls and doors in flames. The ceiling resembled stars and lightning bolts in flight. With no desire to live, I entered the home, which was as cold as winter and as hot as fire. I fell to the ground, shivering and shaking because I was overcome with fear. Then, when I glanced forward, I saw another open entrance and an enormous home constructed entirely of flame tongues. It was magnificent in grandeur, beauty, and majesty, and I cannot adequately explain it. Its floor was engulfed in flames, while lightning and shooting stars illuminated its top portion. When I turned back, I saw a throne with ice-like wheels, a sun-like appearance, cherubim voices, and rivers of raging fire streaming from underneath it. I also could not see. The great glory sat upon it, clad in attire as brilliant as the sun and as white as a great deal of snow. Because of his grandeur and splendor, neither an angel nor a human could enter his home and look at his face. Nearby, raging flames encircled a sizable fire. No one dared to approach him. 10 million people were before him, but he didn't require instruction since everything he said was action. Furthermore, the heavenly guardians that approached him never abandoned him day or night. I had been on my face, prone and shivering until this point. The Lord whispered with his lips, "Come here, Enoch, and hear my words." One of the holy ones walked up to me, helped me rise, and carried me to the door. My face was bent. "Do not be afraid, Enoch, the man of integrity and truth-teller. Come here and hear my voice." He urged, and I could hear him. "It would be best if you petitioned on behalf of humanity instead of specific people. You should inform the heavenly observers who sent you on your mission. Why have you deserted the everlasting sanctuary, slept with women, contaminated yourself with humankind's daughters, selected brides for yourselves, behaved like earthborn sons, and produced vast offspring? You were saints and ethereal beings who inhabited the afterlife. You have soiled yourselves with women's blood, created children with flesh's blood, lusted after men's blood, and done as flesh and blood do, who expire and die. Consequently, I provided them with women so they could mate with them and generate offspring via them, ensuring their success on earth. I did not create women among you since you were once immortal spirits who had never experienced death. The spirits of heaven stay in heaven, while the giants created by the union of spirits and flesh will now inhabit earth and are known as evil spirits. Because they sprang from humans and holy beings, the wicked spirits from their bodies are evil. There will be evil spirits on earth referred to as ugly spirits. The heavenly spirits live in heaven, whereas those born on earth live on earth. In addition, the spirits of giants lie, commit crimes, devastate, engage in combat, hurl objects towards the earth, and infect. They do not consume any food, are famished, and strike. As their progenitors, these demons will rise against the daughters of men and women. Since the day of the bloodshed, destruction, and death of the giants, whose spirits have risen, they have left life in ruins. They will continue to do so until the completion of the Great Judgment, at which time the Great Age will close. Everything will be finished simultaneously. You should now confront the Watchers who sent you to petition on their behalf, telling them, "You were in heaven, but no secret was given to you. Instead, you stole a mystery and exposed it to the ladies out of your heartlessness. You should now approach the observers who sent you to plead on their behalf, saying, 'Through this mystery, women and men are spreading misery on earth. Tell them, you won't find serenity here.'" 1 Enoch 6-16. The events of Daniel 1 occur in Babylon, Mesopotamia. The ascent of the Watchers to Mount Hermon, a location that would play a significant part in the biblical narrative, is consequently the context of the Watchers in the Second Temple. Only in Daniel 4 does the phrase Watchers clearly relate to the holy ones of God's Great Council. The children of the Watchers were gigantic. The connection between spirits and bodies explains the formation of giants. Heaven and earth provide pleasant homes for humans and angels respectively, but the nature of the giants needs to be clarified. These violations of the category have catastrophic repercussions. After the giants died, their dreadful souls emerged from their bodies to torment people. It's also possible to think of the contamination of various categories within God's ordered creation as angels communicating divine knowledge to people on earth. Since the Watchers dwell in heaven, they are privy to its mysteries. It was immoral and wrong for them to disclose this information to earthlings. As a result, Watchers are non-human heavenly entities whose deeds are regarded as morally repugnant and spiritually damaging. The first instance of human disobedience occurred in Eden, but the Watchers' acts functioned as a spiritual virus that caused evil to spread across the population. They are accused of promoting lust, violence, astrology, and other occult activities via their teachings. The crimes of the Watchers revealed to Jews of the Second Temple the meaning and importance of Genesis 6:1-4. This concept was likewise imparted to the New Testament authors. Thus, the ancient Mesopotamian setting of Genesis 6:1-4 is clearly understood. Jonas Greenfield, who studied the ancient Near East in the 20th century, says that the word Apkallu in the region of Mesopotamia refers to supernatural beings with higher intelligence. In the tale 21 Poultices, the 7 Apkallu of Eridu, also known as the 7 Apkallu of the Apsu, serve Ea, Enki. They are the 7 cultural heroes before the flood. According to legend, the Apkallu transmitted many traditions of rudimentary knowledge. Berosus and the Bet Mizeri ritual series perpetuate the Apkallu tradition. The river gave birth to the 7 sages who acted as those who watched the proper execution of the designs for heaven and earth. Following Ea's direction, they instructed humans in knowledge, social norms, and craftsmanship. It is said that the 7 Apkallu created literature on omens, magic, and other knowledge professions like medicine. So, the Apkallu were supernatural beings who taught people advanced knowledge, just like the Watchers were said to do in 1 Enoch. There are also direct ties to Genesis 6:1-4, such as the notion that the 7 Apkallu were formed in the river and tasked with the proper operation of heaven and earth's patterns. In Mesopotamian philosophy, the river is associated with the primordial. The Apsu's watery habitat was a feature of the subterranean region. This is how the Bible describes the realm of the dead, Job 26:5-6. Thus, according to the Mesopotamians, the Apkallu who emerged from the depths of the earth to preserve the proper balance between heaven and earth carried out the behest of the higher gods. Consequently, throughout antiquity, the Apkallu were believed to have had divine knowledge of the universe's workings and interacted with humankind. It's important to realize that the knowledge that led to the beautiful Mesopotamian civilization came from God and is clearly linked to Genesis 6:1-4. So, in Mesopotamian literature, they are shown as wise older adults and cultural heroes who brought the arts of civilization to the continent. During this time, nothing new is developed since the original concept is shared and shown. Even the fact that Mesopotamian monarchs and intellectuals valued physical ancestry and equality with these ancient heroes shows how enthusiastic Mesopotamians were about their ability to civilize the world. This was true of the Apkallu, which gave people access to information that the gods in Mesopotamia's heavenly council were the only ones who knew before. This idea was used to justify position, power, and influence. Most biblical scholars think that the 7th ancient Mesopotamian king, Enmeduranki, represents Enoch's religious and historical background, the 7th Old Patriarch in Genesis 5:23-24, and the apocalyptic authority in Enochic literature. Several myths say Enmeduranki, the king of Sipar, got his wisdom from the gods Adad and Shamash, and was the 6th king before the flood. Amar Anus, a cuneiform expert from the 21st century, says that the 7th ancient person, a king or a wise man, was said to have gone to heaven and learned about the divine. Post-Noah's deluge, the Babylonian scribes took enormous care to show that their knowledge and Babylon's status had been transferred straight from the divine world. According to Jude 14, Enoch was the 6th child of Adam, the father of Methuselah and Noah's great-grandfather, Genesis 5:21-30. Jacob joined God and the heavenly council after being brought to heaven, Genesis 5:24. Since Mesopotamian stories describe the transfer of divine wisdom from those who lived before the flood to those who lived after it, the likeness to Enmeduranki is remarkable. The 𝐿 is to carry out this duty. The knowing scribes obtained their secret manuscripts in the same way that other recorders brought ancient writings. They inherited copies from writers of the past. Alan Lindsay, an old Near Eastern literature expert, wonders, how did they gain copies from the gods? One of Ea's other linkages provided a means of receiving and assisting academics in creating hidden corpora. Ea has long been identified with the 7 legendary sages who lived before the flood, the 𝐿. Academics invented a mythology in which guild members assumed the professional role of antiquity. Because practical knowledge was a big part of how the Mesopotamians thought about knowledge, wisdom also meant technical and handicraft skills. Amar Anus, a cuneiform expert from the 21st century, says that giving ancient sages names that sounded like the names of scientific treatises helped make a clear link between modern and ancient knowledge. A few royal inscriptions from the 1st millennium BC in Mesopotamia mention royal artisans, Umanu, who are said to know the secret. Patron gods of the smiths were also avatars of the god Ea, and linked to ancient 𝐿s like the carpenter Ninildu, the lapidary Ninzadim, the metalworker Ninagal, the stonecutter Ninkura, and the goldsmith Kusikbanda. Francesco Rochberg, an Assyriologist from the 21st century, says that this is the most essential part of the Mesopotamian scribal idea of knowledge, which combined divination, horoscopes, and astronomy in the intellectual cuneiform tradition. It was believed that such scholarly knowledge had been gained from the gods before the flood. Each of the 7 ancient kings is helped by an 𝐿, a holy sage who gives the king the knowledge needed to build civilization. Understanding the 𝐿 gave the people of Mesopotamia all the information they needed to become great. This job is like the Watchers in the Book of 1 Enoch, who tell people forbidden information that corrupts and perverts them. But how long may 𝐿's learning last after the flood of Noah? This transmission of divine wisdom on both sides of the flood of Noah is stated on the Uruk tablet 𝐿 list W20030.7 from the Seleucid period. Below are the names of the 𝐿 with the king's name on the left and the 𝐿's name on the right. The 𝐿's signs are included in the words on the left in cuneiform. During the reign of Emperor Ayalu, Adapa was an intelligent guy. Uanduga had intelligence during the time of King Alalgar. Throughout the reign of King Ameluana, Enmeduga was a brilliant man. During King Amegalana's reign, Enmegalama served as a wise man. Enmebuluga was a learned individual during the reign of King Enmeusumgalana. During the authority of the shepherd king Dumuzi, Anenlilda was a discerning lady. During the reign of King Enmeduranki, Utuabzu was an intelligent guy. Nungal Pirigal was a wise man sent to Eanna by Ishtar from heaven during the deluge of King Enmerkar. He created lapis lazuli, made metal lyres under Ninagal's design. The lyre was put in front of the dwelling of Anu, his god. Sinleki Unini was a scholar during the reign of Gilgamesh. During Ibi's reign, Sin's Kabdi Ili Marduk was a scholar. Sidhu was a scholar during King Isbi's reign, Eras. Other Mesopotamian literature supports 4 post-diluvians 𝐿: Nungal Pirigaldim, Pirigal Nungal, Pirigal Absu, and Lu Nana. These titles are followed by those of Nungal Pirigal, a post-diluvian 𝐿, and his matching king. Because of this, 4 post-diluvian 𝐿 are claimed to have human heritage. They are vital to understanding Genesis 6:1-4. Furthermore, the fourth post-diluvian Apkallu is stated to be just 2/3 Apkallu. Post-diluvian Apkallu, according to these legends, was created by sexual intercourse with human women. 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥, an Assyriologist from the 20th century, says that humans and Apkallu may definitely mate, since 4 Apkallu after the flood are thought to be of human origin. Compared to Apkallu before the flood and succeeding human sages, the fourth is 2/3 Apkallu. Consequently, the Apkallu of antiquity were divine. However, Apkallu from the post-diluvian period were hybrid creatures. Apkallu refers to divine and quasi-divine hybrid beings that existed before and after the deluge of Noah. This is because of the giants' immaterial nature, as their souls were not passed down from humans. As a result, the scriptures of the Second Temple refer to the divine beings who lived with human women, Genesis 6:4, as watchers, as do the souls of the enormous children produced because of this illicit union. Since the watchers who came to earth were heavenly beings, the previous explanation makes logical sense. In the Enochian myth, the souls of the deceased giants were viewed negatively for this reason. This brings us to the emergence of the first demons. According to Archie Wright, a modern expert on the Second Temple, the annihilation of the giants gives information about their souls. Since their birth on earth, they have been evil spirits. They are a spiritual and physical hybrid and a spiritually undefined person. According to 1 Enoch 15:8, the resultant entities are powerful spirits and evil spirits, and they leave their bodies at death. The Watchers had to be imprisoned in Tartarus to stop their deeds, but the giant souls were free to wander the world once their physical bodies expired. Furthermore, the fact that the evil souls of the giants can move around the planet shows that they were linked to the Watchers' souls before they died. Is there evidence that Mesopotamians thought post-diluvian Apkallu were giants and evil spirits, while they thought pre-diluvian Apkallu were heroes? That is the correct response. According to the translation of the last section of the book Bit Miseri, the post-diluvian sages were accused of doing evil deeds. According to scripture, 2 of the 4 post-diluvian sages offended the gods. The storm god was enraged because Pirigal Nungal had caused a 3-year drought on earth. Amar Anus, a cuneiform expert, continues, Apkallu are sometimes represented as poor creatures in Mesopotamian literature, either insulting the gods with their pride or indulging in witchcraft, a little-known truth. The Apkallus appear at least twice in the anti-witchcraft television series Moklu as witches targeted by incantations. Several references in Mesopotamian literature suggest that the fish-like sages were thought to have originated and lived in Apsu. Because demons were also thought to be born in the depths of the sacred river, the fact that Apkallu were born and typically live in Apsu is not conclusive evidence that they are entirely benevolent. In the Mesopotamian tale of God Tishbak slaying the dragon, Labu, the creature, is called River's offspring. This river also had a deluge-related name and aspect, and it was used to cleanse witch models and ill omen bearers. The Apkallu are shown as fishermen, suggesting that their roots lie in the religious depths of Mesopotamia. They are also known as birdmen, a reference to their divine or heavenly nature. In the Babylonian version of the story of Noah's deluge, where the Apkallu play a key role, the great god Marduk dislikes humans and the Apkallu who cohabitate with them. This contributes to the sustenance of civilization. Marduk says what he did with the Apkallu after Noah's flood. I dispatched artisans to Apsu and cautioned them not to return. I moved the Elmeu stone and the Masu tree without my knowledge. Where is the chaste tree, an august hero worthy of kingship, the mystery, the flesh of the gods, the symbol of the monarch of the universe, whose roots extend 100 leagues over the vast sea to the depths of the underworld, and whose crown reached Anu's sky above. Where is Ninildum, the master carpenter and hatchet-wielder of my most significant deity? Ninildum is the one who knows how to play the instrument, which makes it shine brilliantly and who subjugates it to my feet. Where is 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥, who created God, humankind, and the universe with his holy hands? Ninagal, who uses larger and smaller millstones to grind copper-like hide and forge equipment, is nowhere to be seen. Where are the beautiful stones the great ocean fashioned to adorn my tiara? Where are the 7 sages of the deep gone, those holy fish who cleaned my body and, like their king, are the epitome of glorious wisdom? Epic Error 147-162. Amar Anus, a cuneiform expert, continues, "It is said that Marduk destroyed the artisans during the flood, much as God punished the watchers with the flood. So, as with the watchers, the Apkalus of Mesopotamia were punished by a flood. The Masu tree and Elmeus stone were supposed to be in a specific position, but Apkalu's intrusion prompted Marduk to shift them." Amar Anus, an expert on cuneiform, says, "The movement of a tree and a stone is another recurring theme in the Era epic. Marduk tells the story when he sends the wise men to Apsu after the flood. Like the garden after the hero's journey in the Gilgamesh epic, the second dream park has trees that produce gems and valuable stones. The Masu tree was a holy tree that spanned from the earth's center to the skies, while the Elmeus stone was a beautiful diamond with almost magical abilities. Both objects are recognized by scholars as cosmic geographical indicators of the location of the god's abode. The Apkallu are expelled from Marduk's house and presence due to their transgression. This is how Ezekiel portrays Eden as the first paradise on earth, where heaven and earth unite. Ezekiel's educational environment is Babylon, Ezekiel 1:13. Thus, the description of Eden, the site of the Tree of Life, in Ezekiel 28:11-14, mixes the imagery of a garden, a cosmic mountain, and the beautiful stones associated with the brilliance of divine presence. Also, Ezekiel 31:8 is famous for its cryptic description of God's garden, which includes tall trees. Again, the similarities to 1 Enoch are apparent. The imagery from Marduk's remarks about what he did to the Apkallu correlates to the Apkallu's expulsion from his presence, his council chamber where cosmic order was maintained. That is precisely how the observers were treated. God sent them aside and abandoned them. No longer may they participate in the divine council or in God's dealings with creation. Amar Anus, who studies cuneiform, says, "According to 1 Enoch 10:13, the watchers and their sons shall be taken away to the fiery abyss, to the agony, and to the prison, where they will be locked up forever, while the Apkallus are brought down to Apsu." According to the Greek translation of 1 Enoch 18:10 or the Ethiopic, the prison for the souls of fallen angels is a chasm like Apsu, an abyss with fire pillars, and it is beyond the huge earth. Even though the phrase huge earth is uncommon in both languages, it makes perfect sense in Mesopotamian mythology. In Mesopotamian texts, the underworld is called the vast earth. This phrase is Kigal in Sumerian, from which the Akkadian term Kigalu is derived. The phrase appears in the name of Ereshkigal, Mesopotamia's underworld queen. The fractured context of the Aramaic fragment 4Q530 from Qumran, which is from the Book of Giants, refers to gardeners caring for and protecting trees, a reference to the watchers before their defection. This allusion to gardeners contrasts with Jubilees 5:6, in which God sent angels to the planet, and Jubilees 4:15, which adds, "to train humans and to behave justly and righteously on the earth." Jubilees claims that the Watchers did not fall prey to the seductive beauty of mortal women until after they had arrived and settled among people. Comparatively, the Watchers' educational mission and the analogy to gardeners makes great sense. On the seals and reliefs of Neo-Assyrian palaces, the fabled Apkallus are often shown as fish-clad men or eagle-headed winged creatures. Several iconographic precursors to the watering of trees by the Watchers may be found on Assyrian palace reliefs in the Book of Giants. The holy Assyrian tree represented the monarch who served as its earthly administrator and the cosmic order of the universe. The sages imparted their purity by showering the tree with holy water, preserving the cosmic equilibrium and ensuring the proper working of the designs of heaven and earth. Consequently, the Apkallu are judged after Noah's flood. However, their wisdom persisted among humans via the hybrid children they produced. On the other side, Marduk may have been happy. Given that the hybrid post-Diluvian Apkallu were gigantic, the similarity to the Watchers and Genesis 6:1-4 is necessary. Remember how the size of the fourth post-Diluvian Apkallu was just 2/3 of an Apkallu. This term is taken from the cuneiform Bitmizeri writings describing incantations for repelling evil spirits' entrance. Following this, Amar Anus, a cuneiform researcher, says, Gilgamesh's place in the post-Diluvian world is appropriate, given that he was 2/3 god, 1/3 human. Gilgamesh was perhaps tied to the antediluvian Apkallus because he brought back a message from the antediluvian era. As the Book of Giants stated, he was a monstrous Nephilim by Jewish standards. New cuneiform evidence confirms that Gilgamesh measured 11 cubits in height, showing that he was considered extraordinarily tall. The most recent evidence from Ugarit supports the interpretation of the passage in the standard Babylonian epic, where it is said that Gilgamesh's gigantic physique was 11 cubits tall. Gilgamesh is described in the chapter as giant of stature, with 11 cubits for height, 4 cubits for chest breadth, a triple cubit for his foot, half a rod for his leg, and 6 cubits for stride length. What is the outcome of these Mesopotamian artifacts? First, there is direct proof from antiquity. All of Genesis 6:1-4 may be explained using Mesopotamian literature about Noah's deluge. The writings of the Second Temple, like 1 Enoch, have kept these similarities. The sinful components of the Watcher's tale from 1 Enoch are consistent with Genesis 6:1-4. Genesis 6:1-4 emphasizes the big picture. Peter and Jude, who wrote parts of the New Testament, put a lot of emphasis on 1 Enoch from a religious point of view. 5. The Apkallu narrative. The Mesopotamian Apkallu story proves and explains what is written in Genesis 6:1-4. This shows that it should be used to attack Mesopotamia's sincere religious beliefs, especially the idea that Babylonia was superior. This is how a heated argument operates. Amar Anus, an expert on cuneiform, says, "The different views of the ancient past that can be found in Second Temple Jewish and ancient Mesopotamian records should be seen as the result of arguments that came before. Besides direct borrowings, there were indirect and creative reinterpretations, particularly on the Jewish side. Some of these creative reinterpretations must have been the product of intentional inversions of the Mesopotamian source material. Jewish writers sometimes misuse Mesopotamian intellectual traditions to show the superiority of their own cultural roots. For example, Jewish authors of Enochian literature reversed every aspect of the Apkallu legend, and this inversion was connected to the Nephilim and God's sons in Genesis 6:1-4. Jewish readers had to invert the Mesopotamian paradigm to realize that what transpired between the sons of God and human females did not benefit humanity. Deuteronomy 32, 8-9. The opposite was a split between heaven and earth that would corrupt people and give rise to a lineage that would endanger Israel, God's chosen nation, and a portion. Amar Anus, an expert on cuneiform, says, "The Mesopotamian Apkalus were vilified as sons of God, and their children, the Nephilim, who later appear as watchers and giants in Enochic literature, were seen as humanity's teachers before the flood. In the same way that many Mesopotamian sciences and technologies were thought to have come from ancient Apkalus, Enoch and the Watchers were ancient teaching entities. The first group of banned abilities for humanity, according to the Book of Watchers 8.1, consists mostly of practical trades and technology. This unauthorized information dissemination was deemed illegal because it fostered violence and promiscuity. The Apkalus' knowledge was sought in more than one way. The biblical authors also contemplated relationships with human women. Amar Anus, an expert on cuneiform, says, "The Watchers of Enochic literature, the sons of God of Genesis, and the ancient Apkalus of Mesopotamian mythology are all completely divine. Because of their human ancestry, the four Apkalus that emerged after the deluge could reproduce similarly to the Watchers. Jewish writers gave the Mesopotamian notion of the monarch as a seed preserved from before the flood a polemical twist by identifying certain traditional opponents as descended from Watchers. The sexual offenses attributed to Watchers may also reflect this shift in perspective. In Mesopotamian culture, the royal ceremony of holy marriage contained an explicit reference to human and divine sexual relations. But in 1 Enoch, such a crossing of the border between the sacred and the human is depicted as sacrilegious and a source of a permanent decline in the human world. The word Watchers was made or used on purpose by Second Temple Jewish authors to make a theological connection between Genesis 6, 1-4 and the Apkallu legends. However, the Apkallu might be helpful or detrimental to Mesopotamians. Then cuneiform expert Amar Anus says, "Figures of Apkalus were buried in boxes as foundation deposits in Mesopotamian homes to keep evil out. According to books about ceremonies, these groups of figures are called Watchers or Ma in Akkadian spells. This name comes from the Aramaic word Irin, which means the awakened ones, and refers to both good angels and the Watchers. The first phase of the previously unknown incantation, Atunus Alm Apkal Ma, you are the Apkallu figures, the observers, is often repeated in Ka 298 from Assur, which urges the construction of apotropaic Apkallu figurines. This raises the meaning of the term Nephilim. Based on the theory that the term derives from the Hebrew word npal, or to fall, it was first proposed that this should be understood as fallen ones, from a combat phrase. If the Apkallu dispute is interpreted this way, the context of the Nephilim's quasi-divine nature is lost. The word appears twice, initially as Nephilim in Genesis 6:4. Hebrew morphology is necessary to comprehend it. The Nephilim are another example, Numbers 13:33. The letter Y serves to distinguish them. Initially, there were no vowels in Hebrew. However, scribes utilized some consonants to represent lengthy vowel sounds. In English, the Y consonant is often employed in this fashion to define a vowel. In Hebrew, the letter Y is also utilized in this manner. The second spelling shows that the term's origin had a long I or Y before the plural ending, im. Thus, we may conclude that the expression does not apply to those who fall. If so, the term would have been anopheline. In addition, The letter Y contradicts the translation of fallen from the word Npal, since we would expect Nephilim to be spelt with a Y. Instead of being derived from the word Npal, the name is derived from a noun with a long I vowel in the second syllable, like Naphil. This kind of noun is referred to as a quail noun. The LXX translators translated the term as giants. However, the plural form of the hypothetical word would be Nephilim, the lengthy spelling used in Numbers 13:33, although the Old Testament has no such noun as Naphil. Therefore, this option solves the spelling error, but we must also consider the following. The Second Temple is aware of the situation. The initial location is Mesopotamia. What is the meaning of the spelling Nephilim? The answer is simple. During their 70-year exile, the Israelites learned Aramaic when brought to Babylon. Judea's most common language during Jesus' time was Aramaic. They later got it back to Judah. 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥 and their monstrous descendants are mocked in Genesis 6:1-4. Since fallen ones cannot convey the giant nature of these entities, they sought a more appropriate word to describe their bad children. Thus, Jewish scribes adopted the Aramaic term Nephilah, or giant, as their own. Nephilim was created by translating the sentence into Hebrew and expanding it into many words. According to the word's answer, Genesis 6:1-4 is easy to understand from a theological point of view, because it has deep connections with some of the greatest works of Mesopotamian literature. Since they were banished against their will to Babylon by the dominant authority, devout Jewish writers attempted to make it look like certain theological beliefs about other gods were false and incorrect. They wanted to show that Moses' original writing of Genesis 1-11 had been changed one last time during the Babylonian exile. Prophets like Ezekiel and Jeremiah before him tried to convince the Israelites that God was still in charge and that their situation was only temporary, even though they were locked up. Then Babylon would be destroyed and they would be liberated. So the work these Jewish scribes did while in exile made it possible for later generations to correct the record. Non-Israelites believed their gods had passed the Mesopotamian civilization, including its intellectual accomplishments and wisdom, to them. It was their way of showing that they were godlike and that their knowledge and skills were better than those of the countries they had taken over. This implied that Babylon's gods were superior to those of other countries. As a result, the 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥 were renowned cultural geniuses and ancient thinkers. They were from a beautiful bygone period when divine sages ruled. The 𝐄𝐻𝐦𝐚 and other pre-flood Noah deities were believed to be the ancestors of the Babylonian monarchs. It was said that only Babylon had divine wisdom and that the gods had blessed the empire's authority. The Bible's authors were diverse. The 𝐄𝐻𝐦𝐚's connection to Mesopotamian demonology led them to believe that Babylonian knowledge had demonic origins. The elite of Babylonia thought that the divine wisdom of the 𝐄𝐻𝐦𝐚 had survived the flood because of a post-diluvian generation of 𝐄𝐻𝐻𝐦. But the authors of the Bible used what the Babylonians thought was proof of divine ancestry to tell a different story. There were renowned giants before and after the flood, Genesis 6:4. However, their knowledge and their offspring sprang from the true God. Instead, they were the outcome of fallen divine beings rebelling against God. Thus, the boast of Babylon is shown in Genesis 6:1-4 as a heinous sin and the cause of the spread of human depravity, Genesis 6:5. Peter and Jude's association of Genesis 6:1-4 with false teachers is not surprising, given that the Babylonian 𝐄𝐻𝐦𝐚 were believed to be demonic. 2 Peter 2:2, 10, Jude 8. Peter and Jude use images from Genesis 6 to denounce their deviant knowledge and imply that they are licentious males who engage in defilement-inducing passion. These false instructors disregard authority and slander wondrous things, which virtuous angels do not dare to rectify, since only God can. 2 Peter 2, 9-11, Jude 8-10. Similar to the godly creatures of Genesis 6 who lost their own station. Jude 6. Nemesius, bishop of Emesa in the 4th century, writes, "Of the incorporeal creatures, only angels drifted away, and not all of them, but only those who gravitated to things below and set their desire on things of earth, severing their links with things above, even with God." Similar to what 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥 said in the 6th century, "How much less would he spare ordinary humans whom he made out of things that will die?" Since God wouldn't forgive the wrongdoing of the angels who had stood before him in glory, they died. At this point, it's natural for Christians to think it's crazy that angels can have babies with human women. In contrast, the ancient reader had a different issue. For instance, a text from the Second Temple states, "Because it was in this manner that pre-flood watchers were entranced by women, they continued looking at the women, overcome with desire for them, and envisioned committing the crime. Finally, they were transformed into men and appeared before their wives alongside their husbands. The women gave birth to giants because of their insatiable longing for these apparitions." Today, it seems impossible that a god could take on human form and do the things this poem describes. But this criticism is strange, since it reduces the dramatic nature of God's incarnation as Jesus. How can the virgin birth of God make suffering more bearable? Jesus, unfortunately, had both divine and human essences. Think about this. God was born via the birth canal of a woman and had to learn how to eat, move, speak, and experience puberty. The events described in Genesis 6, 1-4 need to adequately convey how terrible this situation is. The notion that fallen angels descended to earth in human form should be more attractive than the concept of incarnation, since it is less supernaturally impressive. The supernatural interpretation of Genesis 6, 1-4 derives from other passages where divine entities are depicted as humans. Genesis 18 and 19 show that he and 2 other supernatural beings met Abraham in person. First, they ate together, Genesis 18, 1-8. Then, according to Genesis 19:10, the 2 angels had to physically seize Lot and bring him back inside his home to protect him from the violence in Sodom, which would have been impossible if they were not corporeal. Jacob fought a man, Genesis 32:24, whom the Bible also identifies as God, Genesis 32:30-31. In Genesis 32:22-32, in Hosea 12:3-4, the entities that battled against Jacob are called God and an angel respectively. Jacob received wounds because of this violent encounter, verses 31 and 32. While angels often appear in human form in the New Testament, Matthew 2:19, Acts 10:3, 11:13, there are other instances in which they are better understood as corporeal beings. When the devil tempted Jesus, according to Matthew 4:11, angels arrived and began ministering to him. In Matthew 28:5 and Luke 1:12-31, 30-38, angels are seen and heard speaking, signifying the production of appropriate sound waves. Acts 10:3. If a purely oral experience was intended, one could expect the message to be described as a dream vision. In Acts 5:19 and 12:7, angels smote the disciples to rouse them and unlock doors. Intriguingly, Peter was instructed in the Bible to presume that the angel was only a vision. The Nephilim were present on earth before and after the flood, according to Genesis 6:4. This verse foreshadows the statement in Numbers 13:33 that the Nephilim are Anak's offspring. The sons of Anak, also known as the Anakim, were among the great tribes described in the Conquering Chronicles, Deuteronomy 2:10-11, 21, Joshua 11:21-22, 14:12-15. There are two possibilities regarding the post-flood life of the descendants of the Nephilim. 13,000 years ago, a localized flood occurred in the Persian Gulf. After the flood, the things in Genesis 6:1-4 happened again, leading to the birth of new Nephilim, from whom all the different clans came. Biblical and scientific evidence supports the hypothesis of a minor flood. About 70,000 years ago, a region home to ancient people experienced Noah's flood around 13,000 years ago after the last ice age. The natural history of Earth is described chronologically in Genesis 1 from a concordist viewpoint, and recent geological research has compiled a detailed tectonic profile showing that the oceans will never again cover the entire planet, as they did in the early stages of the planet's formation, from 4.5662 billion years ago to about 3.8 billion years ago. The examination of osmium isotopes indicates the Earth will never again be covered by water to the extent it was when it had a 1 kilometer deep worldwide ocean. Genesis 1:2, Psalm 104, 6-9. Given the location of the events in Genesis 6-9, what are the patterns of human migration? If Noah's flood was a global calamity, Genesis 2's designation of the Persian Gulf as a specific site for these people would be meaningless. Thus, Genesis 1 describes pre-Adamic beings who proliferate beyond 10,000 and flood the earth. The fact that a river comes from Eden to irrigate the garden and then separates into 4 streams offers topographical information about the area. As shown in Genesis 2, these people moved northeast from Africa and eventually settled on the Arabian Peninsula. According to the most recent anthropological and archaeological study, Eden is believed to be situated around the head of the Persian Gulf. In addition, Noah's reed boat reaches the vicinity of Mount Judai or Urartu in Genesis 8:4. Because the measurements in Genesis 6 should be read using the ancient Near Eastern system of base 60 instead of our system of base 10, this ship would have been about the same size as a modern yacht. According to academics, the 3 Hebrew words for cedar, chambers, and tar are all derived from Akkadian. Make yourself an ark out of cedar, 𝐄𝐻. Set chambers, kinim, in it, and cover its inside and exterior with tar, 𝐄𝐻. The Bible advises in verse 14 how to construct a vessel out of reed stalks from a reed dwelling and to tar it inside and out with bitumen. The text from the following Second Temple illustrates this. He handled the global inundation. Once again, Prudence saved the day. She guided a man who had done the proper thing directly onto a boat made of inexpensive wood. Ultimately, this explains why humans may safely reach land on a raft-like ship by riding the breaking waves. Consequently, the Mudif reed home of the modern people is an excellent example. Because it corresponds directly with the list of species mentioned in Genesis, and Job was in Uz on the Arabian Peninsula and would have interacted with Noah, no polar bears, emperor penguins, or dinosaurs, Job 38-41 highlights the species that experienced this flood approximately 13,000 years ago. The reed boat may have included the following animals: lion, raven, goat, deer, donkey, wild ox, ostrich, horse, hawk, and eagle. Since people and animals don't move away from places where they can get food, like the wealthy Persian Gulf, and don't move over mountainous areas, like the Arabian Peninsula, which is surrounded by mountains and water, it's essential to know that these species would mostly be farm animals and possibly some local wild animals. Therefore, moving Noah before the flood would be absurd. Surviving the flood was the only option available. Would they have survived the flood if they hadn't been isolated in the area 13,000 years ago? Since many migrated well before the flood, it probably happened. Even if there were scattered human colonies elsewhere, the population of the Persian Gulf was highly concentrated. This is consistent with the local flora, olive trees and wine production, ever since Noah's Ark landed south of the Armenian highlands on Mount Judai. In reality, work on ancient DNA fingerprinting has allowed us to link the genes of wild wheat to those of cultivated wheat, demonstrating that large-scale agriculture started just 10,000 years ago or so. The proximity of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers in southern Turkey mirrors the position of Mount Judai and Noah's reed boat. The same DNA research also showed how organized agriculture extended from the Fertile Crescent of Mesopotamia, 9,000 to 8,000 BC, to Persia, 8,000 to 6,000 BC, the Nile Delta, 8,000 to 6,000 BC, India, 6,000 BC, and Greece, 6,000 BC. In Genesis 6:4, the Hebrew word that is translated as when can also be translated as whenever. This means that the bad things that happened in the time before the flood will happen again after the flood. Since the first Nephilim would perish, a subsequent generation of Nephilim would emerge. Giants lived in these areas before Moses, Joshua, and the Israelites, Deuteronomy 2:10-11, 19-20. This is an interesting fact. These giants were known as Emim and Zamzumin by the Moabites and Ammonites. Additionally, the Horites, Avim, and Caphtorim were expelled. According to Deuteronomy 2:23, the Caphtorim lived in villages as far as Gaza, a Philistine metropolis. Despite co-occurring with renowned tribes in various regions, these tribal groupings are never described as tall. Crete's Aegean island is Caphtor. There needs to be a comprehensive discussion of the workings of the bloodline lines, although we are informed there was a connection. Goliath would have been a Philistine during the time of David. Thus, the descendants of Esau and Lot, who, like Israel, were also sprung from Abraham, had already expelled these giants from the territory allocated to Abraham's descendants, Deuteronomy 2:12-21. These giants were related to the Anakim, Deuteronomy 2:10-11, who descended from the Nephilim, Numbers 13:33. These individuals are called Rephaim, Deuteronomy 2:11-20. So, God told Moses to ask Lot and Esau's descendants for permission before the Israelites left the Transjordan area and started their journey north. They could go, which they did, Deuteronomy 2:26-29. They were traveling toward God, the last sphere of influence for the Nephilim lineage in the Transjordan region. Moses is ignorant of God's plan for this leg of the voyage until a crucial plot twist occurs. But Sihon, king of Heshbon, would not let us pass through because the Lord your God had hardened his heart and made him arrogant in order to deliver him into your hands today. 2:30 in Deuteronomy. God's decision to harden Sihon's heart reminds us of his earlier conflict with Pharaoh, the god of Egypt. Given the historical background of Abraham's experience, Genesis 15:13-16, it was time for Sihon to go. God forewarned Abraham that his descendants, Edom, Ammon, Moab, and Israel, would be kept in slavery but would ultimately return to the Promised Land. This would occur when God was ready to punish the Amorites for their misdeeds. Why then Sihon? He was king of the Amorites, Deuteronomy 3:2. So why did they exist? The Amorites inhabited Mesopotamia. The name Amorite in Hebrew comes from the Sumerian word Martu, which strangely meant the land and people who lived west of Sumer and Babylon. Sumerian and Akkadian texts written thousands of years before Moses and the Israelites discussed the word and the people. Consequently, Amorite is used broadly throughout the Old Testament. For example, in Genesis 14:13, an Amorite is identified as Abraham's ally. This is not surprising given the term's association with Mesopotamian ethnicity. The Amorites are adversaries whose Babylonian lineage links them to the Nephilim. Sometimes it portrays the whole Canaanite population, Joshua 7:7. Consequently, the names Amorites and Canaanites are synonymous and refer to non-Israelites who live in Canaan. Its applicability to a specific ethnic group in Canaan, among others, is more specialized in subsequent chapters, Genesis 15:19-21. Consequently, Canaanites and Amorites were coined to describe Israel's enemies. The tone of Amorites, the more forbidding of the two, is defined by the Babylonian polemic that precedes it in Israel's story. It would have a vast theological effect to tar and feather the Canaanites with a label that would remind an Israelite reader of the supernatural disasters described in Genesis 6:1-4. However, the connection is more than merely rhetorical. According to one scripture, the Amorites were giants descended from the Nephilim. Yet it was I who slaughtered the Amorites in front of them, although their height was like a cedar and their power resembled an oak, whose fruit I destroyed from above and the roots from underneath. Continues, furthermore, I led you for 40 years across the desert as I led you out of Egypt, so that you might conquer the Amorite country. Amos 2:9-10. Remember that the Exodus and conquest are the context for this comment. It signified to an Israelite that the Canaanite Aboriginal people's origins were supernaturally wicked. Some would have been exceptionally tall if the Amorites were connected to the Israelites. This would entail more than just a property issue. It was a battle between God and the newly emerged gods, fighting for human bloodlines and acting against God's plan. As a result, Sihon gets involved in this scenario in various ways. He was friends with Og, another Amorite king who ruled over Bashan. What made Og unique? He was also massive. Moses narrates what happened after Israel conquered Sihon. We went out and made our way up to Bashan. Then Og, king of Bashan, and his army marched out to meet us at Edrei for a battle. Don't be afraid of him. I have thrown him, his army, and his territory into your hands, the Lord stated. As you did to Sihon, the Amorite king of Heshbon, do the same to him. The Lord our God sent us Og, king of Bashan, and his army, and we attacked them until there were no survivors left. All of his cities had been captured by us. In the territory of Argob, which is part of the kingdom of Og in Bashan, we seized every single one of the 60 cities. These settlements built concrete walls, gates, and bars to offer protection. Several sites required the construction of walls. We assaulted them in every city, men, women, and children, and slaughtered them entirely, just as we killed Sihon, king of Heshbon. But we kept all the animals and the booty from the towns. So, from the 2 Amorite kings we took ownership of the land east of the Jordan, from Wadi Arnon to Mount Hermon. Hernon Senir was named by the Amorites, whereas Sirion was named by the Sidonians. We took control of all the cities on the plain, including Gilead and Bashan, as far as Salekah and Edrei, villages of the kingdom of Og in Bashan. From the remaining Rephaim, only Og, king of Bashan, remained. His bed was really composed of iron. It's probably in Rabbah of the Ammonites. It is approximately 6 feet wide and 13.5 feet long, Deuteronomy 3:1. They were used as temples and residences for the gods. You'll notice a few things if you're an old Israelite reader. The most apparent connection to the Babylonian argument is Og's bed. Its dimensions match the cultic bed of the Enigma ziggurat, which historians think was modeled after the Tower of Babel in Genesis 11. Every year, the god Marduk and his heavenly bride Zapinatu gathered on Enigma's gigantic bed for ceremonial lovemaking to bless the earth with the god's favor. Sacred marriage ceremonies included fertility benefits for the country and its inhabitants. Another aim of the event was to preserve the god's established cosmic order. Consequently, the bond between Og and Marduk meant that, besides the giant component, Og was the heir to and custodian of Babylonian knowledge and cosmic order from before the flood. The size of the bed expressed this. This would bring him full circle to Genesis 6:1-4's 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥 polemic. Deuteronomy 3 shows that Jewish scribes, who were finishing the Old Testament during the Babylonian exile, associated Marduk and Og with these patterns. The sizable monument designates the most direct route. The term remnants of the Rephaim, which refers to the massive Anakim and other ancient Transjordan gigantic tribes, is really used to describe Og, Deuteronomy 2:11-20. Marduk was represented as more significant than life in ancient times. Consequently, they are instances of a matrix of notions envisioned by biblical authors and built via wordplay based on Babylonian mythology. Here's a model of Marduk's Esagila temple, which is situated south of Enigma's ziggurat. Before the Babylonian era, Marduk was a minor deity when he was elevated to become the king of the gods and the guardian of the city of Babylon. As a result, during the Babylonian exile, Marduk, sometimes known as Merodach or Bel, Jeremiah 52, 51:44, Isaiah 46:1, was God's greatest ideological antagonist. Eupolemus, a Jewish historian who lived in the 2nd century BC, said that anonymous writings said Abraham was related to giants. These folks were from Babylonia. Because of their impiety, the gods destroyed them. Belos, one of them, survived and made his way to Babylon. He built a tower and lived within it. The tower is named Belos after him. After mastering astrology, Abraham journeyed to Phoenicia to share his knowledge with the Phoenicians before heading to Egypt. Consequently, Eupolemus depicts a giant called Belos who survived Noah's flood and is credited with building the Tower of Babel in Babylon, where he stayed. To put it another way, this train of thought thematically links Marduk with Belos. Consequently, biblical editors during the exile saw the wordplay between Bel and Belos and used Og's bed size to connect him to Marduk. On the left is a 10 cm high 9th century BC lapis lazuli cylinder seal. Lapis lazuli is a deep blue metamorphic gemstone prized since antiquity for its distinctive color. Marduk is shown riding a horned demon dragon. Marduk's name is also close to the Sumerian term for Amorite, in Sumerian Ama-Utu, meaning the young bull of the sun god is a calf of Utu. Amorite Matu. The picture of Og, the massive Amorite ruler, and the name Marduk are puns the biblical authors use in this text. Og governs over Edrei according to Deuteronomy 3:10. Similarly, Joshua 12:4-5 refers to him as the king of Bashan, and says he lived in Ashtaroth and Edrei, while Joshua 13:11-12, 30-31 refer to Bashan as a leading site of Og's dominion and say it had 60 towns. These terms, Ashtaroth, Edrei, and Bashan, were theologically charged for Israelites and even their neighbors who worshipped other deities. Ashtaroth, Edrei, and the Rephaim are major or quasi-divine dead warrior kings who prowl the underworld in Ugaritic literature. The location of Ashtaroth and Edrei was inscribed in Bathan, not Bashan, the Ugaritic language. Because Bashan and Bathan both mean serpent, the language context is significant. As previously said, the heavenly serpent revolted in Eden and later became the Lord of the dead. Here, the serpentine relationship is, therefore, just symbolic. In Bashan or Bathan, Jesus famously declared, "The gates of hell will not prevail against my church." Matthew 16:18. In the Old Testament, Rephaim is depicted as being in the underworld. Isaiah 14:9, Ezekiel 32:27, Psalm 88:10-12, Job 26:1-6. Because of the Babylonian setting of Genesis 6:1-4, a polemic against the divine Apkallu and their quasi-divine gigantic progeny, the biblical writer's later identification of the Nephilim with the Rephaim differs from the tradition of Ugaritic literature, which did not have the Rephaim as giants. Because later Jewish writers recognized these conceptual ties, the Second Temple literature taught that demons are the spirits of the dead Nephilim. This location is also home to Mount Hermon, which is foreboding, and Bashan acts as the gateway to the underworld. The Watchers came to earth to live with human women and give birth to the Nephilim, Genesis 6:4, from this location, 1 Enoch 6. Joshua 12:4-5 connects these ideas. The kingdom of Og, king of Bashan, was deposed. He was one of the last Rephaim to reign over Mount Hermon, Salikah, all of Bashan up to the border with the descendants of Geshur and Markath, and part of Gilead up to the edge with Sihon, king of Heshbon. In Deuteronomy 3, the word rem means to destroy, which comes from the Hebrew phrase ermon. There is just one word for extermination. Israel's battles in Transjordan have brought the practice of annihilation in its conquest war, which has troubled believers for centuries, to the forefront. However, it helps us in this scenario if we keep the whole context in mind. The story of Og's defeat is vivid, Deuteronomy 3:6. Despite their gigantic dimensions, the giant clan members were clearly humans, according to Joshua 11:14. This language raises the question of how a supernatural reading of Genesis 6:1-4 would understand Anakim's human description, considering Numbers 13-33's apparent allusion to their seeming divine lineage. The terminology used to assign humanity to the Nephilim forefathers would imply that the Anakim were mortal rather than everlasting gods. As a result, the notion of rem extends beyond fighting. The basic premise is to punish someone or something because it is forbidden, cursed, or only God owns it. As a result, the term rem may commit persons or things to God, Leviticus 27:28, Numbers 18:14, Joshua 6:18, Micah 4:13. Nothing consecrated in this way could ever be replaced by another item or person. Exodus 22:20 uses the term ram to describe the death sentence for idolatry. Anyone who committed this crime was cursed. The decision could not be reversed. That item was entirely God's. Thus, Joshua's rem must be viewed considering Genesis 6:1-4 and Deuteronomy 32:8-9, which claim that God disinherited the nations and subjected them to the rule of lesser gods. Since Genesis 6:1-4 is thematically referenced by Israel's initial meeting with the local population, where the huge Anakim are represented as descendants of the Nephilim, Numbers 13:32-33, the central goal of the conquest is based on Deuteronomy 32:8-9. Canaan is the geographical land that God, as owner, officially handed to his people. 2 Chronicles 7:20, Isaiah 19:25, Jeremiah 2:7, 16:18, Ezekiel 38:16, Joel 1:6-3-2. Israel is the chosen people of God. Israel is fighting enemies generated by conflicting divine beings. The people of the disinherited lands were not like the Nephilim lineages. Finally, Genesis 6, Psalm 82, the Mesopotamian Apkallu, and the Second Temple Watchers are all connected writings that educate us about the same group that marries human women and ushers in a time of corruption and injustice by them and their Nephilim descendants. Given that they are descended from Noah's sons, it is clear from Genesis 10 that the people who dwell in those nations owe their existence to God. There was a different lineage of Nephilim. Several heavenly beings combined to create them. God had no desire to claim them since they did not belong to him, and the progeny of other gods could not cohabit. The lives of Israel's enemies were to be devoted to destruction as a sacrifice to God. During Moses' reign, a spiritual battle known as Joshua's Revolt erupted in Transjordan, particularly against the Amorite giant lords Sihon and Og, Deuteronomy 2:34 and Deuteronomy 3:6. 6. The Anakim. Furthermore, the Anakim are mentioned with the Amalekites, Hittites, Jebusites, Amorites, and Canaanites in Numbers 13:29. As a result, the rem refers primarily to villages near the giants, Deuteronomy 7:1-2. Wherever the giants' Nephilim bloodlines are revealed, they will be destroyed. Moses died soon after defeating Sihon and Og, but never arrived in the Promised Land. Before being granted the leadership of the nation, Joshua was given the instruction to examine the ground, Joshua 2, cross the Jordan from Shittim, Joshua 3-4, and renew the covenant between God and Israel, Joshua 5. Numbers 27:18-23, Deuteronomy 34:9, Joshua 1. The central city of Jericho served as the conquest's launching point. A significant military action would quickly divide the cities into north and south areas. Following the spiritual failure of the Israelite Achan, Joshua 8:26, the city of Ai, like Jericho, was devoted to ruin, Joshua 6:18-21. When the spies completed scouting the land and found Anakim, Joshua headed south into the hill country. The southern campaign is described in Joshua 10:28-43. The conquest had begun at Jericho, a city in the Jordan River Valley north of the Dead Sea, where the Jordan flows into the Dead Sea. As a result, the city is one location identified roughly 40 years ago. Some Anakim lived in specific areas because they were subject to tribute, while others were not, according to the terminology of Numbers 13:28-29. This chapter tells us 5 times that the citizens of these cities were devoted to destruction, and it also tells us 6 times that Joshua left none behind. Because of the Israelite strategy, the attack was focused on the places where Anakim lived. Other citizens in such locations and towns were obviously at risk. When they arrived in an area under Rem, they intended to leave no Anakim alive, After conquering the southern hill region, Joshua proceeded north and used the same method. The northern campaign is described in Joshua 11. Numbers 13, 28-29 mention a variety of ethnic groupings when the Anakim were first observed by the 12 Israelite spies. This group includes the Hittites, Jebusites, and Amorites, Joshua 11:3. Joshua also saw troops at Mount Hermon in the Bashan region, Joshua 11:4. According to another story, Joshua's men attacked them until none remained, Joshua 11:8, and committed the villages in the region to destruction, Joshua 11:12. Finally, Joshua 11:21-23 demonstrates Rem's rationality despite the disaster's grief. The Anakim were Rem's intended victims, according to this scripture. This chapter mentions the high land of Judah and Israel, which is significant. This phrase would make sense only after Joshua's tribal allotments, which had not yet occurred, and when Rehoboam divided Israel into 2 kingdoms, which would emerge decades later. This anachronistic terminology is significant because it shows that the book of Joshua was written a considerable time after these events occurred. The southern campaign is known as Judah's hill country, Judah being the southern region in the split monarchy following Rehoboam. The northern campaign is referred to as the high country of Israel, Israel being the northern kingdom in the partitioned monarchy. According to Joshua 11:21-23, the Anakim were the focus of both campaigns. However, verse 22 clarifies this. None of the Anakim remained in Israelite territory. They only stayed in Gaza, Gath, and Ashdod. Gath, Ashdod, and Gaza were Philistine cities. In 1 Samuel, we first encounter Goliath and his brothers. As a result, Joshua's author sets the basis for these lineages to be eradicated until David's reign, Joshua 13:2-3, 1 Samuel 17:4-23. Between 1250 and 1150 BC, the Philistines were among the so-called Sea Peoples who left their coastal homes in Greece, Anatolia, and the Aegean Islands, including Crete, and assaulted Canaan and Egypt along the eastern Mediterranean beaches, with varying degrees of success. One of their birthplaces was the Aegean island of Kaftor. Kaftor is mainly linked to the Philistines in Amos 9:7 and Jeremiah 47:4. A relationship between the Kaftorim and the Anakim is stated in Deuteronomy 2:20-23. The name Rapha derives from the Rephaim, 1 Chronicle 20:4-8, and these Gath giants are descendants of Rapha, 2 Samuel 21:15-22. Thus, the term Goliath is derived from one of the Aegean civilizations, either Luwian or Lydian. An inscription on a potsherd from Tel Es-Safi, Gath, from the 9th century BC reads, "The initial word, Lut, may be related to the Hebrew word Glit for Goliath. It is an example of the non-Semitic Philistine language written in an alphabetic script. More intriguing is the additional information on the giants genetically linked to Goliath, such as a very tall guy with 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot, for 24 digits, who was a Rephaim descendant. 1 Chronicles 26. Polydactylism, or additional fingers or toes, attracted ancient societies. On the left, for instance, is an Egyptian mummy shroud from the 2nd century. On the image's outer bands, a prayer written in Demotic script, a simplified version of hieroglyphics, identifies the lady as Tathir, the daughter of Thatres. The 12 toes and odd haircut indicate that this is a genuine Tathir. It is symbolic and exhibits polydactylism. The inner bars on either side of the picture include a repeating hieroglyphic formula. With a feather in each claw, the vulture hovers over Tathir's head as a sign of protection. A goddess making a protective gesture and a bird with a human head, representing the deceased spirit, stand on either side of her head. 6 panels between the shoulders and the feet depict symbolic depictions of the soul bird, holy animals, and gods and goddesses guarding the deceased. Therefore, the language of the Bible indicates that the Rephaim race had a genetic flaw that caused polydactylism. It seems reasonable that a race of giants produced by an unsuitable sexual union between the divine and human realms, Genesis 6, 1-4, would exhibit such severe and rapid genetic defects. Consequently, Mesopotamian priests and sorcerers often argued about the meaning of polydactylism. Some of their results may be found in 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥, a collection of 7th century Assyrian omen manuscripts. In contrast, the autosomal dominant inheritance of Goliath's family tree reveals further genetic abnormalities resulting from that long-ago illicit union. For example, he had family acromegaly, or gigantism, characterized by an overproduction of growth hormone by the pituitary gland, and an early onset of his genetic pituitary disorder caused by the AIP gene. Please remember that the third son of Goliath, Exadactylus, does not have a recognized name because of his polydactyly. Note how David also defeated Goliath. 1 Samuel 17:49. Official paraphrases it was a pebble on his forehead. This further shows that his pituitary gland was dysfunctional. Alternately, a pituitary tumor was pushing on his optic chiasm, causing visual disturbances due to strain on his optic nerve and preventing him from seeing the stone in his lateral vision. While it is challenging to estimate Goliath's actual age, the early start of pituitary tumors is characteristic of genetic gigantism, as is the early onset of lateral vision impairment. Although pituitary giants are massive, their lack of speed and dexterity belies their strength. David evaded the massive armor thrown at him because of his agility, and he used his slingshot prowess to shoot Goliath from the edge of the battlefield. Goliath sent a shield-bearer in advance to locate the enemies. Giving all to God is the concept of Rem. The ultimate cause of Rem's destruction is the annihilation of the descendants of the Nephilim. The purpose was to eliminate their forefathers from the country. Destroying these targeted lineages, believed to be the offspring of hostile gods, would be a sacrificial offering to God. Other gods exceeded their allotments, Deuteronomy 32:9, and assembled armies to prevent the descendants of God from inheriting his country. The only way to secure land possession was to wipe out the tribes of enormous warriors who had arisen to oppose it. Consequently, every lethal threat made by other gods against God's sons in his own realm was met with a horrible response. If the depiction of the Anakim being dispersed over Canaan in Numbers 13:28-29 is accurate, Joshua 11:21-23 states categorically that they were destined for extinction, but not every Canaanite. In reality, conquering tales use different verbs than rem, which does not always mean take life. Unless such clarity is provided, it must be considered that when the Bible states no one remained in a city or area under certain circumstances, it implies that everyone perished or was a victim of rem. They may have been expelled or fled because the phrases employed by the conquering armies were different. To banish, as in Deuteronomy 33:27 and Joshua 24:12-18, Exodus 34:24, Numbers 21:32, 33:52-55, Joshua 3:10, 12:1, 13:6, 17:12-13, 23:5, 9, Joshua 24, 12 to 18. This means that just a fraction of contacts prioritizes relationship building. When these descriptions are combined, the overall impression is that Israelite soldiers are in danger if they encounter a giant or someone claiming to be one of their ancestors. Others may die in conflict, but their deaths are useless according to the theological perspective in Numbers 13:26-33, Deuteronomy 2-3, and Joshua 11:21-23. The Bible only mentions Goliath's height. He was 6.5 feet tall, 1 Samuel 17:4. These giants' unusual heights were ascribed to divine causes. The ancient Near East had an average height of 5 feet. According to this criterion, Goliath was divinely created. There is no proof of very tall people in Canaan, which is unsurprising given that the ancient Israelites, like other Canaanites, did not embalm their dead. Few remnants of the millions who once inhabited ancient Canaan remained after over 2,000 years. Therefore, it is unlikely that skeletal remains from the first 2,000 years BC will be unearthed. In ancient Egypt, embalming substantially improved the condition. Moreover, embalmed individuals often belonged to the elite class, meaning their diets were superior and they had excellent health and development. According to mummy research, the average height of an Egyptian guy was 5.5 feet. Therefore, this does imply no scriptural support for unusually tall individuals in Canaan throughout biblical times. A 13th century Egyptian papyrus near Megiddo recalls exceptionally tall Canaanites. Bedouins hide in the undergrowth of the perilously confined valley. Some are 4 or 5 cubits, 8 to 12 feet tall, from the tip of their snout to the bottom of their foot. They do not react well to pleading, and their hearts are not soft. The biblical text and archaeology provide a picture of Canaan where many groups coexisted with remnants of the Nephilim bloodline. Although strange, it was part of the biblical author's conception of the supernatural. The kingdom Moses and Joshua envisioned would only last for a few decades. The aim of conquest was to remove all residents and eradicate their lineages. Israel naturally failed, and it was essentially a mess. Bishop of Milan in the 4th century, Ambrose, is correct. In contrast to the poetic tradition, the author of the Holy Book asserts that the people he refers to as giants because of their huge size were created by angels and women, not sons of the earth. And by chance are men who care about their bodies and disregard their souls comparable to the Nephilim and, concurrently, to those giants who, according to poets' narratives, were born from the earth and rejected the authority of the gods by placing their confidence in the size of their bodies. Those who, although possessing both a body and a soul, scorn the most precious aspect of the soul, namely cerebral activity, and exhibit signs of imitating this flesh, as if declaring their descent from Eve's stupidity, must be separated from giants. People only labor in vain when they imagine their high ambitions and worldly efforts will enable them to rule heaven. However, they are punished more severely since they live inferior lives and reject the only way of life on purpose. This brings us to the spiritual battles between Jesus and the powers of evil during his mission in the Bashan region. Mark 5, 1-20 describes the exorcism of the legion. The Nephilim's demise says something about their souls, and for the Jews of the Second Temple, the demons Jesus encountered and slaughtered were the released spirits of the Watchers. They are considered bad spirits since they originated on earth. They lack genuine spirituality and are a spiritual-physical hybrid. The question the legion poses as they approach Jesus is akin to that posed by the demons Jesus exorcised from Jewish territory in Galilee, Mark 1:24. As a result, when the first watchers, Genesis 6:2, died, God cast them into the lowest pit, bound them in shackles of profound darkness, and reserved them for judgment. 2 Peter 2:4. In contrast, the evil souls of the giants are free to wander the earth once their physical bodies have died. Therefore, when Jesus fights the legion, he faces a horde of these animals. During Mark 1-4, Jesus' entire career was dedicated to the Jewish people. However, in Mark 5, Jesus journeyed toward the country of the Gerasenes, i.e., the area of the Gentiles, causing his emphasis to shift. Jesus is referred to as the Son of the Highest in Legion, which reflects the Old Testament's idea of cosmic geography. Deuteronomy 32:8-9. Consequently, the Most High subjected the nations of earth to the rule of fallen deities, disinherited them, and then created Israel from nothing. The exorcism of Legion is more than a weird story about a murderous pig. The problem at hand is theological communication. Jesus, the second Yahweh, is acknowledged by the Legion as the legal owner of the territory of the Gerasenes, ancient Bashan, now ruled by Gentiles. These events in Jesus' life occurred in the most spiritually gloomy locations and were terrifying to Israelites and Jews who studied the Old Testament. Bashan and Hermon were the guardians stationed at the epicenter of spiritual evil. The account of Jephthah and his fatal oath, Judges 11:29-40, is a significant Old Testament parallel to this historical event. Immediately after the exorcism of Legion, Mark 5:21-43, Jairus' daughter is resurrected. After Jair, a man from Gilead, served as an interim judge, the Israelites worshipped other gods, Judges 10:6. Then God punished the Israelites by pitting them against a foreign foe. The Ammonites, a foreign adversary, lived on the opposite side of the Jordan River in the Gilead region. The populace quickly cried out to God for help. God's response, however, was to call Jephthah an additional Gilead judge. In chapter 11, Jephthah talks with the king of Ammon. He inquires about the king's discontent with the Ammonite territory given to him by his god 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥. Milcom, not 𝐄𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥, was Ammon's primary deity. Hence, Jephthah's reasoning is incorrect. Unfortunately, he will continue to make doctrinal errors. When Joshua leads Israel in a battle against Ammon, he prays to God, saying, "If you genuinely give me control over the Ammonites, then whatever comes out of my house to meet me will become the Lord's, and I will present it as a burnt offering." Judges 11:30-31. His sole child, his daughter, awaits him upon his triumphant homecoming. Remember that there was no king, spiritual authority, or uniform religious structure at the time. This account of Jephthah illustrates how God placed some geographical regions under the control of other gods. Deuteronomy 4:19-20, 32:8-9. According to Judges 11:10-11, the Israelites thus prayed to Milcom and other gods. Milcom was gained through human sacrifices. Jephthah sacrificed humans under Ammonite Milcom worship to fulfill his vow to God. Even though he had God in mind, he had a warped view of reverence. Because she had never married, academics dispute whether her death represented a meaningful sacrifice or was only symbolic. Pseudo-Philo, a Second Temple book, states that all the Israelite virgins assembled, buried, and wept over Jephthah's daughter. Consequently, the New Testament account of Jesus raising Jairus' daughter from the dead is a highly symbolic reworking of the tragedy of Jephthah's promise. As in the original account of Jephthah, this retelling focuses on the question of who God's monarch is and where his lawful power lives. The Old Testament refers to this area as Gilead. As shown by Jesus, the genuine God is restoring Gilead. Mark 5:1 records that Jesus expelled the legion from the territories of the Gerasenes. During the time of Jephthah, this region was inhabited by Ammonites, who worshipped Milcom, the child-eating demon. The casting out of demons, according to Matthew 12:28, signaled the beginning of God's rule. Jesus asserts his kingly power over the country once known as Gilead by driving out these demons. Jesus encounters Jairus, whose daughter has passed away, upon his return from a trip. After seeing his faith, Jesus provides for his daughter. Jesus undoes the second crime of Gilead, the Milcom sacrifice of Jephthah's daughter. These spiritual conflicts culminate in Matthew 16:13-20, when Jesus and his followers go to the region of Caesarea Philippi. This site provides the background for the referenced rock, since it refers to the gates of hell. Caesarea Philippi is close to the Pharpar River. This place should be recognizable since it was where Israel fought the giants. The landscape may help us establish where Jesus was when he told Peter, "This rock and the gates of hell." It is situated at the base of Mount Hermon and in the northern portion of the Old Testament province of Bashan, or Bathan, which is sometimes referred to as the Serpent. The region was well known as a sanctuary dedicated to Zeus and Pan, two major ancient gods. The rock thus alludes to the mountain where Jesus makes his remarks. In response, Peter proclaims Jesus to be the Messiah, the Son of the living God, near Mount Hermon. Why? Because this region was thought to be the gates of hell, the entrance to the afterlife. The religious message is as persuasive as it gets. According to Jesus, hell's gates cannot withstand his church, God's kingdom. As you may have noted, God is on the offensive, not the defensive. Jesus starts from the beginning of the Old Testament's cosmos to proclaim the significant change. The gates of hell are closing in on the church, and they cannot stop it. In other words, this will be Satan's burial, which is contradictory given the New Testament's depiction of eliminating demonic power. Because the fallen watchers chose Mount Hermon as the site of their rebellion against God, Jesus needed an additional opportunity to denounce his invisible opponents. Therefore, he ascended the mountain and was transformed. Mark 9:2-8. The visuals are captivating. The opponent acknowledges Jesus but does not understand his purpose. 1 Corinthians 2:7-8. Jesus is convincing them to take action. He has handed them the rope, and they will commit suicide inadvertently, resulting in an unpleasant public spectacle. Colossians 2:15. Jesus will go to Jerusalem to drink the cup provided for him by the Father. Why? Because this instrument of death is the only cosmic catalyst capable of restoring the original Edenic command and launching God's rule. Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani. During his execution, Jesus bellowed, my God, why have you abandoned me?" Anagram of Matthew 27:46. Jesus recited from Psalm 22:1. For instance, we read later in the psalm, "The ferocious bulls of Bashan have surrounded me, and there are many of them. They are roaring and charging me with their fangs bared." Psalm 22:12-13. Given Bashan's theological significance, and the fact that the components of Psalm 22 anticipate the crucifixion, a reference to Bashan would be appropriate. A Dan-named cult site existed in the northern region of Bashan, Samaria. The rebellious northern kingdom of Israel's 10 tribes abandoned David's kingdom and became famed for its pagan worship after the death of Solomon. Jeroboam built this alliance and the fighting empire. 1 King 12:25-33. Bashan's identity includes his worship of other gods. Attention, Samaritan mountain dwellers of Bashan, you fat cows that oppress the poor, plunder the weak, and continuously pester your husbands to drink more. The Lord has sworn an oath of honor. Shortly you will all be expelled from the area using fishhooks. Amos 4:1-3. According to the Lord, you will all exit through the wall openings and go straight to Mount Hermon. Amos refers to upper-class women in northern Israel who worshipped the golden calves of Bashan because the fat cows of Bashan are said to converse with their husbands. Amos attacks male and female priests of the temple who worship the gods. They oppress the poor and rob the needy, to name a few offenses. Thus, the fat cows of Bashan are revered as deities. In Psalm 82, verses 3 and 4, the corrupt, fallen gods of the heavenly council are accused of committing the same sins. Bashan has formed partnerships with demonic forces. Psalm 22 was not originally intended to be a messianic scripture, but Matthew's usage changes this. The inference is that Jesus was surrounded by ferocious bulls of Bashan, demon gods that opposed God and his people for centuries. Another critical passage is Psalm 68, 15-23, which describes the moment God takes possession of Bashan. Mount Bashan is called the Mountain of the Gods in this psalm, verse 15, Ha Elohim. This makes sense considering that Sinai and Bashan compete in the opening verses of the psalm, verses 1-14. Verse 17, This mountain of the gods is jealous of God's mountain. Observe the intimate connection between Sinai and God in holiness, while Bashan depicts a dirty country. God is the heavenly warrior who will destroy the fortresses of Bashan. He will take prisoners down the mountain, verse 18. Paul quotes this passage in Ephesians 4:8. Why? Because Jesus ascended and liberated the prisoners. Paul considered Jesus to be the fulfillment of Psalm 68. Note the slight difference in language as Paul paraphrases the psalm. Consequently, Paul's expression has 3 variations. First, Paul adjusts the statement's emphasis to explain what Jesus has done in the third person rather than telling God what Jesus has done in the second. Paul replaces the term human beings with the noun humanity. Paul changes the conclusion so that Jesus delivers presents to people rather than God providing gifts to humanity, and he changes received to its antonym gave. There is a description of triumph in Psalm 68. Here is an example of a tribute to Shalmaneser III, the 9th century BC monarch of Assyria. The joyful army leader leads the enemy prisoners behind him. Consequently, they are human war trophies. Paul links Jesus to God in Psalm 68:18 because God is depicted as retreating from the awful stronghold. According to Paul, Jesus, the incarnate second Yahweh, encircled by demonic bulls of Bashan, fulfills the picture from Psalm 68. Psalm 22:12, When Jesus conquered them on the cross, he turned them into a public spectacle. 1 Colossians 2:15, Paul refers to the outcome of the conquest. Historically, the conqueror would display the prisoners and demand homage. Wealth was divided after a conquest. Paul is informed of the circumstances. Using Psalm 68:18, he asserts that when Jesus defeated his demonic foes, he gave the church the spoils of victory. As a result, Jesus has earned the blessings associated with Psalm 68. Consequently, received has been changed to gave. Jerome, 4th century, hits the mark. Even though Psalm 68 implies that he received gifts among people, Paul's choice to emphasize that Christ gave gifts to humanity in this passage was a delicate touch. What is the distinction's significance? The term "he received" was used since the action promised in the psalm had not yet transpired. In contrast, the apostle considers this a promise made in the past and then kept. Christ had already provided the gift at the time of writing, and churches had been founded all throughout the globe. As a result, some argue Jesus has already given rather than received from humanity. Before Jesus' resurrection, people offered God gifts. Because of Jesus' resurrection, God blessed everyone. Paul elaborates on this fundamental theological truth. What does "he ascended" signify beyond the fact that he also ascended to the surface of the earth? To complete the image, the one who fell must also be the one who dropped from the skies. Ephesians 4:9-10. What does Paul mean by ascent and descent? Following Jesus' triumph, his followers receive gifts. Ephesians 4:8. Along with the rise, there was also a descent into the lower sections. Following his death, Jesus entered Sheol to deal with the original transgressing watchers, the incarcerated spirits. 1 Peter 3:18-22. Considering this, Philippians 2:6-11 and Romans 10:6-7 describe Jesus' descent as his incarnation, crucifixion, and resurrection. In addition, the term "the ground" here is translated appropriately from Greek. In addition, Paul's description of the Spirit's descent onto the globe after Jesus' triumphal ascension on the day of Pentecost, Acts 2, is how gifts are distributed to Christians still living in the world. Are you aware that we have both an ascending victory, the resurrection, and a descending success, the Spirit at Pentecost? Paul's observation highlights two crucial considerations. One, the crucifixion of Jesus not only resulted in the fall of Bashan, a cosmic evil force, but also ignited the Church's strength via the Spirit's gifts. Pentecost also contributed to this triumph and empowerment. Similar to the Gospel narratives, Acts 2 has a considerably deeper meaning than we may realize. In Ephesians 4, Paul presents a modest perspective on Pentecost. As revealed in Deuteronomy 32, cosmic geography is necessary to comprehend what occurred on the day of Pentecost. Given this context, we may return to John's perspective in Revelation 9 as we conclude. Version 1 must be recalled. I saw a star that had fallen from the sky to the ground. The star was handed the key to the shaft of the endless abyss. This star is a fallen celestial being, possibly Satan himself, since he is shown as having fallen to earth from heaven, which accords with the imagery of Isaiah 14:12-14. See Luke 10:18. He is subsequently, as we may see, given the key to the shaft of the unfathomable abyss. Same language from Jude 6 and 2 Peter 2:4. Andrew, the bishop of Caesarea in the 6th century, thinks the star is a kind angel. He is on the right track when he says, the star is really an angel from heaven. With God's permission, he assists the wicked demons cast into the pit, i.e., those bound by Christ during his incarnation, in ascending from the hole. He drives them upward so they may complete their task before the climax, but ultimately end up in eternal torment. In verses 2 through 6, the star calls forth locusts by opening the shaft of the bottomless pit. As a result, the imprisoned watchers have been liberated in an apocalyptic fashion. Tychonius, who lived in the 4th century, explains, "In the locusts, he symbolizes spiritual and hostile forces that we see swarming through the air like locusts intending to harm humanity. Natural locust swarms may traverse a territory and consume all vegetation. When locusts swarm, the sun, moon, and stars turn black." Joel 2:20. The bottomless pit locusts resemble scorpions because of their stinging tails. Real locusts do not have stinging tails, but scorpions and locusts may be compared since they both have wings and carry disease. Although locusts were the 8th and most severe plague to befall Egypt, Exodus 10:15, other unforeseen tragedies have occurred up to the present day. The Ottoman Syria locust infestation, a locust epidemic, occurred in Palestine in 1915. The environment has been entirely ruined. In 1866, a previous outbreak in Algeria triggered a famine that claimed the lives of 200,000 people. Therefore, this is an excellent image of devils posing as locusts. Instead of their regular diet, these locusts feed on people. According to Revelation 7:3, these locusts and scorpions may sting anybody who lacks the seal of God on their foreheads. In the eastern Mediterranean area, many types of arachnids are present. One observer likened their bites to those of scorpions. The poisons of these locusts are toxic enough to torture them for 5 months. Although its venom is lethal and hazardous to humans, it seldom kills them. Instead, it annihilates the insects and spiders on which they feed. Consequently, everyone on Earth is affected. The meaning of 5 months is unclear. Some researchers think that this was the length of a locust's life. However, it is more probable that the number 5 is just a convenient time marker. In the following passages, 5 may mean a few, for example. Although this provides some context, it does not apply to all of John's images of a potential future global conflagration. Luke 12:6-52, Acts 20:6-24, 1 Corinthians 14:19, Matthew 17:17-19, and 1 Corinthians 14:19, Gaius Florus, the Roman procurator of Judea in the 1st century, ruled terror for 5 months during John's reign. In May of 66 AD, he started the massacre of 3,600 Jewish citizens. He then incited the Jewish people to actively resist. Because of his accomplishment, the Jewish War began. In the 6th century, Andrew, the Bishop of Caesarea, clarifies, "These comments illustrate the gravity of the wrongs, because folks experiencing great difficulty usually want death. Death does not visit those who desire it while enduring God's punishments. Because he believes it is right to use the bitterness of their suffering to make the sin that was the cause and sponsor of their torment repulsive." The locusts are described as like horses and like an army in battle formation in Joel 2:4-5, which inspired John's depiction. In verses 7-10, the locusts are equated to horses, stressing their military nature. Isaiah 31:1, Haggai 2:22. In addition, the parallel emphasizes that the power is all-encompassing and prepared to destroy everything in its path. Judges 6:5, 7:12, Jeremiah 46:23, 51:27. In addition, ancient mythical beings often had human and non-human characteristics, which explains why their faces resembled human faces. During the Greco-Roman era, the constellations Scorpio, the scorpion, and Sagittarius, the archer, were combined to create representations with human, animal, and scorpion-like characteristics. The Babylonians depicted humanoid monsters with scorpion bodies. Others argue they represent human depravity, or that their human appearance should portray them as intelligent creatures. Exploring how John's concept of divine justice symmetry relates to this mix of humans and non-humans is more beneficial. According to John's vision, those who worship the gods of the legendary heritage are afflicted by creatures from that civilization. Therefore, the unique visual descriptions of these aliens do not cast doubt on their identity as fallen watchers. In ancient Jewish and classical literature, demonic spirits are frequently described as hybrid theriomorphic or animal-shaped entities. In this picture, 21st century military methods would contradict John's contextualized aim. According to an Arabian myth, locusts have the body of a snake, the feet of a camel, the chest of a lion, the head of a horse, and antennae that mimic ladies' hair. Therefore, flawed beings want to take God's creation and usurp its throne. See Psalm 8. Andrew, the bishop of Caesarea in the 6th century, is correct. Some have taken these words and those that follow as implying that the locusts are angels who administer divine wrath and are symbolically represented by each of the many symbols. These visuals would then depict either their horrifying nature and the horror they cause, their speed, or the disaster that befalls those who merit Gehenna's vengeance. However, the depiction of these locusts represents rather evil spirits preparing for war against humanity while wearing golden victory crowns. We wear these crowns when we submit to these demons and attain diabolical triumph via pleasure. Their desire for elegance and inclination may be clear because their hair resembles women's. Their lion-like teeth emphasize their venomous and dangerous character. Since the Greek term for human faces is masculine, mentioning women's hair underlines how odd their faces seem. They bizarrely combine human and non-human genders. During the Greco-Roman era, men's hair was often shorter, while women, especially Jewish women, wore their hair long. 1 Corinthians 11:14-15, John 12:3. The outliers included philosophers, priests, entertainers, farmers, and long-haired barbarians. However, John's depiction showed that masculine characteristics and female hair were incompatible. They also seemed to have iron breastplates. This is a combined allusion to the description of locusts, whose thorax resembled armor, and to the tendency of certain armies, particularly the Parthians, to equip their warhorses with prosternidons of armor that reached the thorax of a locust. As with human breastplates, this iron armor shielded the sides and rear of the warhorse, rendering it unbeatable in combat. Roman breastplates resembling the layers or segments of a locust's thorax were often made from iron plates or scales. Horses, like warriors, may wear armor. Some cavalry formations included soldiers with breastplates and helmets made of gleaming iron, and their horses were armored with bronze and iron plates. As the demonic locusts resemble combat horses, breastplates stress the notion. This emphasizes the invulnerability of the monstrous creatures and heightens the description's threatening tone. As a result, the horrifying sounds of their wings, like the thunder of chariots with countless horses charging into battle, happened. This supports the claim in verse 7 that the locusts resembled horses. Ancient warriors exploited horses as lethal combatants, and chariots were indispensable to the Roman army. That these chariots were rushing into battle and highlighting the idea that demonic locusts were at war with earthlings heightened the dread. The graphic depiction and 5 months, verse 10, are essential astrological background elements. Near the bottom of the Egyptian Dendera zodiac, you may see the constellation Scorpio, the Scorpion, and Sagittarius, the Archer. The scorpion's tail is a remnant of an old Babylonian artwork in which the constellations of Sagittarius and adjacent Scorpio were combined, maybe with others. The final product was a large photograph of the southern sky. Man coexisted with the centaur-like Scorpio Archer, an equatorial constellation with a human torso, animal legs, lion feet, and a scorpion tail. Tradition holds that the scorpion's teeth were used to fashion its bow. Since the locust infestation is 5 months, this corresponds to the calendar. In ancient Greek astronomy, months are compared to zodiac signs. The behavior of locusts and the scorpion month are inextricably linked. According to the old Greek calendar, the months are Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces. These are the remaining zodiac signs for this year. The inhabitants of a specific zodiac zone will be plagued by locusts until the conclusion of the calendar year. In the 4th century BC, Osiris, the chief priest of Thoth during Egypt's 28th dynasty, gave this extraordinary insight. If the moon in Scorpio is entirely obscured during the 1st or 2nd hour, Ethiopia and the surrounding region will endure severe hardship. If it hides in Scorpio while in mid-heaven during the 3rd, 4th, 5th, or 6th hour, there will be many murders in Syria, Cilicia, and Libya, as well as many locusts. If it occurs during the 8th, 9th, or 10th hour, there will suffer in the land of the Persians and Euboea. The aristocrats and populace of Egypt will fight in the act of rebellion against the government. Locusts resemble conventional images of the centaur constellation because they are centaur creatures, human-headed, lion-toothed, long-haired, winged warhorses with iron chests and scorpion stingers on their tails. Sagittarius and Centaur were ancient constellations on opposite sides of the altar, in the south. Marcus Manilius, a Roman astronomer from the 1st century, asserts, "What is the significance of the altar of incense flame which has ascended barely 8 degrees to the side of Scorpio? The giants made a promise before their destruction because Jupiter only equipped his hand with the mighty thunderbolt once he appeared before the gods as a priest. Who would these risings mold in place of temple officials, members of the third order of service, those who adore the gods' divinity via sacred music, and those who, except for the gods themselves, could foretell the future? 4 degrees later, the centaur raises his stars and imbues them with characteristics from his own nature. This individual will either ride horses into battle or drive them with a stick. Another person is skilled in administering restorative therapies to animal limbs and relieving mute animals of problems they cannot articulate. Instead of waiting for pain screams, it is necessary to recognize a sick body that is not yet aware of its condition. Following him comes the archer, whose 5th degree lights Arcturus for mariners.